Kachwala sir to please deliver his opening remarks.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. I welcome everyone to this session on forensic. Let me first welcome respected CA Chetan Dalal ji. Chetan ji, thank you for accepting our invitation and agreeing to spare your valuable time with all the participants today. Chetan bhai will do the first session and he will cover the various types of engagements and also how do we empanel, what are the opportunities, etc. Then we have Advocate Ankoosh Mehta. Ankoosh, thank you again and welcome. Then we have Shashank Karnad, and Shashank has traveled all the way from Pune. Shashank, thank you very much. Thank you for your time and thank you for accepting our invitation. Then we'll have CA Rahul Kapoor. And the last session, we got a panel discussion with Zubin. Zubin is already here. Zubin, thank you. Karan is also here. Karan, thank you. And Hardik Chokshi will join us during the course of the day. Sorry for the delay, but we thought let us wait for some more participants to come and settle down. Saturday morning, at times it gets difficult, but no worries. Let us get started. People are still joining in and few more will come across. After COVID, it has become difficult to estimate the number of participants will come. Yesterday, we had a session on with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. How do you get the qualification without even appearing for any papers? And we had 225 registration. Ultimately, about 80 of them landed up. And we started with 45, 43, like after half an hour. So like it was scheduled at 5, started at 5:30 with 45 people. And at the end, there were 80. So sorry, but let us at least begin. Now, coming to this year's at WIRC, we kept two agendas mainly. Bring to the members various professional opportunities which are there. And ensure that we understand it well, and then we can pick up what we like or what we feel we can do. And towards that, we did multiple sessions. Like yesterday, I was saying we did it with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of England and Wales. 2 days back, we did that in Pune. We done sessions with CP Australia, and you just appear one paper and you become a chartered accountant from Australia and New Zealand. And there are such 48 MRS and MOUs which IC has entered with various countries, where you appear for only one paper and you get the international qualification from that country. And then you can go and pick up a job there, you can do assignments there and things like that. Similarly, as we know, these are days of specialization. And in the new curriculum also, we are going to create strong accountants. And the focus will be now back on the Indian Companies Act, Income Tax Act, GST Act, accounting standard, ethical standards, and the auditing standards. That's it. Beyond that, then people will have to do specialization. And like at ICI, we got FAFD, the Forensic Accounting and Fraud Detection. If someone wants to make career on the fraud forensic investigation side. On IT audits, Diploma in Information Systems Audit. On internal audit, there's an internal audit and risk management certificate course again. So there are various of these courses which are given to chartered accountants. After qualifying, they can pick up and they can take that area and start their journey. Coming to forensic accounting and fraud detection, I think numerous opportunities. And as the moral values are going down, as people want to become rich faster and make more money, I think a lot more different type of unique frauds are happening. And I would give you examples. There are all of these warehouses. Bombay is now covered with all the warehouses on the Nasik highway and all of those. Set-top boxes of a large company getting like maybe sold out or whatever way, and they're getting sold in the local market, okay, black market, at a price much lesser than the price that the dealers are selling. And the boxes which are there in the warehouses are empty, okay. So the inventory related controls and the frauds around there. And we've seen multiple of them. From the Nokia warehouses also, not only in Bombay or Bhiwandi, but in Bangalore as well. So that types, or like if you were to talk with a telecom operator, employees get 10% discount. So someone sitting in a store or on the point of sale, what he does is collects all the transactions for the day, puts this thing in his own name and takes the 10% commission off. And people also giving unnecessary credits to customers from the call center backends or taking money from the bank account. So there are all of these unique different type of frauds which are happening, and which means every organization needs our support in doing the investigation. And more so, I'm sure these experts will talk about almost everyone from Chetan, Dalal onwards, and Shashank and everyone would have worked with a lot of agencies also, the economic offense wing or the whatever investigation agencies. So there is so much work which we can do there also. And I feel that the number of consultants or the people who are working on this forensic side are much lesser in India. And I was reading some report where Amit Shah said we'll need 90,000 forensic professionals in the next few years. Okay. So I think happy learning to all of you, all the best, and thank you for joining us. And thanks to all the faculties again. Let me also thank Rahul Parekh, Chairman of the Internet Committee, and Jyot here. Thank you for designing this whole program. And thank you and welcome everyone again. Thank you. Jyot, over to you.
Thank you so much, Murtuza sir. To begin the first session, we have a speaker with us, CA Chetan Dalal sir. I'll just give a quick introduction and then hand it over to sir. CA Chetan Dalal sir is a fellow chartered accountant, certified fraud examiner, certified internal auditor, certified information and systems auditor. He is the pioneer in forensic accounting and fraud investigations in India, as we all know. First CFE from Mumbai in 1998. He had his first research project for the Institute of Chartered Accountants on fraud detection in 1999. Over 38 years of professional experience. One marquee event or his publication is he has authored the first ever audio-visual book on forensic accounting, propounded a new theory, the theory of inverse logic, in the audio-visual book on forensic accounting. The book embeds 10 videos of case studies. More so, sir was one of the first faculties during the first ever course for ICAI on forensic accounting in 2009 and again in 2012 in Hyderabad. With this, it can go on and on, but with this, I would like to welcome Chetan sir, and I would like to request Murtuza sir to please welcome Chetan sir with a memento. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much. And just on a lighter vein, you know, when I've spoken at some other seminars similar to this one, there were times when, you know, initially there would be a delay and the delay would be so acute that a 1 hour talk would be reduced to 7 minutes also. So I just want to check with Murtuza, how many minutes should I be speaking on today? You're sure? No, because we've got eminent speakers sitting here. I don't want to, shorten their time. So. All right. Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. Are you able to hear me? Okay. So thank you, Murtuza, for that kind offer, and I'll try to cover as much as I can. So we are talking about various things like consulting, industry perspective of forensic accounting. Friends, the first thing at the outset, which I must say, is that this subject, this new avenue, this opportunity which is available to us as professional chartered accountants, as Muthuza has correctly said, is immense and huge. If at all there was any need for forensic accountants, it is today. When I started specializing in forensics in about 1998, for about first 15 years of my professional work, I was concentrating on the run-of-the-mill tax work and audit work. But in 1998, when I started this, and which I'm told by my colleague here today, even as of today, such um, beliefs exist that who is the forensic accountant? What does he do? Can a chartered accountant be a forensic accountant? Things like this. Friends, according to me, there is nobody better qualified than to be a chartered accountant to be a forensic accountant. And all of you, my friends, if you ask me, irrespective of the number of courses and other material available, you are already good forensic accountants, because our institute, the exams, the kind of work, the articleship training that you do provides you sufficient information, I would say, at least the fundamental skill sets to be able to be good forensic accountants. So that's a given. So please feel free that you will be able to become good forensic accountants if you have the intention and a little bit of passion to do so. So in this particular talk that I'm going to give you, I'll try to cover these four things, if it is possible, within the time that I have. First is I'll just give a very brief overview of what forensic audit is all about and what it entails. Then I'll talk about the kinds of skill sets that are required. That is something which I just want to clarify. I'm sure all of you have them, but it would be useful to know what kind of skill sets you require and the different types of engagements that are available readily across in the professional market, which I'm sure all of you can tap. And if we have time and if you're up to it, maybe I'll try and tell you my experiences as to how to get work in this world of forensic accounting. So let me just begin very quickly with what we have. Forensic accounting and investigation, of course, you have some legal people after me who will give you a better analysis, but forensic accounting, forensic is everything that deals with proving or something that is admissible in a court of law. And that is why a report given as a forensic report can be used in a court of law. And in that, it requires three skill sets. Of course, accounting, which you already have, auditing, which also most of you would have experience in. But even if you've not done audits, to become an auditor for a chartered accountant is simple. And the third one is the one which is the very important one, and that is investigation. Investigation is a little dignified word, but I would say the ability to use logic, the power of inference, the power of being able to deduce. If you have a combination of these three skill sets, friends, you're not only a forensic investigator or auditor, you're a very good forensic investigator or auditor. Now, I use the word forensic accountant, forensic auditor, forensic investigator. They're more or less synonymous. I've done some research in that, and I find that there is not much of a difference. People use it in different contexts and different scenarios in that. So let's use the word forensic as the main point of focus. Now, the courses that are available, I'm sure all of you know, the ICI itself provides what they call the FAFD course. I think Muthuza mentioned it just now. It's Forensic Accounting and Fraud Detection course. This course has been going on since 2009, I believe. And coincidentally, it started exactly at the time that the Satyam fraud came out. So I think it was, of course, not an intended way to start it, but it came out around the same time. Then if you don't want to do a physical course, the Bombay Chartered Accountants Society also has an online course. So if you want to do it from the comfort of your own house or own bedroom, this course is also available. Apart from that, also across the internet, if you go through various websites offering the forensic accounting courses, you will have them. Now, friends, it is advisable, but not obligatory for you to do it. Why is it advisable? For two counts. One is, though you have the knowledge, this will provide you a structured approach towards performing a forensic audit. So I think it helps. And the second thing is many of the empaneling authorities, like let's say the Economic Offences Wing or the RBI or the income tax, they prefer or they have a criterion where being a professionally certified forensic accountant adds. Sometimes they even make it obligatory, though I feel that it's not so necessary, but I think in the long term, it would be advisable for you to get some kind of certification. Obviously, ICAI being the largest institute, certification from there would be the best, but the others are also equally good. You can take your choice and whatever suits your comfort level, you can do. We look at the type of skill sets that are required. Now, in this, I would put the following things. One is an eye for detail. That is the ability to find out anything that is anomalous in nature, anything is out of the way. In fact, if you ask me, as I put it just towards the end, professional skepticism is the key. Now, here there is a secret I must tell you. Okay, you can either become excellent forensic accountants or good spouses. Now, you have to take a choice. If you do really very well as a professional accountant, it's very likely that you'll doubt everything that your spouse does. Okay. But if you don't want to become a professional accountant, the chances are that you'll become a good spouse. So please take your pick, because this is very important in professional skepticism in forensics. You should, what? If you are not able to get along with your spouse, then? No. You are not. No, they are mutually exclusive. Either you are a good professional accountant or you are a good spouse. So the second thing that you require is good logic. And here the logic is, and where I feel now Murtuza is mistaken, because I've survived with my wife for about 39 years, it means I'm a good spouse. So what does it mean? That I'm not a good forensic auditor. Am I right? So this is the thing that we must remember. Try to become a good forensic accountant by having an eye of suspicion. The second thing is you're required to do a little bit of data analysis. Of course, if you have somebody in your team who can do it, it's fine, but you should have a part of your team to be able to do data analysis and data analysis at a fairly advanced level. I think that is important, because in today's world, you will get only soft data. Everything will be available. You'll have to download, you'll have to analyze, you'll have to do, which fortunately was not the case for us when we started a forensics way back in the 90s. At that time, a lot of book information, hardcover information was available. We could do a lot of checks by just being able to study the books of account. But in today's world, you require data analytics. So this is one skill set that you must develop. And I'm telling you, friends, it's not difficult at all. Don't be overwhelmed by, there are some people above a certain age who say that, okay, they're working on computers, working on cell phones. We have an allergy to that. Don't have that. Actually, it's the simplest thing to do, to use a tool. In fact, you people are good. Those who don't like tools, you have developed yourselves to do something without using tools. So I'm saying this is one of the central parts of investigations. Intensive research. Now, why am I using this word research? Friends, as you know, if you take a cell phone, any cell phone, you buy a cell phone today. What is the latest one? They call it iPhone 14, right? That's the latest one. Within a few days, there'll be iPhone 15. Then there'll be iPhone 16. Each one will have some features which the previous one won't have. Even as of today, however good you may be using your cell phones, I'm sure I can find someone who will teach you that, okay, sorry, you don't know how to use this, or you don't know this feature, you don't know that. Therefore, it is research that is constantly upgrading yourself, constantly looking out for new things, is a very, very, very important skill set. I think it's not difficult, because the internet provides such a tool where you can do that very easily. Unfortunately, because of time constraints, I can't give you some examples, but I have actual examples that I've learned online during an investigation, and it has completely changed the complexion of the investigation. And by that, I'm not boasting. I'm just saying that you run across a brick wall at times. You don't know what to do. At that time, if you try to do research, friends, see the phenomenal difference it can make in your results. Interviewing skills. In your audits, I'm sure most of you are doing audits. You do interview people, but you do it very selectively and to a very small extent. But here, interviewing goes way beyond. You have to interview at the beginning, interview during the course of the assignment, and interviewing towards the end, which is the most critical, to be able to decide how to question, what is the order in which, the sequence in which to question, what to inform him, what to not inform him. So interviewing skills are things which you will develop. And by the way, even in this, there are no textbook rules. It comes with experience. Field visits, detectives, being sleuths, this is an important ingredient. Now, it is not a must, but if you can do it, the work, the penetrativeness of your work, the findings will be 10 times greater. So maybe you can partner with some people who are detectives or people who are good in field investigations and get inputs from them that will significantly improve the quality of your outputs in this. And of course, the main computer forensics. You will need people, digital experts, people who understand technology, the latest tools, different ways to analyze data, query data, do search commands. There are a whole lot of new avenues open for us to get at the bottom of things. Now, this you can employ experts. I know it may not be possible for each and every one of us to become great computer analytical experts, but you can understand what a computer can do, and you can understand what are the results it can fetch, and you will be able to get very good results. So these are some of the basic skill sets. And none of them, friends, I am underlining this, none of them will take too long for you to accomplish. So please do that. If you want to make a future in this world of forensic accounting, familiarity at least, if not a reasonable degree of working knowledge, is very useful. I'll give you some examples. Like say, for example, you are already good chartered accountants. If I were to show you this ledger account, I'm not going to go and ask you to test it. Now, this is a simple case. It's a ledger account. Let's say of a party, recover. Everybody knows, right? It's a debtors account. Okay. Let's say a sale has been made. Now, in this, we should train our eyes to understand an accounting manipulation. Now, I don't know how many of you would have guessed, but there are two accounting manipulations in this. See, one manipulation here that you can see is this. Can you see this for scrap sold to the same party ABC, 1,22,900, which is a cash sales memo. Now, friends, a simple question is, if anything is sold in cash, how can there be a credit? How can there be something where a party can be debited? Correct? What has to be debited? The cash account. But believe it or not, people don't realize it. And what is the fraud in this is because this item has been credited to ABC, he gets to pay less than what he has to pay. So this is what we call an accounting manipulation. Sometimes people in the bulk of work, etc., that they don't realize it. But we have to train our minds to see and to look out for such manipulations which happen. Similarly, also, let's say there is a recovery of a bad debt, which was written off, let's say 3 years ago. Now, if a bad debt which was written off 2 years ago, where has it got to be credited? To ABC or to bad debts recovered account? It should go to bad debts, it should go to a revenue account. But by doing this, what you're doing is you're giving credit to a debtor which is wrong. Though, of course, the money has come from him. The credit should not go to him. So these are what we call accounting manipulations. I just wanted to give you examples that these are the kind of things that you have to start training your mind to look out for. Then spotting anomalies. Now, say, for example, you're looking at 2 years expenses of, let's say, raw material, spare parts, and let's say there's a sheet that you have been prepared. Okay. Now you examine in a little more detail. Now, if you just see the spare parts column, can you see this column? Spare parts column here. Now, this column, if you see, I put an arrow here. This is the formula for this. Can you see this formula? Now, this formula, I'm sure all of you will say is okay, that it is the sum of rows C13 to C15. Is that correct? Now, but the strange part of it is just by an eye for detail, you'll realize that there's something wrong. Because if you see, this amount is exactly the same as this amount. Although it's the correct total, the total is correct, the formula is correct, but you find that the amount is the same. So you know that there is manipulation in this sheet. Again, this is supposed to be an expense. Now you see an amount which is negative in that. Again, this is something that you should spot, you should try and analyze. These kind of things are on the increase. You can manipulate spreadsheets. You can manipulate reports. You can manipulate virtually, I'm saying things which are generated by an ERP system also. And even in, for example, systems like SAP and Oracle, we have realized that it is possible to make double payments in spite of there being such stringent controls on The same code cannot be repeated. The same invoice cannot be repeated. But friends, sorry, these things do happen. And by the way, I'm not criticizing SAP. I'm saying that there are ways and means that people are able to do it. So again, this eye for detail will need to be developed and it will come. Nothing of this is superhuman or rocket technology. It is all there inside you. It's a question of the way you look at it. As an auditor, if somebody gives you a document, you believe that person to be a good human being and you accept it at face value. Nothing wrong in that. But as I said, as a forensic auditor, you don't look at it, you look at it with suspicion. So keep that in mind. Ye galat hai. Whatever anybody says, he's wrong. That's the first. Here in law, sir, it is like this. Everybody is innocent until proved guilty. In forensic accounting, everybody is proved guilty unless you find that he is innocent. Now, the third thing is research. I mentioned something about research. You need to do research. And I'll tell you, for example, today, friends, you are already familiar. All of you are familiar with Excel. Please tell me. No, I'm not going to ask any questions. I just want to know. All of you are familiar with Excel, no? So you know things like, okay, how to summarize, how to find duplicates. Do you people know how to do all that? Okay. That is very easy to find duplicates. But if I were to say, show you data of pictures, can you find duplicates? I'm saying even in this, if I were to tell you, these are just maybe 20, 25 pictures, for you to find duplicates, is it easy? No. But now, friends, if you do research, as we did, there are programs or there are software, there are applications which are downloadable for a very small amount of 3,000, 5,000 and something like that. If you download them and if you, ask that application, the tool, to review this particular folder where these pictures are kept and ask queries that can you find me duplicates? In a matter of seconds, like say, for example, I'll show you a screenshot. Let's say this is one program. Let me read it. Yeah, the name of the program here is Visual Similarity Duplicate Image Finder Pro. This was the one which I had downloaded from the net. Okay. Now this program, all that it has to do is it has to be referred to the concerned folder where you have some pictures or visual images. It can even include animated pictures. It can anything which is not data, anything which is an image can be reviewed by it and it will tell you if there are similarities. And I'm using the word similarity. I'm not using the word exact duplicates. So that means if a person's photograph has been taken in 1999 and a person's photograph has been taken in 2010, there's a difference of almost 11 years. If you give the computer, that tool, a reasonable degree of margin of error, say you say 60% resemblance or 70% resemblance, you will find it. Like say in this particular case, you'll find that these photographs are actually different, but it has still pointed out that it is the same person who's there in this. Now the point is, I'm not talking about the greatness of this tool. I'm just saying research. Research is something that you people need to do to be able to widen your capabilities, your domain of work, your ability to be of service. And advanced data analysis with an open mind. So this is a case which I've spoken very often. So if you may have heard it. Now, let's say this is a very simple vendor master. When you say vendor master, means it has nothing but simplistic information like the vendor name, vendor panel, the vendor code, his address, his telephone number, and who created the vendor, and so on. So no transaction information, no amount ever will come into this. It's just data about that vendor. So we were given a challenge once that, in this, can you apply forensics? So we thought, and friends, this is the place where we decided to do something different. Like in Star Trek, they say you go where no man goes before. Okay, so we tried something like that. So we said, let's look at the very first column. Can you see the date column? Now this date column, we said, let's look at it in a different way. So in some Excel sheet, you are able to get a different way to portray the dates. You can portray it as DDMM by MMDD. You can also portray it as a day of the week. So we portrayed it as the day of the week. Can you see now all those have become days of the week? And then we said that, can anybody make codes on a Sunday? And we found that there were some codes which were being made on a Sunday. And then we decided to narrow it down to see how many people were making it. And then we found that it was just one person who was coming every Sunday to make some codes. And we found that in some of these codes, there was a major fraud because these were accomplices for it. Now, this is a different way of looking at data, different way of filtering, different way of putting your queries together. This comes with a little bit of open mind. Open mind is a central theme in every investigation. You cannot go by a checklist. There is no checklist system in a forensic accounting system. It has to be innovative, it has to be open, and it has to be creative. Only then can you do. These are the simple skill sets that you actually need to have. Now, the thing that you people are really looking for, what are the different kinds of assignments which are available? Do I have 5 minutes? Who can? 5 minutes is okay, sure, or I can, okay. So now, first is all the regulatory bodies, whether you look at RBI, whether you look at income tax, economic offences wing, CBI, ED, SEBI, SFIO, all these bodies are looking at chartered accountants. Now, for those of you who are in practice, how many of you are in practice here? So almost all of you, right? Almost all of you. Now, for those of you who are in practice, it is one of the easiest things to do is to empanel your firms or your whatever your concern that your entities that you have with these authorities. Of course, there is a process in that. It is a fairly long process, and some of the authorities are very fair in the sense that even if you have less experience or if you have more experience, they will empanel you, but they will divide you into different buckets. Like there will be an A category, B category, C category, and so on. But I'm saying even if that is the case, even if you're not in the A category, even if you're in the C category or D category, you're getting empaneled with them. I know this, like for example, the EOW. This is one that is the economic offences wing of the Mumbai crime branch of police. They get tons and tons of economic crimes investigations, and they got lots of work, not lots of money. That is the sad part of it, friend. The fees there are okay. But what happens with the experience that you get will be phenomenal. Please do try. I think we have some people here who have done this. There is one delegate here, Neha. She is very good at it, and she's also empaneled with EOW. So those of you who want to talk to her during tea break or something, she'll also tell you. So empaneling yourself is not difficult. You should know. You should keep an eye open for advertisements which come once in 2 or 3 years. You apply. You give full details, and God willing, you'll get the chance. It may be difficult to get empaneled with, let's say, SEBI or SFI, because they're the big four and the bigger firms, they stand a chance because of the wide research, wide experience, wide number of resources, and it is fair also. But it doesn't mean that they won't use you. They may use you in something like they may use people like us for training or for doing some other consultancy work. All this is something which is useful and which can be very much there for making your career better. Empanelments with banks, I'm putting it on a different platform because there are so many banks and there are so many borrowers whose accounts are non-performing assets that forensics in the banks is the largest possible avenue or the place or the opportunity for chartered accountants. You can go from bank to bank, you can speak to the concerned compliance officers, you can speak to senior managers there, given your profiles. You don't need to worry for an ad to come through. These banks are capable of allowing or taking a decision at different levels, even at regional levels, sometimes at a higher level. You can get good quality work in this also. Therefore, please do try to get banks as one of your major empanelment targets. Then privates. Of course, I know the larger firms capture this market in a big way, but it doesn't mean that even the mid-sized or the lower firms won't get opportunities in this. Today, whistleblowing and special audits and risk assessments are very big business, very big. You can get very huge assignments. The question is your visibility, whether you will be able to catch their eye or get their attention to get that work. Now, it takes time. If you're an established firm, yes, you get them by word of mouth and because of your past, because of your reputation, because of your name, your brand, you get work. But if you're not in that level, it doesn't mean that the situation is finished. No, you have different ways of going about it, which, as I said, that a little low in time, but just have faith. It is possible. But these are things where your skill sets are going to be used at the maximum, and the kind of fees that you can expect will be significantly greater than what you will get in these empanelments. So this is one place. These are the opportunities available. Now, another thing is life insurance claims. When I finished my CA, this was exactly 40 years ago. I passed in 1983, so it is 2023. So at that time, nobody would have imagined that in a life insurance or a death claim, would a chartered accountant be able to do anything. But friends, last 20 years, we have done not one but several death claims, death, where there could have been fraud, there could have been a claim which was made using deception, using misleading information, and this kind of requirement, and for claims which are of high value, I've heard of claims worth maybe 10 crores, 5 crores, and so on. So these are also big time investigation assignments which can come your way. You need to go and meet people within the insurance companies, whether they are private companies or whether they are LIC or some other companies, but they will entertain you. It's a matter of time, like making maybe 2-3 visits, following up, showing what you can do, because they have many, not one or two, but multiple such cases where your skill sets are going to be required. And incidentally, these are also some of the most interesting cases. Some of the cases that I have done are so interesting that in most of the classes that I take, these are termed as the most popular cases that I have actually done. So please do try this. Life insurance is one of the best opportunities that you can get. Then, of course, resolution professionals, IBC related work, that's a big thing. And training work, though I put it as the last item, friends, training is big business. Once you are familiar with forensics, once you have maybe just a teeny weeny bit of experience, you can offer yourself as a trainer. And for training, people will not necessarily go to a very big firm or a person only which is established. If they want to get something done, they'll come to people like us. We get so many training assignments, and people pay also reasonably well. Try and do more of training. And in order to do more of training, you have to do research, you have to be able to do a lot of reading. Only then will you be good trainers. So again, because of time constraints, I can only say, friends, I feel that the opportunities are aplenty. The skill sets you already have with you. It's just a matter of your reaching out, going then the world outside, trying to either empanel, trying to get work, trying to make yourself visible. The possibilities are there, difficulties are there. Completely agreed. It's not that you go out and you're going to get an assignment, but I think the road is quite good here. You should be able to see light at the end of the tunnel. And most important ingredient in this, friend, is that you need to show, which you already are, but you need to show that you are honest and straightforward in your dealings. People will come to you, people will like you, even for that fact. They said, no, at least this guy won't cheat us. This person won't cheat us. That's an important ingredient. If you want your practice to grow, being humane, being good, being of service, let money become your byproduct. If you do well, I can promise you that all good people will pay. There are those bad people who will pay even if you've done good work. So those kind of people you won't be able to avoid. But at least in my life, I have come across so many times that I promised to do something free, but people have phoned me up and said, no, please send your invoice and please get it done. So I'm telling you, out there in the world, there are good people like you and me. Do good work, money will come to you on its own. So friends, I wish you all the very, very, very best. You've done a good thing by thinking of at least forensics as a possible future avenue for branching out or doing work with this. I'm sure you'll do well. If you have any queries, please feel free to call me. My email address, my contact details are there. And if you want to see some of the cases I've done, I have put up some case studies on YouTube channel also. If you like, you can have a look at that so that you can get a flavor of the kind of work that you do. So with this wish that, okay, thank you all very much. It was a pleasure being here with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chetan sir. We have Regional Council member Rudesh Pankhania sir with us. I request him to please propose a formal vote of thanks.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Jyot. First of all, extremely sorry for the delay. And I think very great to be a part of this amazing one-day conference that we are having on the forensics. Sorry that I couldn't attend the same. So definitely I'll request Jyot to please give a hearty vote of thanks. But I'm extremely thankful to Sir for sparing his time. Thank you so much, sir. And thank you all the participants. I think much awaited amazing topic sessions are going to be there for the entire day. So we look forward to those as well. Jyot, you can just sum up the session. Thank you so much.
So once again, thank you so much, Chetan sir. The way you could share your practical experience, that will really help all of us, and your encouraging words towards a brighter future for practice. Most of us from that background will really help us develop into this field. Thank you so much, sir. Once again. I would now like to call upon Advocate Ankoosh Mehta sir for his next session. Before I do so, I'd like to give a quick background and introduction about sir. Uh, Ankush Mehta sir is a partner with Cyril Amarchand Mangaldas Dispute Resolution. He is a LLM from Mumbai University, a member of Bar Council of Maharashtra and Goa, and Bombay Incorporate Law Society. He is a partner based out of Mumbai and has advisory and litigation experience of over 18 years and specializes in advising on commercial disputes and white collar crimes. With this short introduction, I would like to request Rudesh Pankhania sir to please welcome sir and welcome him with a momentum.
Hi everyone, good morning. First of all, I think me and Srinivas, I think, are the only lawyers here. So thank you for welcoming us in your fraternity. I've been associated with chartered accountants and tax practitioners, I think, since 18, 20 years. My first association was with the Chamber of Tax Consultants. I think I've also played your Friendship Cup, which used to happen in Police Gymkhana for the cricket tournament. So of course, we go back a long way. I've had the privilege of being invited as a junior lawyer, a slightly junior lawyer, with the Western India Regional Council, ICAI, at your center in Ahmednagar, I believe, and many other places. So great to be here, feels like home. And thank you so much again. Today, considering I have big shoes to fill of Chetan Dalal, sir, I will try my best. So today, what is it that we are talking about? And we have a lot of things to cover, but I'll try and keep it in terms of, excuse me. Mic नीचे गिर रहा है, ऊपर थोड़ा नहीं. Sorry about this, just 1 minute. Stepping down. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So I think, I have a lot of slides to cover today in terms of what the law enforcement agencies are. Why is this topic so important today when you talk about forensic accounting? Where does it come from? Today, when we notice, we open the newspapers, right? What do we see? We see the CBI in action in something. We see the Enforcement Directorate. We see the OW. We see some things about bail and charge sheet. Somebody, the PMLA attaching some assets, so on and so forth. Uh, there is therefore a lot of awareness that has been created. I'm not saying that this is, this was not existing previously, but I think all of us will be of a similar view that in the last 3 to 4 years, this activity has increased a lot. We've had the benefit of interacting with law enforcement agencies, in fact, handing out a lot of training sessions to them. So we understand, and sort of are well placed to actually, explain this, in the next 30 minutes as to, what is happening today in the country, in the environment. How does the law enforcement look at certain things, and how we as advisors, potential clients or victims, can address so many such things. As you will see, right, today, the Reserve Bank of India, as you see on your slide, has reported a minimum of so many such cases. These are official records. Of course, there is a lot more, that is at stake here. I was at a session in Pune yesterday. In fact, I've only come back this morning at 5 o'clock to attend this session. And, so many such questions, so many such issues have come up. For instance, in the pandemic, cybercrime has increased in India 100% year on year, while overall cybercrime rates have dropped all across the world. India has risen to the 5th in terms of the highest number of cybercrime. So, what do we mean by cybercrimes, etc.? I'll come to that, but, I just thought I'll give you a heads up on that. So this is effectively what you will see. This is an inclusive list on what type of frauds that typically take place. There would be lots more, but these are some of the broad headings. So banking frauds in terms of, where banks are involved, financial institutions are involved. Today, in fact, I'm sure all of us are, hearing this name of fintech companies, so many like PayU, other payment gateways, Paytms, so on and so forth. So that's also something that is attracting a lot of interest, as far as the law enforcement is concerned. Ponzi schemes, again, I think we are all aware of it, insider trading, stock market frauds, data thefts and cybercrimes, what I just spoke about, tax evasion, corruption and bribery under the Prevention of Corruption Act. Again, these are some of the broad topics under the Companies Act and various other laws that become relevant when we are faced with a criminal action or a criminal issue. So, for example, under the Companies Act, right, I mean, where all does the Companies Act get involved? You as auditors and so many other issues. If you're a director in the company or a key managerial person in the company, issues like fraud, concepts of the SFIO, so many other such relevant information that, under the Companies Act becomes liable for us, and therefore important for us to know as far as, how the Companies Act may attract various penal provisions as far as we are concerned. SEBI again, insider trading regulations and so many other such important requirements that SEBI tells us, as far as compliance is concerned. Foreign Exchange Management Act, again, where, there are Reserve Bank of India issues. For example, if there's a non-compliance or there's an issue that the RBI is investigating, and it leads to an issue of a non-compliance of the Foreign Exchange Management Act, it's the Enforcement Directorate that sort of wears the hat of the investigating agency and then has exercised various powers under the Act. Prevention of money laundering, few important developments here, so I'll just, explain those as well. We are all familiar with the PMLA. We are all familiar with the topic of proceeds of crime, and of course, the role of the Enforcement Directorate. The Enforcement Directorate investigates, the sort of the predicate offense. So what does that mean? It means that there is already an offense existing under the Indian Penal Code, for instance, which is already, for example, an FIR has been registered, and then the ED will launch what is called a predicate offense for the proceeds of crime. There was a couple of recent developments that I'm happy to speak about. One, the amendments to the PMLA. This judgment went right up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has upheld some of the important validities. One of them being, the dual conditions for bail. Now, it was very, very stringently laid down that if a person is asking for bail under the PMLA Act, there has to be, the public prosecutor has to be heard. So it cannot be, the bail cannot be granted in absence of that prosecutor. And number two, there has to be a complete satisfaction from the magistrate prior to granting of the bail. So these become very two important conditions, both that need to be satisfied. PMLA comes in other contexts as well. So for instance, if we are all familiar with briefly with the insolvency code, and that if a company goes under IBC, there is a moratorium that gets declared. Many of the courts were had the opportunity to consider a question that what if a company or an asset was in moratorium, would the enforcement proceedings under the PMLA continue or would they stop? So the court said that the ED investigations can still go on because the ED is investigating, can have the ability to attach the asset because they are proceeds of crime, not a recovery mechanism. Thirdly, there is also another angle that what if today an asset was in the insolvency and one of us or one of our clients wanted to purchase that stressed asset, right? But that asset is already being investigated by the ED and it has been attached. The question was, would such an asset that is being purchased by a new purchaser, and let's call the entity a target entity, would that asset in the hands of the new purchaser be tainted or would it not? Many courts have held that it would not, as the new buyer should not have the legacy of the tainted asset, but the proceedings for as far as the ED is concerned, will continue vis-a-vis the old company and the old directors. So these are some of the important things that we see. Of course, many of your clients or people that would have received summons from the ED. So they investigate important sections like 50, etc., where they send notices. I think the golden rule when it comes to law enforcement agencies is that you will have to cooperate. I don't think there is an option not to cooperate, especially when you're in a witness or being asked for information. There are certain strategic inputs that you will have or certain strategic sections or provisions that may come to your aid if you believe your client may be eventually an accused in the matter. So, how do you handle that? Whether you should respond to the summons, whether you should partly comply and say that, listen, as per legal advice, you're not responding to the rest. Those are several interplays that probably can come in later. So again, when you go down to the, the PMLA, then you have the Prevention of Corruption Act. I think this is also important, and this is somewhere akin to the UK Anti-Bribery Act and the FCPA in the US. This act was briefly amended in 2018 in India, and it also made corporates liable, especially when they were giving bribes. So this is something that is gaining a lot of significance and attention right now from the government as well. So this is something that I think we all need to keep in mind, especially when the CBI is investigating such serious issues. I think we all know what corruption is. In fact, any form of grease, any form of money, any form of gratification that may be proved that you may get some benefit directly or indirectly out of it may involve the provisions of the POCA. Indian Penal Code, some of the relevant sections, Information Technology Act. So for instance, where you have an issue under the cybercrime, right? Immediately the law that gets attracted is the Information Technology Act. The Bombay High Court has held that where there's a remedy available under the Information Technology Act, then the provisions of those will prevail as far as the IPC is concerned. RBI master directions on frauds, I think most of you are aware of it, so I won't go into much of it. On the other side of your screen, you will see the law enforcement agencies that are at play. I've talked about the Enforcement Directorate, so that's fine. The SFIO, again, that borrows its parentage from the UK SFO, that's the Serious Frauds Office. They do investigate, in a sense, company law offenses. So that's something that, again, all of us need to deal with. We are dealing with a case right now, and I can just briefly tell you on the no-name basis. For an issue that happened probably 7, 8, 9 years ago, the SFIO was investigating something which was in the public domain, and one of our clients was somewhere very, very remotely, indirectly connected with that company in question. So the SFIO, sort of hit up was randomly spraying bullets like a AK-47 and hit each and every such company that even bared a name or resemblance as far as that company was concerned. Something as small as you don't have a whole-time company secretary. Okay, I'm going to charge you under the the SFIO gets involved. I'm going to charge you under some relevant section. Show cause why action should not be taken against you. Second, you've not declared the director remuneration. So I'm going to take action against you, show cause why no action should be taken against you. So what I'm trying to say is that, while the agency may not have the intention to attack you as such, there is sometimes collateral damage that happens. So as far as we are concerned as advisors, you'll need to set up the defenses, follow the process of the law, and therefore, and then there is remedy and, sort of relief available whenever you want in the appropriate courts. So that's as far as, some examples of how the SFIO can come in. Similarly, as far as the CBI is concerned, again, we've had the benefit to advise on a couple of cases where the CBI is involved. One, as far as the government of India is concerned, where, there's a defense issue. We are representing some of our clients, and the Ministry of Defense is on the other side, and the CBI is investigating, again, issues of corruption, so on and so forth. But more importantly, issues again that my colleague Srinivas and I are advising on, where there was some, stake acquired by one of our clients from the government tons of years ago. And the CBI, wakes up every decade, every 15 years. Okay, listen, we forgot about your matter. Now let's investigate this, and, sort of pulling those records together, finding if those records are available. The point here I'm just trying to make is that you can never say an investigation has come to an end. So if a client ever asks you, oh, is it done? I don't think you can ever say yes, right? So the law enforcement will always keep the file pending, and be rest assured that the day you've forgotten it, okay, great, I'm happy to put these papers away. Next day, as if there are, walls, years on the walls, the next day they will sort of, a summons will appear in your doorstep. Same way the EOW and the local police, there are certain thresholds. For example, in Mumbai, it's 8 or 10 crores and above the financial limit, and, in EOW will get jurisdiction. As Mr. Dalal said, they have, one of the finest and the best officers. They are overburdened, so I'm sure they always look for help. So I think that's a great opportunity as far as you are concerned. And we also, when we are investigating cases, some of the cases that have hit the headlines where we've investigated for some of the banks against, some of the perpetrators running into 5, 6 or 7,000 crores. When we file complaints, we are opposing bail applications, etc., etc. EOW does reach out to us to say that, listen, we need the support, we need you to, we are filing this application. We need you to help us. We need to support us. Not wrong, because by nature, we would be the default complainant in the matter. No doubt that when a case gets filed, it is then the state that sort of comes in and prosecutes the matter. Just moving on briefly. Today, why is it that, there is so much happening today in India as far as, and everyone is awakened to this fact that, oh, there is forensic audit required, there's criminal angles to everything, there's so much of sensitivity around compliance, etc., etc. Most of you all, would be, I'm sure, dealing with companies, filing returns and, whatever basic, roles that you have to play. How many of you all have come across this situation today where a company doesn't file its returns on time, doesn't hold an annual general meeting on time? You'll get a notice from the ROC. If you fail to comply, there are actually complaints being filed in the criminal courts. You may compound them, but no, the ROC will take action. This is happening now quite persistently. Probably, I think there's one way to look at it. India, I think, is the next growth story all across the world. I mean, half the world is in recession. India is definitely one of the big, hubs of investment, if that's how I may call it. And there are these, issues that are going to come up. E-commerce companies, fintech companies, something that we are, listening to a lot. Some of the reasons could be that they've grown very, very quickly and therefore compliance is an issue. But the other strange enough reason, and I'll share one or two experiences with you, is that the law enforcement doesn't understand how e-commerce companies are structured. They investigate a matter, and there's a company that people are working from home and there's no physical office. They say, but we don't believe this is a company, because there is no office, there are no people, and so there's a ground for suspicion. I think, as things evolve, as business evolves, we hear about things like phishing attacks, ransomware attacks, crypto in various forms. We're doing a matter where, money is coming into India, but is leaving in the form of crypto, outside of India, advising clients. There is a lot of uncertainty as far as law enforcement is concerned about how do you investigate such matters? Where do you start from? If that's the challenge that law enforcement has, imagine the state of many of your lower courts, magistrate courts. It's going to take a lot of time for them to understand this. They are doing it, it's moving, we are getting good orders, we are successful in liaisoning and convincing law enforcement agencies, training them as well. But I think what I'm trying to say is that it's something that is, people are probably going to journey together in this new growth story. I think one important concept I should talk about, though it's not strictly under this issue, but there are, sort of incidents to it. We would have all read about something called moonlighting. I'm not sure how many are familiar with it. And while moonlighting is not sort of prohibited in India, but again, there is various jurisprudence on this. The angle that I want to bring is slightly from a non-compliance or a white collar investigation point of view. There is what is moonlighting? All of us went to school. We had teachers in school and we took tuitions from the same teacher outside of school. That is moonlighting. The teacher is guilty of moonlighting. As simple as that. But today, when you find, software employees and so many other people, Wipro, for example, it's in the news, so I can say it, found about, I think, 300 or 3,000 such employees who were moonlighting, right? How did they find this out? Apparently, there is something called a UAN, which is some unique number where they figured out that, monies were being paid out to these particular employees, provident fund like money was being paid out to these individuals from more than one company. So they realized. Of course, companies are becoming smart, etc. And, people are trying to have this double income thing. The point I'm trying to make is that what if today that particular employee is guilty of stealing confidential data? What if that particular employee is siphoning of money to the benefit of somebody else? What if the company is using the first company's assets and property to try and, gain some benefit for the other company? That's when probably another example of, forensic auditing, accounting, white collar crime compliance can come in. So I just wanted to, give you one sort of flavor that this is something that, even when we were in Pune yesterday, we were talking, a lot of people are, interested in knowing about these new concepts. Having said that, as forensic auditors or as lawyers, I think what becomes important while we know the law, while we know, how, forensic accounting works, I think it's very, very critical to know how the business works. Because a particular, let's say you won't say that, okay, I'm only going to do bank related forensic. No, there may be a real estate issue. There may be something in jewelry. There may be something in the pharma industry. It is very important to know also, and, as much as possible, as to how we adapt ourselves to the changing environment as well. This is some brief structure. I mean, you don't have to mug it up right now. It's on the screen. It's basically about, the structure of courts, all across India, and, which jurisdiction, which criminal. This is more from the criminal side of it, just for academic purposes. So I can just move on. Again, what is, I'll just I think glance move through this briefly. Again, what are the relevant provisions? FIR, I think we all know this, the first incident of a report of crime. Power to investigate where there's no FIR that gets granted, power to move the court and ask for an FIR to be registered. There are various such provisions that are available, to all of us if we need an offense to be investigated. Again, the role of witnesses, if you get a notice under a particular section, whether as a witness, an accused, a complainant, there are several such, aspects available under the CRPC. Again, what is it? This is something that Mr. Dalal spoke about in some overlap. So for example, identification of the evidence, etc. I think that's where the role will start. So for instance, let's say, you're looking at a matter which has just come to you, from a client. And, the first thing is, what will you do? So in our perspective, at least the first 24 to 48 hours in an investigation become critical. The evidence should not be diluted. The evidence, somebody, people not having right knowledge or awareness will say, okay, something happened on laptop, we shut it, we've kept it away. No, you should not touch it. That laptop should not be touched unless by an expert, because that laptop is the starting point of evidence for the case. It could be an employer-employee issue, it could be a third-party incident, it could be a phishing or a virus attack, it could be any. That's the source of finding of information. Again, the next slide is, preservation of evidence, detention of accused. Of course, some of these are, very, very, innate to the practice that we do. But, just something just to tell you that the whole cycle, how it works. Briefly again, I think, not specifically, and this is not an exhaustive list, but at least what we come across, where there's a role of chartered accountants. For instance, we are looking at matters today where, let's say our registrar of companies is issuing a show cause notice to some of the directors and ex-directors of a particular company on the formation of the company, the shareholders, the incorporation documents, right? It seems very vague, it seems very innocuous, it seems very innocent. But, the moment that happens, it's then that, the chartered accountant who was associated with that company, whether as a consultant, in-house, CFO, director, whatever name may be, he's going to be summoned. This may happen 5 years after incorporation. Where are you going to find him? Right? What does the chartered accountant rules, and I don't know, but what does it provide in terms of his liability or his responsibility to answer these summons? Can he do it in absence of the confirmation of the client who he was representing? If he was a director as well, is he obligated to inform anyone that he's been summoned, so on and so forth? There are so many cases that we have seen where not only chartered accountants, but even company secretaries are being hauled up. So I think, in the environment today, I won't say everyone has a right, everyone is protected under the law. But whether, one will not have to take extra care, I think those times are gone. There is a lot of scrutiny on professional directors, independent directors, professionals in their role, and these are being scrutinized very, very closely. As I said, we are doing a few matters where we are helping, chartered accountants in terms of, as when they were in their, professional roles as directors of some particular company, etc., where we are, guiding them as to what should be their response with the, law enforcement, what should be their rights, how do you protect them? Just some awareness I wanted to bring. Certain early warning signals, I mean, this is something that, how we can pick up, maybe sometimes for the benefit of your clients, change in lifestyle, as Mr. Dalal pointed out, if you look at it, certain invoices being created or certain entries being made on a Sunday. Again, very, very not defined relationships. If one person is holding two posts, CEO, CFO, etc., extra involvement of somebody in terms of a particular department. These are things that, can pick up, a lot of such instances, and that's where, things can blur and issues can happen. So, one must always keep in mind that, these things, do happen. Whether today a director of a company or a managing director or CEO can, has the defense that, listen, I don't know this happened below my nose, but, I'll look into it. I'm not sure, because the first person that gets summoned in the list will be him. Question you may have in your mind is, how does the law enforcement know that, okay, he's the CEO of the company or the director? They simply will go to ROC records, whichever names are found, whether those people are unfortunately alive, dead, don't know, they resign from the company, or everyone will receive a summons, right? So this is how, things sort of move. Again, we spoke about it. I won't get into it too much. A forensic audit, what happens. Just one thing I wanted to caution all of you is that the concept of privilege. Now, this is something that through being lawyers under the Advocates Act and the Evidence Act, etc., is that if we get client information, this is protected by privilege as an attorney-client privilege. Now, what I'm trying to say is that when many times a client will come to us and say that, listen, this particular issue or assignment requires your help, but we also need a forensic auditor. But nowadays, clients have realized that one should go through a lawyer because all that information that a client may share with a lawyer, but and client may be concerned it shouldn't get out, is protected between the lawyer and the client, and it's the lawyer then who engages a forensic auditor. So, sometimes this, and there are judgments which we can share with you separately, but sometimes this also, helps in protecting and preserving that evidence. Again, this is something that I don't have to train you all. You all are experts in this. What is the reporting requirements, listed companies? I think we all know. Let's quickly move forward. Again, sort of, what are the different types of issues more pertaining to you, whether management power equation? I don't need to go into this, but these are things that, I think from our perspective, in many of the live examples we've seen, that, which instances come up, which instances are questioned. And then when one goes deeper, one can found that, probably the job was not done completely. How does an investigation, very briefly, it all starts with a private complaint or a complaint, or sometimes a whistleblower mechanism. That's something that I'm sure that was spoken about earlier as well. And this also, if there is a whistleblower complaint that is received, what should the companies act? What's the auditor's role? Whether one should investigate, who should be the team? There are so many things that need to be considered, when a complaint or any action is taken. Just rushing because I'm just believe I'm slightly, yeah, got a few minutes. Um, so I think a couple of more things I just want to touch upon in terms of the new, case studies and, developments. So for instance, I'll just share one, issue with you that we are currently advising on, where you might also have some perspectives and, maybe some of your clients have also seen this. So let's say that, particular client has approached you, saying that, listen, we found that this particular employee's standard of living has increased far below his, far above his, remuneration. So we believe there is something that is amiss. Okay. So then they dig further and they find out that he's driving fancy cars, great properties, abroad trips, fancy phones, so on and so forth. Okay. And then they discover and then dig deeper and find out that this particular person was in the role of, onboarding certain third-party consultants for the company, not getting into what, the type of business was. And these third-party consultants then, probably under statutory limits, etc., the company was not able to pay more than a particular amount. And these third-party consultants were, then for that purposes. Now, within 100 such genuine third-party consultants, 10 of his third-party consultants got added every time. We are talking about several such entries, several such consultants, several such offices and branch offices all across India. Now, it became very difficult, for anybody to pick up, right? I mean, whether, I'm sure, unless there is a lot of expertise here, but, for a lot of time to pick up and identify that, how this thing happened, how could have been avoided. And it's only in hindsight that when the proof or the tangible evidence was there that, something has gone wrong when this particular person is in the organization. And then they identify and realize that, bit by bit, piece by piece, this person through himself and his family members has, cheated the company of extremely large amounts. What could have been done, what is the role of forensic, of course, matters still under investigation, with the OW. But what I'm only trying to say is that, there are so many such angles that in large companies can get missed. I'm not saying it's foolproof. I'm not saying everything that we do, but mitigations, continuous checking of your processes, doing some mock raids and, things like that. We've heard of dawn raid concepts where today a team of law enforcement officers will come to your office unannounced or your client's office unannounced and, do a raid, search and seizure, etc., etc. Do that so that people are prepared, and, always churn around the team if possible, have a reporting structure, do sort of a mock, test on emails. We realize when we talk to some of our clients, email backup hai, nahi, isme to nahi hai. We are talking about some 5,000 to 50,000 emails which are not available. If somebody deletes them, it's just not there for anyone to see. So these are the practical challenges as well that we have. I'm not saying that advice is not that the business should stop. No, but I'm only saying that, within this entire, facade of, good business that this particular accused employee was doing. There was so much of crime behind it. Anyway, I'll just end by one thing saying that, I don't think, this can be stopped, but with bright minds like, all yourselves, I'm seeing a lot of can be prevented. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you so much, Ankush ji. I think it was a pleasure listening to you on the entire laws and regulations. And as you rightly said, we're very happy to have advocates as well as chartered accountant advocates works in collaboration, and we believe in that. Our next speaker for the session is Shashank Karnad, sir. Shashank sir is a founding partner and CEO of Margin and Eyebrow Forensic Practice, has worked with KPMG for 18 years in multiple international offices, seconded to Middle East to the KPMG Lower Gulf practice, where he was based in Dubai. Been recognized as a global leader by Who's Who Legal, global research organization in the forensic accountant category for consecutively 2020, 20, 21, 22, and 23. Apart from being a chartered accountant from India, he's also the CFE certified fraud examiner from US, chartered arbitrator from UK. He's also done his leadership development program from the ISB Hyderabad and the leadership development program on managing and leading professional service firms from the Harvard Business School. We're happy to have you. Can we have a huge round of applause for Shashank Karnad, sir? Jyot, please join me in giving the moment to do so.
Good morning, everybody. Am I audible enough? Okay, hopefully not too loud. So, brings back a lot of fond memories because the last time I was in this room was just before the pandemic started in, I think, early February, exactly 3 years ago. And this room was chock-a-block with people. And now I'm happy to note that people are still maintaining social distancing and we don't see this room full anymore. So I think enough has been said about my profile, so I'll get on with what I was going to talk about. My focus is really going to be in interaction with and working with law enforcement agencies, regulators, could be market regulators, could be, the enforcement folks. But the whole focus of my presentation is going to be to try and highlight what are the challenges and what are the opportunities that you can actually look at as chartered accountants who are getting into this particular field. I'm sure some of you have enough experience already, maybe not in the law enforcement side of things. And to my friend Ankush, I would like to say that though I'm a chartered accountant, I've worked so much with lawyers that I kind of should get an honorary degree from the authorities who issue the LLB degree. So with my experience, not just in India, but across multiple jurisdictions. In terms of the coverage over the next 60 odd minutes, I know this time is not adequate. I will try to crash it into about 30 minutes. We will try and cover as much as possible. But this is a topic which is so huge and large that it's not possible to cover it in the time that has been allocated. So I'll try to do justice to the extent that I can. When you look at fraud and you talk about fraud, oftentimes this terminology of tip of the iceberg is referred to. And when you talk about the tip of the iceberg, you can only see some part of it, as they discovered to their own peril in the movie Titanic, that the iceberg is not really entirely visible. And that's true for organizations as well. But the sheer logic that, like in any money laundering transaction or in any sort of transaction which involves the risk of getting caught, right? There is concealment. And therefore, a lot of these frauds and misconduct and all that you think about, right? They are sometimes hiding in plain sight, sometimes they are deep inside, they're hidden, right? They're not very clearly visible, right? We live in times where everything suddenly becomes news, it becomes global news, right? Pick up any newspaper over the last 2, 3 weeks, 1 month, you've seen so much happening in the media. And unfortunately, even before the regulators get in, there is media who's decided whether or not a person is guilty or a company is responsible for certain actions. And the damage is already done, right? That actually forces law enforcement sometimes or regulators sometimes to sit up and take notice. One can argue that it's good that there is somebody who's serving as a moral check and balance. But at the same time, there's got to be a sense of moderation in terms of what can be done. And our role as chartered accountants is also to prevent and to, as risk, some of you may be risk professionals, to understand what sort of risk mitigations can a company put in place to prevent something like this from happening. It cannot be that a company wakes up when they get a knock on the door by a regulator or something really adverse happens, because that time it's too late. The horse is already bolted from the stable and you're trying to lock the door at that time. So that really is the point I wanted to make. Definition of fraud, I'm sure all of us have read about it enough number of times, so I won't dwell too much on it. These are some of the large companies, and of course, their respective logos and brands are their own. And these are from public domain. These are all cases that we've come across, and these are all companies that have had, attention by regulators, by law enforcement, and there have been a lot of there's key management personnel who have had to bear the brunt of whatever actions they would have taken, allegedly, or once they would have been convicted. So if you look at it, why does fraud actually happen? I mean, is it that people are stupid? Is it that people are dumb? They don't know that they'll get caught, or don't they know the law of the land? I'm sure they do know the law of the land, but there is money to be made, right? And get rich quick is a phrase that many people out there will believe is their reality. And, you have so many of these people, it's like trying to keep up with the Joneses. You have so many startups with unicorn valuations, and somebody who was maybe riding an Atlas cycle 10 years ago is today driving a Bentley. So obviously everybody wants to keep up with them, right? So a lot of these things happen, and these are three models: the fraud triangle, the fraud diamond, and the fraud pentagon. And I think all organizations which are faced with this sort of an outcome, where they are, contacted by the regulators or they fall foul of laws, have essentially the senior management team who's responsible for perpetrating the frauds. Now, sometimes middle management can also do it. For instance, if it's a bribery and corruption issue, the board may not be aware of it, the CXOs may not be aware of it. A middle manager may have gone and bribed a government official or spoken of bribe, may have got caught, and that could have blown up. But essentially, the reason why the company is held liable is because these are senior people who are perpetrating these frauds. A low-level expense claim fraud will never go to a regulator, or a low-level, somebody steals some 30,000 rupees cash from the cash till. That kind of fraud will never go to a regulator. It won't become a big issue. Only those which have significant involvement of senior management will essentially be, going to those regulators. So therefore, this is an important model to understand in terms of why fraud happens. The most important thing is, as study after study has proven, 80% of people are sitting on the fence, right? They may have the opportunities to perpetrate fraud. They may have the incentives or pressures. So let me do a quick poll. How many in this room feel that you get paid enough and couldn't do with a little more money? I can't see too many show of hands, and not a single person has raised their hand. But the question is, what does that drive you to do? Does that drive you to break the law? Does that drive you to bend the rules? And where do you stop? Where do you draw the line? It's like a line in the sand. You take one step, Lakshman Rekha, you take one step to the right, you say, this is okay. Next time again, you say, this is okay. And then as you progress, you find 10 years later that the line is far away and you're far away, right? So there is really no end to this to say that what can go wrong. So if you look at the Corruption Perceptions Index for 2021, India ranks much lower than many poor countries, right? Be it in Asia, be it in the Asia Pacific region, or be it in Africa, India ranks much lower. And if you look at the statistics, right? If you look at India's score, and if you look at the score, the metric is that if it is 100 it is very clean. If it is zero, it is highly corrupt. India is in the region of 40. So it's neither here nor there. It's closer to zero than it is to 100. So it's not even at the halfway mark. And if you look at the last few years, right? If you look at the last few years, what has happened is it has either moved sideways or has marginally gone up, right? Now there are two directions it can take from this point on. Like those of you who follow the stock market and are technical analysts, you will know that there is either a breakout stage or a breakdown stage, right? So two things can happen from this point. So those two red arrows represent that. It's anybody's guess. Anybody can, surmise today and say, it'll go up or go down. But that's the reality that we live in. And these are perceptions. And these are the Transparency International is a body which does studies of government organizations and PSUs. But it cannot be very different from how private sector functions. And that is what really the regulators are looking at. So what are agencies? So speakers before me covered some parts of this. So you have the Central Bureau of Investigation and Serious Frauds Investigation Office and so on. Depending upon the nature of the crime, nature of issue that has been identified, they will get adequately involved. If your stocks or bonds are listed on foreign stock exchanges, if you have overseas operations, then you can also potentially have overseas regulators getting involved, overseas law enforcement agencies getting involved. So that can also happen. While you have access to international capital and international markets, you will also be exposed to the risks of regulators in those markets. Now, if you look at it, when you look at our role as investigators, we could be appointed by any of these, right? You could either have the executive management of the company appointing us, which means the CXOs. We could have the audit committee appointing us, the board of directors appointing us. You could be appointed by a regulator. A regulator appointment is where you have the authority of the regulator to knock the door of the company and actually go in and ask questions. You could be appointed by a court of law. You could be a court appointed person who can go in and investigate a company. You could be appointed by stock exchange. Now there could be a company which is listed. By virtue of it being listed, could be public interest entity. The stock exchange could appoint you to go and do a search on that, do an update on that on a regular basis thereafter. You could be appointed by law firm. Ankoosh spoke of attorney-client privilege, right? Whatever you may discover is subject matter of a criminal disclosure. That information can be ring-fenced using attorney-client privilege. So if you discover some wrongdoing by your client, you are not bound to disclose it to law enforcement. Attorney-client privilege will protect you. So like that, you have many other agencies who will appoint. But I think the most important factor to remember when you do work for either law enforcement or executive management or the company is to ensure that you are thorough in the work you do. There is independence, and not just in fact, but in perception also. So what that means is if you go to do a review and the target puts you up in a 5-star hotel, right? A 4 seasons or a 7-star hotel, you may work independently, but your perception, how you're carrying yourself may not seem or appear independent. So that is also very important. And finally, confidentiality. I don't need to underscore the importance of confidentiality, because what happens is any team member, people are not very careful, right? When you're talking in the lift, when you're talking in the train, people speak loudly. You might wear noise cancelling earphones and speak, right? You have Apple noise cancelling earphones and you might speak, but you don't know that other people are paying attention to what you're saying. So therefore, it's very important that information is handled in a confidential manner. So let's look at the types of appointment. It could either be a business as usual appointment, which means under normal circumstances where the company may appoint you. It could be a requirement for the company to interface with regulatory authorities by virtue of their filing requirements, or because their securities listed overseas or they work in a different market or jurisdiction, or whether the company is an agreed party. What could be those circumstances? So those circumstances could be where they have an employee who has perpetrated a fraud, or they have, a managing director or CFO who has perpetrated a fraud, and they would like to file a case against that employee. So that's where you have, it's called occupational fraud. Exceptional circumstances, which is where we are really focusing on today, are situations where the company is at fault, right? And when you say company is at fault, company is not a living organization. It's the individuals who are running the company who are at fault. And that could relate to insider trading. It could be an employee or collusive fraud with a third party. It could be management fraud, accounting fraud, and so on. So there are multiple categories. So let's look at some of the adverse consequences of this, right? So if you look at It could lead to financial penalties. It could lead to, punitive action. It could lead to the case boomerang. What is the boomerang? Where you have gone out with the intention of attacking somebody, with the intention of filing a case against somebody, and that actually backfires, right? So it could lead to a counterclaim by the person that you're making a claim against. So you need to be very careful about what you say in your report. There could be other legal advisory costs or consultant costs, which are unintended outcomes of some of these things. There could be summons to the key managerial personnel. So for instance, Ankush mentioned a little while ago that there's a regulator who sends you a subpoena or information request. It's not optional. You have to respond. They may give you 1 week, 2 weeks. You have to at least make an effort to send a letter or a holding mail to say that, please give us more time. We need a little bit of time to compile this information. So you cannot be quiet about it, because the next thing they'll do is they'll send a summons to the key managerial personnel. And it could lead to even more catastrophic outcomes, like even delisting or banning the company from raising funds or operating in certain markets or bidding for certain types of work, or even incarceration of the key managerial personnel being put behind bars. We know what has happened in the case of Satyam and many other cases where KMPs were put behind bars. So I think the few safeguards to remember are independence of the firm and the personnel who are involved in the work. You should have a properly structured engagement letter. By that, I mean that you need to have very unambiguous terms. Scope of work needs to be very clearly spelled out. And, there should be clarity in terms of who does what, right? If you need access to information, then access should be made available. You cannot be sitting in the target's office endlessly waiting for information. If there's a need for attorney-client privilege, that should also be, you should go through a law firm, because if there is a risk of potential disclosure, that can be, so like that, there are many other safeguards that we need to look at. Finally, deadline sensitivity. You need to be deadline sensitive, because you need to ensure that you stick to the timelines. And remember, when you issue a report like this, you may be called upon to present it. You may be called upon to evidence it, and you may be exposed to adversarial, litigation or cross-examination and so on. So that is very important to remember. Any questions so far? I know I have a little bit of time at the end for Q&A. I'll take a pause if you have any questions, otherwise we'll cover it in the end. Okay. So I'll now focus on a few case studies. So these are a few case studies from my experience. And some of it, of course, I've tried to mask the sector and the situation. This was a conflict of interest allegation against a Black woman staff of an Indian company's South African subsidiary. Now, for those of you who know, South Africa for years has been subject matter of apartheid. They have been, accused of course, they had a lot of practices in terms of how Black people were treated in South Africa, people of color. And as a result, now once they kind of went out of that, they have a lot of laws which protect both women and Black people. And this target was a Black woman, right? And this is a case which is very sensitive, because this is where they wanted to act. The company wanted to act against the individual, and they wanted to ensure that whatever they did was done in the right way. So after computer forensics, mobile forensics, a lot of market intelligence was done to gather information, not just from the public domain, but also live information, because there were allegations that she was misusing company assets. She was taking help from company employees to try and run her own personal business, which obviously for a company is not the ideal way. And she was in a CXO position. So that was another risk. And this company had local management, which comprised of white males, right? So in South Africa, if you're a woman, empowered woman who's in a senior position in a company which is run by white males, there's obviously that risk that she could have turned around and that could have boomerang. So it was handled in a very sensitive manner, and interaction with law enforcement was done at all points in time. It was done through, the assignment was done through attorney-client privilege. And at the end of it, there was a judicial inquiry which was put together, because you need to follow the law of the land. You cannot do things in foreign jurisdictions like you do in India. So a proper judicial inquiry was put together. This person was invited. She was represented by a lawyer, and all the facts were presented one by one, and then due action was taken against her. Now, at any point in time, a slip up could have been costly, both for the company, its KMPs, as well as to the agency that was, or to the chartered accountant firm that was doing this work. Because it's very easy for somebody to turn around. If you read recently, there are articles of, in an investigation, the person who's the subject matter of the investigation is filing a claim against the firm that is doing the investigation. So that can happen if you don't handle, and complaints can happen to the CA Institute also, because as members in practice, you're supposed to perform at a certain standard. People can file a complaint against you with the CA Institute. So care is very important. Now, this was a cartelization situation. There was allegation of cartelization against a few people, few bidders who were bidding for an infrastructure project. An infrastructure project is done on a secret bidding basis. You have people who are supposed to come in. There are certain parameters. There is an RFQ, and you know the drill. Based on that, there are bids that are received. There is an e-auction process, and then finally the winning bidder is determined based on technical and commercial factors. Now, what happened in this case was there was a large development bank, and this was a developing country. So you have development banks who fund large, could be a rural electrification project or an irrigation project, right? In this case, this particular company, there were allegations made by one of the losing bidders. Now, it could be a frivolous allegation also, right? If I'm L3 or L4 or I've lost the bid, I can very easily file a complaint saying that the winning bidder has bribed, they formed a cartel and so on. So the development bank and the vigilance team actually initiated an investigation. And from the side of the company, there was need for representation, right? To look at all the underlying facts and circumstances, to look at the role of each of the employees, the senior management who are involved in this particular bidding process, not just in the one company that won the bid, but their interaction with other players. Because if you have a cartel is where, 3 or 4 people, of course, what a cartel is, get together, and then they try to influence the outcome, right? To the detriment of a few other bidders so that the net result is, the intention is that they win the contract at a higher price. That's really the whole intent. So through computer forensic reviews, through data analytics, transaction testing, and a whole bunch of interviews, we were able to establish and then present the findings to the vigilance team of the development bank, because it doesn't stop at issuing a report and then saying, oh, everything is fine. You need to be able to demonstrate this to a bank and, sit there and explain everything there is to it. And then you get cross-examined in the process. So at the end of it, the good outcome happened that they were able to actually establish that there was nothing wrong that had happened. And they issued a letter which kind of exonerated the company. And they also carried out an internal investigation because there were allegations of bribery and corruption also. So it was not only cartelization, but bribery and corruption. So they were able to actually carry out an internal investigation where our client also cooperated, because data sharing and information sharing was part of that deal. And they were able to give a clean sheet to those people also. So it ended up being a frivolous complaint. That is the best case outcome, right? For a company which has been accused, because these regulations are very stringent. And the penalties, and there are, some of them lead to imprisonment also. This is the flavor of the season, which we've seen in recent times, right? So you have a short seller report, and and this is not very for India, it is happening at such a large scale for the first time, but it's not very uncommon across the world. Short sellers exist, and there are short seller reports. They've done short seller reports on very, very large companies like General Electric and General Motors, in the US, and many other companies. Some are frivolous, some are proven, some are not. So in this case, this is a large consumer-oriented company which had a short seller report against it. There were allegations of, related party transactions, hidden related, the usual stuff, right? I mean, I'm sure each of you has read the report that is doing the rounds these days. I'm not talking about that case, okay? So please, I'm not talking about something that's current affairs. I'm talking about something that happened in the past, where you had allegations of, fictitious sales and irrecoverable debtors and, hidden related party transactions and, shell companies and so on. So, it involved multiple jurisdictions, because this company was a multinational organization with business operations in multiple countries. So the review actually involved looking at their entire senior management teams, computer forensics, looking at everything there was in the public domain, looking at everything that they had filed, and this needed to be presented to the overseas securities regulator, because the thing is, the attack happened, right? And we know what happens when a bear attack happens. Everybody starts believing what is happening. There is, media comes in, everybody starts saying, people discuss, right from the local panwala to the corporate executives start discussing about these things. And it impacts the company. But is there a way, is there life after that? So this involved a lot of presenting of factual, cogent data in a manner where you are able to re-establish your credibility, right? Now, imagine a person against whom, let's say, a sexual harassment complaint has been made or a whistleblower complaint has been made. The knee-jerk reaction to that is to believe that complaint to be true until proven otherwise. So there is a long walk up the hill after that. You pretty much fall down and then you have to trudge back up the hill. And that may not happen. You may not regain it. It happened to Infosys also, right? And there was a whistleblower complaint against Infosys, and there were short seller attacks in the US, right? It happened 3-4 years ago. So it can happen to any organization. This involves interface with foreign regulators, with law enforcement, where you need to actually go and sit before the foreign regulator as an independent agency and present this. So I'm not only talking about Indian regulators, but even overseas regulators. And you may have clients who you may have to do this work for in a foreign jurisdiction. So not just in India. Right. So this is a very large case, and I, of course, won't. It's on a no-name basis, but there are these allegations about window dressing, and we all know what window dressing is. It can happen in a mergers and acquisitions scenario, right? It can happen in that scenario, or it can happen because a company is raising funds. It could be a follow-on public offer, or it could be an initial public offer. So the reason this is effectively done is to show better results than in reality. So the risk here was that the company's balance sheet and profit and loss account was entirely fictitious, but the truth is somewhere in between, right? It cannot be one extreme or the other. The truth is somewhere in between. So it's important to actually establish beyond reasonable doubt, because then it becomes a criminal situation. If there is securities fraud, there are those angles that come in. There is personal profiteering by the management of the company, the promoters, siphoning out of funds because they would have removed money out of the business. And so all these allegations, it was a blend of allegations. So this involved comprehensive review of the company's operations, where over a period of several months, through use of a fairly large team, one had to go through all these allegations, do a very comprehensive review. And then there were multiple stakeholders, right? Because communication with stakeholders is extremely important in a situation like this. Why? Why is communication with stakeholders important? You cannot just keep doing your work in silence in a corner. You need to kind of rebuild credibility, keep people informed, because they have their money. They have their money invested. They have their interest in that particular business. So important to keep people informed. Law enforcement also needs to be kept informed. The board of directors that may have been reconstituted after this particular incident that happened also needs to be periodically informed. But you can't, if you keep people informed, when do you do the work, right? So that's always a balance. You have to inform people, but at the same time, you have to have work going on. So it's a tightrope walk. At the end of it, what you need to achieve and try and achieve in a scenario like this is the people who are guilty are, taken to task, right? They're convicted, they're put behind bars. The money that has been lost to whatever extent possible is recovered, right? Where if there could be certain money that has been siphoned out, it is in different assets and foreign assets in different jurisdictions, you should be able to interface with using your report, interface with law enforcement agencies in different countries, try and recover that money. Most importantly, the livelihoods of people, right? In a situation like this, the collateral damage is the people who are working in the organization. The livelihoods of people should not be impacted significantly. There is, of course, a period of turmoil when your star performers will leave, some of your customers will leave, and so on. But the whole idea is to try and ring fence this issue. It's like a cancer, right? You have to surgically remove it and then, ensure that the person continues to live. To whatever extent there could be a impairment in movement and life, quality of life, etc. But you have to try your best to do that because collateral damage cannot happen. So therefore, these are exceptional circumstances, and you don't know. And it's not some of the challenges that I've experienced is that you don't know who to trust. When you are entering a company like this, you don't know who to trust. You don't know what data to rely on. People give you data, you may have access to enterprise systems, but you don't know whether the data is reliable, right? Because people who come and tell you things, they may try to influence you in a certain manner, right? People will try to influence you. I have had situations where the people that were supposed to be our coordinators in such cases, towards the end of our investigation, we discovered that they were co-conspirators. That happens. They're supposed to be sharing information with you. They're supposed to be, conveying things to you. But in reality, they are actually somebody who's part of that gang who perpetrated the fraud. So such realities also come up at times. So you've got to be prepared mentally for any sort of challenges. It does involve working weekends and late nights, and you probably have your, like Chetan was saying, you probably have, you may be a good forensic accountant, but you probably not have a fabulous personal life as a result of that. But that's the reality of it. And finally, I think in the interest of time, this was a situation where there was a securities fraud, and this was a mergers and acquisition situation. There were allegations made by certain investors that their shares and their monies were actually stolen. And this was a company which was in the mergers and acquisition situation, which means it was changing hands. It was a broking and investment company, which was changing hands from the seller, to the buyer, which was a foreign bank. Now, we all know when there is an investor fraud, that ends up being a liability to the potential acquirer. Now, luckily, these things started snowballing around the time of the mergers and acquisition, right? It became big. The seller could not keep it hidden anymore. Not that there was an intention on their part to hide it, but these things, sometimes rumblings happen, noises happens. You don't disclose everything, right? The purchase price had already been determined. The consideration had already been finalized, but they did the right thing. They disclosed this. And when the investigation happened, it was identified that there were hundreds of crores of shares and financial loss which had been occasioned to investors, which the acquirer would have to make good. So there was a need to quantify, right? There was a need to quantify, there was a need to communicate with the investors, right? Imagine 10 crores of your shares have suddenly been siphoned out from your demat account. What would your reaction be? I mean, you may be worth 100 crores, but 10 crores is 10 crores at the end of the day. The regulator had to be kept in the loop, right? The Securities and Exchange Board of India. You had to keep other stakeholders, shareholders in the loop, because there were institutional shareholders as well. So you need to keep all those people informed and at the same time do your work. And at the end of it, the outcome that we were able to achieve was that the people who had perpetrated the fraud through forensic procedures which involved transaction testing, data analytics, as well as mobile forensics and computer forensics, we were able to establish the actual modus operandi. And it was a maze of transactions, shares from this person's account moved here, from here, moved here, and they were then defalcated. So it involves intuition, which is a very, very strong quality that a forensic accountant needs to have. It involves all the things that the speakers prior to me spoke about. But I think most importantly, it involves common sense, right? And that is an attribute which, by virtue of us being chartered accountants, an assumed default setting that you would have that as an attribute. And therefore, it's important that we put it to good use. You need to put yourself in the shoes of the fraudster, right? You need to try and think like a fraudster, right? And to be able to start thinking like a fraudster, you need to have a slightly offbeat way of thinking at times. You cannot think like an accountant only at times, right? You have to think differently. And that is what will drive you to arrive at the modus operandi. Modus operandi, the fraudster will never come and tell you the modus operandi, right? It's like shooting themselves in the foot. We as forensic accountants need to establish that. And to do so, you need to actually put yourself in the shoes of the fraudster. And at the end of the day, the fraud was unearthed, the quantification was done, there was a purchase price adjustment. It could have gone legal, They could have gone into arbitration or litigation to say, oh, I won't pay you this and this is not my risk. So it's important to keep all the nerves of people. So it's a very, very difficult time, right? And when you find yourself in a situation like this, it's like fire all around and you're the only kind of moat in that situation. You're like an oasis. You have to try and keep your sanity and keep communicating with multiple stakeholders. At the end of it, yes, from chaos comes order. And you do have a situation where there's light at the end of the tunnel, and that's the same thing that happened here. One was able to quantify the loss. The purchase price adjustment happened. Everybody went home happy. The investors got whatever money they had lost, and I think that's really an outcome that one should target to achieve. You may not be able to make everybody happy. The regulator may feel, oh, you've not completely found all the evidence. You've not found the total, because as forensic accountants, you're like piecing together a jigsaw puzzle, right? Which of pieces of it somebody has strewn all over the place and run away, right? Imagine you have to find the piece and then put it together and then tell everybody, please give me time. And time is one thing you won't have in such situations. And that's one thing you desperately need. So it's important that you have the ability to scale up the learning curve very quickly and think out of the box. I think these are key takeaways in terms of quick wins in fraud risk mitigations. I'll leave you to read this, but otherwise, thank you very much for your time. It was, if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them either now or later during the break. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shashank sir. It was really insightful and useful how you blended all the learnings and the takeaways for us in a case study format that will really help all of us. So moving on to the next topic that we have on critical aspects of reporting and reporting results. So we have with us CA Rahul Kapoor as the speaker for the session. Sir is Associate Director at Protivity and has over 9 years of diverse corporate experience across forensic investigations, fraud risk management, third-party assessments, anti-bribery and anti-corruption reviews across clients based within and outside India. He has led several marquee forensic assignments related to corporate, employee procurement, fraud investigations, forensic accounting reviews, and he has served various clients across sectors such as manufacturing, chemical, medical devices, technology, media and entertainment, e-commerce, pharmaceutical. With this short introduction, I would like to request Zubin sir to welcome him with a memento, and I would like to request Rahul sir to be please on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a good time. So they gave me the difficult part, so I'll try to be as specific and as concise as the subject requires. So we know that, in report writing is one of the most critical aspects in all kind of engagements, be it a stat audit or an internal audit, forensics. Having said that, it becomes very imperative that, the kind of reports that we issue in forensic engagements comes across as is very crisp and to the point, because we know stat audit reports, there is a stat format, you have the 3CB, you have the balance sheet, P&L, notes to accounts. Having said that, forensics, there is no specific things. And there is always a debate between a partner and a senior person as to what is the do we write it in a PPT or do we write it in a Word doc? So these kind of challenges, or I would say these kind of dilemmas are always there when you work on a forensic assignment. So what we try to do in forensics is that we stay to the point, We know what is required, what needs to be done, how we do it, what have we found, what next steps, and any kind of limitations or challenges that we disclose in the report. So that's the most critical aspect that we try to present it to our stakeholders. So just setting the context is the very start of the engagement is that it's always important that we know that who our client is and what is it that they require. A lot of times, in my personal experience, there were engagements where we started off that we needed to do risk assessments. We ended up finding a lot of things which were impacting the processes, but there were also instances of collusion or fraud. So that time, at times, as team members, we tend to divert from was what was the original mandate. So it becomes very imperative then, that when the objective is defined by the client at the nascent stage, all the senior team members and pass on that knowledge or information to the junior team members and ensure that, everyone is aligned so that they work towards a common goal, which is to achieve the client expectations. Some of the things that, what team members should keep in mind is that they always be ahead of the curve. That is, be proactive, not reactive. Don't wait for things to happen. Start drafting a report early. Before that, ensure that there is always a detailed work plan which specifies what XYZ that you need to do to achieve ABC, which has been requested by the client. Always have in mind that you work towards in such a manner that that you can document it accordingly into the report, which is evidently going to be read by multiple users in addition to your client's spoke. Another aspect is that you constantly have a lot of communication with various stakeholders. You understand from your junior team members what is the work that is being going, what have you found so far, or have there been any challenges in getting the information? Have there been any challenges where you don't understand the information that has been received? It's important that, a lot of the times, perpetrators, we've seen that they delay sharing the data. So it's important that you escalate the issue to the higher management and document it accordingly into your report. And the important thing is, just like how you do in an exam, is always you revise and revisit all the work that you've done. You always revisit your work plan to see if there is anything that you had written earlier, has that been covered in your engagement, in your work papers or not? Have you gone through the interim updates or discussions with the different stakeholders that you have interacted during the course of the engagement? You review their work papers to see if there is any finding, any documentary evidence, any clarification that you receive from stakeholders has been updated in the report or not. And if there is any new amendments or requirements from the client, make sure that it has been updated in the work plan and then you work accordingly. Moving on, the next aspect is once the team members are aligned with the objective or what is required to be done, it becomes very important that you work towards to gather all the relevant facts and evidences. We look at nowadays when our experience says that, there's a lot of challenges in doing fact-based investigations, especially when you review electronic data, because the perpetrators don't tend to put information on their emails or in their machines. So you look to perform different type of exercises such as field inquiries, discrete visits, and you get a lot of information. A lot of these informations are not admissible in court. So how do you ensure that you bring that finding out at the same time you safeguard yourself, at the same time you make the client aware that this information has to be considered as a direction and cannot be taken into or admissible in court? So always the starting point is that the first point is that there is always evidence for every observation, especially for critical observations. When you're looking at, an issue, you find certain set of documents, certain set of emails, that every observation in your report is backed by an evidence, which we sometimes highlighted in our exhibits or annexures. Sometimes what happens is your evidence will be in multiple sheets of paper, 100, 200 pages of document, but that one relevant finding will be in that one somewhere in the middle of that document. So it's important that our report also highlights that aspect, that XYZ did this, XYZ did that. This is something which we found in the document. This is the extract of the document. And one of the most important thing is to highlight what is the impact that these observations or findings are through these evidences. You looked at XYZ, I found that this employee has committed a fraud, he's approving this, this has resulted in a loss of revenue to the client. Sometimes when you look at risk assessments, the standard thing is when you review the procurement data, we see a lot of rate analysis, we see a lot of same vendors supplying same materials at different rates. So the impact is that the client ends up paying more without doing any kind of a check or without doing any kind of an analysis. The next aspect is that when you look at is to give appropriate disclaimers. So a lot of information when you get from field visits or discrete, these information you do not have, you normally don't tend to get any kind of evidence. So there's always a disclaimer that, it's important that to mention that this information is hearsay in nature. And similarly, there is a lot of, from a limitation aspect, you see a lot of you see a lot of challenges when you are not able to get the data, especially when I reiterate my earlier statement where a lot of perpetrators don't tend to give you the information or they delay furnishing the information on time. So that's an important thing that comes as part of a limitations section where we mentioned that this information was not provided on time, resulting in impact on these procedures and delay in achieving the timelines. One more thing is where sometimes we use a lot of jargons or a lot of terminologies when we are working with suppose third parties who are based in local or tier 2, tier 3 cities. And some of the financial transactions, through my experience, we've seen that they use a local language as part of the narration. So it's important that the users of our report are made aware that what this word is and what is the literal sense of that word, and it's given as kind of a clear definition as part of your notes or as part of your as part of another glossary or annexure. Another important aspect of gathering these facts and evidences is that it has been verified by all the various stakeholders. We look at so for instance, when we look at a particular invoice, we see that there are no supporting documents. Generally, some new kid on the block will always say that, hey, this is a big observation. I need to put that in the report. Having said that, as a senior person, it becomes very important that you guide them to see that whether this information was first verified from the process owners, whether did you check with them, these documents were there or not? Did you look at the corresponding data and the financial data? Was the payment made on time? Everything. So it's important that you close the loop. And one of this aspect is that you get adequate justifications from the respective process owners. So another important thing is in these reports is when you have the open-ended interviews with the suspects or the target employees, and there are a lot of there are a lot of things which are not there in your machine or electronic data, but these information you come to know from when you have these discussions or interviews. So for instance, I recently was part of an interview, and we did not get much information from the emails. Having said that, when we discussed about some of the circumstantial evidences, and what we found that he had used he was getting a lot of money in cash, and that was not disclosed anywhere either to the company, nor it was reflecting in his financial statements or in his tax returns. So these kind of discussions or the facts that we gather from interviews, it's important that has also been updated in the report so that the end users or our client management, the client spoke gets a clear picture. Sometimes and one more important thing to cover is risk categorization. When we look at risk assessments, we look at process reviews. So once you understand the process, you review some certain set of documents, and when you have those clarifications from the process owners, there is an important thing that you need to categorize your risk. Either it's on a higher side, either it's on the lower side, or it's amber or medium. So these again it's a very it doesn't give you a conclusion, but definitely it gives you an important thing that this risk is on a higher side and management needs to take the requisite action. This is on medium side, this can be prioritized later, this is low action, the client need not need to take any immediate steps. And one more thing from a validation happens in when you look at your expert testimony reports or when you work with expert witnesses. their opinions or what their qualification that is required for engagement so that any sort of dispute has been settled amicably before the court of law. And lastly is an optional thing is follow-up procedures. So once the end product of our report has been prepared, and when we have drafted all the observations after performing the field work, there is something which is known as an additional procedure or the next step that needs to be done. So does the management require to do any remedial action? If you have looked at, suppose, 2 employees for an investigation and you found 4 more names, so do we need to perform any incremental do we need to gather incremental evidences or do we need to perform additional procedures? So that's what the objective of a report should be from a fact finding or a evidence gathering perspective. Any questions before I move on? Sure.
Generally, what kind of disclaimers do you suggest can be a part of such or should be a part of the report?
So first thing is obviously when you do a lot of engagements, you see that a lot of information, at least in some of my peers can support me though. There are a lot of instances where information you receive close to the completion of your report. So you asked for suppose information A and they delayed. Finally, when you're on the verge of submitting the report, so you get that information close to do that. So that automatically impacts your entire work procedure because then you'll have to, if you find any incremental observation, so you need to update your report accordingly. So these kind of things, either, internally the team can take a call that we have taken a cutoff date on the information that is received and anything received further will not have an impact on the report. Similarly, if it's a standard fact-finding investigation report, we mentioned that this report need not to be used for public consumption. It is only for the audit committee or the client or their representatives within the organization. So these are the kind of disclaimers that we normally mention from in the limitation section. Sometimes what happens is we find a lot of incremental evidences. So now we cannot go back and change the scope of work. So any incremental, so we give a disclaimer that incremental evidences obtained can be taken up in a future assignment through a separate engagement letter or by an addendum. Don't explicitly mention that, but give those kind of statements which ensure that we are covered, that we have looked at these observations. Having said that, that can be discussed at a later stage. I hope that answers your question. Key elements of a report. So the report structure generally comprises of, a background about what the engagement, what was the requirement from the client, what is the agreed upon scope of work, what is the approach and methodology is, what is the work done. So for instance, if you're looking at an end-to-end investigation, we looked at electronic data of the employees, we reviewed the financial statements, we did background checks, we undertook discrete inquiries. Exec summary, I'll just come to that later. And the detailed findings is the summary of all the works, the detailed work steps that you perform, what are the findings that you've gathered, and what is the corresponding impact of those findings. Exhibits and annexures are basically the supporting documents that support your observations. And as I mentioned, limitations are all the disclaimers that we need to put. Exec summary exec summary for all of us is going to be one of the most important aspect of the report because besides the client, in most of the engagement, besides the client, there are multiple other stakeholders that are required to review the report. Now, everyone is not going to run through 40, 50, 100 pages of report. So what is it that explains to them what is the issue, what have we done, and what have we found? And that's where the executive summary comes into picture. And that is, I believe, is the most crucial element for any forensic investigator is how well is he able to comprehend all the facts in those 1 or 2 pages of the executive summary. Moving on, there's the another aspect of the report writing is conclusions. So always, when we work towards something, there has to be a conclusion. For example, if you give an exam, your ultimate conclusion is either to pass, or you either pass or you either fail. There is a definitive outcome to what you do. Similarly, in forensic investigation, there has to be a definitive conclusion where either you can say that the outcome is you are able to substantiate what was the work, basis the work done, that whether the perpetrator has committed a fraud or has not committed a fraud, or there was not enough evidence to give a conclusion. So second thing is, this conclusion always has to be backed. Again, it's a conclusion is nothing but a summary of what the work that you have done is, the basis the work steps performed, basis the facts gathered, and basis the discussion that we have held with respective process owners. We believe that this individual has committed this kind of a fraud. So it is so the client can take the necessary course of action. Or basis this information, we are not able to corroborate the required findings. So it's inconclusive in nature. Or you have done all the possible work steps, and you found that the employee or the group of employees are not involved in any kind of collusion or fraud. So it can be classified as not sustained. And one more thing that happens is there has to be a understanding between what is a conclusion and what is opinion. Our conclusion is that I've looked at this data, and I know that this and basis the information, the fraud has been committed by A. Opinion is that A is a fraudster. So it's very important that you draw that fine line between a conclusion and an opinion. Conclusion is always restricted to the facts that we have gathered during our work steps, and opinion is, I believe, we leave it to the court of law or the regulators to do the needful. Any more questions? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rahul sir. It was indeed practical, and thank you for handling all the questions that we had. Now, moving on to the next session. So we have a very interesting panel discussion up next. There are two broad topics that we intend to hear on during the panel discussion. First being approach and critical elements in the employee misconduct cases and financial statement frauds. And second, of course, again, very interesting as to how do we actually develop practice in the area of forensic accounting investigation. So we have this panel discussion, and for this panel discussion, we have with us Zubin Dastoor sir as the moderator of the session. Sir qualified as a chartered accountant with ICAI in 2006. He is the director in Deloitte Forensics Practice in Mumbai. He drives the forensic investigation practice in the West region for Deloitte. He joined Deloitte in 2014, and over the last 8 years, he has led over 120 forensic investigations into various matters, such as financial misreporting, theft of confidential information, misuse of corporate resources, diversions, siphoning of funds, conflict of interest, and bribery and kickbacks. His area of expertise also includes proactively managing the risks of fraud, design of ethics and integrity frameworks, and assessment of compliance frameworks, especially anti-bribery and corruption management systems. With this introduction, I would like to welcome Zubin sir on the stage, and we have with us Regional Council member Rudyesh Pankhania sir. Sir, request you to please welcome Zubin sir with a moment. With Zubin sir moderating the session, we have two panelists with us. The first panelist being Hardik Choksi sir. He's a chartered accountant and holds diploma in information systems and is very passionate about building Make in India professional services firms and believes networking amongst professional firms and digitization of services will drive the growth for Indian firms. He's a senior partner and strategic lead and holds strategic leadership at Choksi and Choksi and is practicing since 18 years in various areas across diversified sectors. He currently is responsible to provide executive oversight to technology and forensic service. His experiences in investigations include assisting financial institutions and regulators in accounting misstatement, insider trading, money laundering, data and intellectual property abuse, and he has also assisted law enforcement agencies such as ED, CBI, Narcotics Bureau in conducting fair business valuations, financial reviews, and data analysis of digital assets. With this introduction, I would like to welcome Hardik sir on stage, and we have Rudesh bhai to please welcome him and present the momentum. The second panelist that we have today for this discussion is CA Karan Sunthankar. He is an executive director with the forensic and investigation practice at Grant Thornton India LLP with a focus on white collar crime and bribery and corruption investigations. He is based out of Mumbai and brings over 14 years of experience in consulting and auditing with more than 8 years of dedicated experience into forensic consulting and investigations. He has a proven track record in the industry, having previously served as associate director in Big Four firm. He has extensive expertise in various sectors, including financial due diligence, pre-deal assessments, and SPA assistance for transactions. He has also led various anti-bribery and corruption engagements, both domestic as well as cross-border. Some of his key experience includes assisting the World Bank in investigation of allegations against their key contractors and assisting a large global retail chain in investigating bribery related allegations. Sir, with this few words of introduction, we welcome you and please join for the discussion on the days. I would again like to request Desh Makhania sir to welcome sir with a moment. I would now hand it over to Zubin sir for the discussion.
Hi. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for attending today. And I'd like to first thank, of course, the C Institute for inviting us here and organizing this session. I think already you all have received quite a bit of information in terms of, what are the various employee frauds that could occur in an organization. Some of our previous speakers like Shashank and have given some very some of our previous speakers like Shashank have already given quite a few very interesting experiences, case studies in terms of the work they've done. And typically also, if one were to get into the theory of these topics that we're covering today, whether it's employee fraud, whether it is financial misrepresentation, I mean, a one-day session also could not do its justice. Even CA Chetan sir mentioned that in the morning, that typically these things would take quite some time. So I don't think we'll get into as much detail as we have in the previous sessions. I think it would be more interesting that here, if we use this panel as an opportunity to discuss some of the experiences, some of the cases that Hardik and Karan have had in their work so far. I think that is something that might be more interest to you all. So, and of course, ideally, we want to keep this focused and short. I know that we are sitting right between y'all and your lunch. So getting right into it, I think the first topic that we're looking at is in terms of employee fraud. As some of the previous people have mentioned, I mean, there are multiple such cases. If one looks at the statistics around employee fraud, the fact stands, at least as per the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, as per various private organizations, anywhere between 70 to 80% of frauds typically are actually conducted by what is called insiders, people within the organization, employees, as compared to either individuals outside the organization or management. The largest volume of frauds would be from an employee, effectively speaking. And today morning, you all have already got quite a few interesting examples of the classic fraud schemes, misappropriation of assets, corruption, conflict of interest, where management or employees are already related to certain vendors or customers. But I mean, keeping some of the older classic fraud schemes aside, I guess it would be more interesting or something that you all have worked on, which is more recent, an example. So I think, Hardik, first over to you. Maybe you could give us some examples of some of the, interesting fraud examinations that you've had in the last few years, and even not just the issue at hand, the modus operandi, but also how did you approach the investigation?
Thank you, Zubin, and thank you everyone for having us here. A very interesting topic, employee frauds especially. This is one area where, organizations have always tend to, overlook. My experience has been that, things are very good. And the very underlying tone being that, we trust our people. And that's how it should always be also. At the same time, approaches have been changing over the period of time. And, how I look at it, that there are two ways of looking at it. More of a proactive and a reactive way of employee fraud and, in that regard. Proactive from a point of view that, today, data thefts, employee thefts, are becoming the order of the day, and members at the board level are looking for getting that additional level of comforts. So my personal view is that, employee frauds have to be taken very seriously in this regard. And just to cite you a very classic example, very recently, there was a investigation, and the expectations of the auditors were that you take the mobile phones, you take the laptops of the employees and start analyzing that data, cloning that data, extracting the deleted chats and analyzing that data. A very tricky thing to have, in a situation like this for auditors especially, and the organizations, because, you have to handle employee sensitivity matters also in such kind of a situation. So I think from a forensic auditor's perspective, these kind of situations are very sensitive, and responsible reporting is the order of the day. Handling such matters with a lot of care is important, and communicating well is important at the same time. I think the important takeaways are responsible reporting, communications, bringing out the outliers, red flags, and taking a kind of a examination report, examination from the employee on the matter of the transactions, and then taking some views on it. That's how I would look at the employee frauds in today's times.
Thanks, Hardik. And maybe any new experiences, any investigations that you have done recently, which have been different from the classic fraud schemes that typically would be noted?
So, recently, there was an investigation, 2 years back during the midst of COVID, especially. And this was a classic, the Bollywood drug case, if I can put it that way. And people are asking that, what do CAs have to do that, So, but yes, there's lots to do there, from financial analytics to extracting and mapping the chats and bringing the outliers. Again, another classic example was, valuations, especially an experience there with investigating agencies, and they wanted to fair value the valuations done by these IPL cricket teams. And that was a very interesting project, because again, you have something which has been done with an intention which is regulatory complied again, and an approach, a thought has to be given that, whether this is in line with the regulatory approach, or was it an intent to override the regulations. I think these are the cases which are very interesting to handle. I guess.
Thank you, Hardik. And I resonate with something you mentioned about, how organizations sort of look at employee fraud, where they sort of always follow the principle of trust. Whenever I speak to my clients, I always refer them to one saying by a US President Roosevelt, which he said that, trust but verify. So I always remind clients that that is the way you want to approach it. There's no harm in trusting them, but there's no harm in doing some other additional further verification around it also. Karan, in fact, over to you and maybe the same question. In the last few months that you've had, or past few years that you've had, any interesting developments in the area of fraud, any differential fraud schemes that you've seen?
So thank you, Zubin. So, I mean, what's happening lately and what we've been seeing is the typical thought process was that, you look at normal fraud schemes like kickback, collusion, and the idea is this it's going to be happening in the procurement department. But over the last few months, or rather, I would say a year, there's been a lot of fraud schemes that we see in the recruitment space. And that kind of branches out into two aspects. One is the involuntary attrition. And the second, somewhat what Ankoosh has anyways covered, is on moonlighting, which is very typical now. So let me perhaps speak about one of the investigations, what we had done about 3 or 4 months back. So there was a whistleblower complaint which alleged that one of the individuals at perhaps a mid-management position was asking for kickbacks to recruit individuals. So each time he recruited an individual, the individual had to pay about 50,000 to a lakh to this gentleman, which of course not directly, it was sent to his wife's account, considering she was a good spouse. So in this scenario, the investigation started. First, we typically thought that this is happening only as a kickback, but we later realized that it's not only happening as a kickback, but he had tied up with various recruitment agencies, but they were also giving him kickbacks to kind of appoint individuals. As we started investigating further, started looking at his electronic data, we realized that he used to share questionnaires of the questions that they were going to ask in interviews. He used to manipulate the interview rounds, as in put his own people who would conduct the interviews. So we looked at about 100 odd employees. We found 30 odd cases where, documents were getting manufactured. And it's interesting how it gets manufactured. I mean, why is this kickback paid to him? Because his role, responsibility is not only to get the individual in the company, but also to manufacture these documents. So what they do is they set up these small companies, or they approach small companies where an individual deposits about a lakh rupees into the bank account of the company. Pay slips are created for a certain amount of commission, and the amount is written back in cash to him. So you have complete set of proof. You have a bank entry which says that you receive salary. You have a pay slip that is deposited, and that's how you kind of clear the background verification. Now, when we started looking at these 30 individuals, we realized that there is something odd because they didn't have the skill sets, obviously, and they had the questionnaire also. So that's where we started doing a UAN check. And when we did a UAN check on some of these individuals, that's basically to kind of identify if they have more than one existing provident fund account. Out of those 30, 15 were there which had more than one account. And of those 15, there were about 5 who had more than 3 accounts. And there was one particular case, unfortunately, we couldn't meet him. We were very interested. He had about 10 active UAN accounts. So that's how moonlighting kind of worked, where at a time, this individual was working for more than 10 companies. I do not know out of those 24 hours how you utilize it, but at least data showed that.
I would love to meet this individual. I mean, I'm good at multitasking, but not that good yet. And yeah, I agree. This is and I think even Ankoosh sort of brought this out, that this is something that is quite in vogue nowadays. And I think it's become more, especially in the last couple of years once COVID came, when interviews have started becoming virtual. You don't even meet the individual. You're having a video conference call. You're talking to somebody. Suddenly you have video technical issues. Oh, I need to shut my video off, or I can't turn my video on only. And you don't even know who you're talking to. You assume it's the candidate you're speaking with. And in fact, we even further, there have been cases where individuals who have interviewed and individuals who actually shown up on the job and are completely different. So you're right. I mean, when it comes to employee recruitment, there's a huge spate of such issues that are happening. Hardik, what about you? Any experiences in other areas? Like, I think one of the other aspects aspects that we have seen quite predominantly in COVID has been data theft. Any experience in that field? Any engagements where you had to look at, instances of data theft and investigations around that?
Yes, this is a very classical, situation, where data's, and this has happened, with one of our associates itself himself. What actually happened was, I mean, again, the motive needs to be, assessed, that the employee moved the data from the system to his private email IDs, and it happened in a bank. This happened during a transition time when the employee was getting changed. So naturally the IDs are getting changed. The new protocols are being given to the employee, and the employee moved some of the data. The exiting employee moved some of the data to his personal email ID. He was able to do that. What was good was that the bank was able to throw out the red flags that there is some data which has moved out, and an explanation was sought from the exiting employee in this regard, and that's where we were brought in. And after the inquiry, it was established that yes, the data has actually moved to his personal accounts with the analytics and the information we got from the logs of the system. The employee came back and said that, oh yeah, I was exiting, but the company should reward me for doing this. And this was very surprising way of the employees asking this. And why would you do that? He said, see, I was able to bring you out the loopholes in the system. So, it's very kind of a situation where the employee takes the data away also. And, we come across this innocently also, at times, in our own practice line, the manager says, I want the data, I'm traveling, just send it, just WhatsApp me the file. Now, unknowingly, knowingly, you may just, innocently just send the data on the WhatsApp chats. Technically, you are violating the confidentiality clauses. So again, the intent needs to be established, whether you're really wanting to take a data theft. Is it a data theft, or, is it something that you are trying to, override the system?
That reminds me of that arrogance in that fraud pentagon we saw earlier. Fits perfectly into that story. In fact, we ourselves have handled, I would say, multiple cases of data theft, especially in the last 2 or 3 years. When employees started working from home. In fact, one organization, the situation was so bad because the organization it is one of the top organizations in India. It had all the best cybersecurity controls. It has all your DLPs, your proxies. In fact, email, clouds, USBs, all of these were blocked on the individual's laptops. So there was no way they could otherwise get data out. So what did these employees do? They were sitting at home, working late. They simply opened the laptop, put the confidential information on the screen, and then start taking snapshots with their mobile. And over the 1.5 year of prime COVID, they were able to pull out almost 500 gigabytes of confidential information from this company. I mean, we were brought in, we investigated the whole matter, we did all the computer forensics, the mobile forensics, we found out what was taken, we found out who were the individuals and perpetrators involved. The company has even taken legal action against them, police action is going on over there. But what challenged us was when we were having the board meeting at the end of this, and the board asked us, okay, how would you prevent this from happening next time? I mean, honestly, that's where we were stumped. I didn't have an answer. In the board's asking me, how do I stop an employee from taking out his personal mobile in the confines of his own home and taking a snapshot? Whatever's in the snapshot is in the snapshot. So we never able to solve that query for the client, and we hope that no other client has this issue going forward.
I'd just like to, there was a news article 3-4 days back where one of the regulators has, done a search and seizure through the auditors at some of the mutual funds. And what they have done is that they've taken the call data records, on a surprise visit, taken the mobile phones of the employees. Naturally, people are hesitant to give the data when it goes for cloning, because naturally the cloning happens of the whole instrument and just not of the specific period of audit. So naturally people are concerned. They say that the mobile is for personal use, it's for official use. I think what's more important here is that fair policies and guidelines are developed by the organizations again, on usage of mobile phones and other things, especially those handling critical areas of activities and operations in the business, especially on the services side, something like an areas of fund manager, dealing activities, So it's important that the organization tries to, put in some kind of protocols and, guidelines. Again, Zubin, like you said, that, it's we will try our best to have all the systems and controls in place. But if somebody has to really evade a situation like this, there's something anybody can really do about it.
Absolutely, Hardik. I mean, in our line of work, it's about trying to see if you can at least be one step ahead and more likely usually one step behind the fraudsters. So
I'd like to give you a little humorous example. I was there at the board, of a listed bank, and they have these insider trading guidelines applicable being a listed bank to the employee. And one of the very senior personal in the on the management side was questioned, that he had bought the shares of the bank without a proper approval of the compliance officers and the protocols which have to be followed. So all systems and controls were in place. And what the employed, did not have any reason to say that the shares were not purchased, because naturally they were being seen in his demat account. But then he came up with a very interesting argument that, see, these shares are there, but they have not been purchased by me. I'm having a fight with my wife and she has purchased in my name. So, you have a situation where somebody has actually not bought the shares, in today's times, and a written reply is given that, no, I have not purchased this share. This share has been purchased by my wife, with whom currently I'm having some other personal issues. So, these are the kind of challenges today we have actually seen on the ground, and how employee matters. And, technically it was a insider trading, because the shares were purchased before the results were published, and all they were sold immediately after the results were published without their. These are the kind of situations we have seen on the ground.
Thanks, Hardik. So I guess now maybe moving forward from simple employee fraud, we get into actual misrepresentation of financial statements. If I had to recategorize or classify the difference between the two, employee frauds are about volume. We have a large number of such cases, but thankfully the average size of loss usually is smaller in these. On the other hand, if you were to talk about misrepresentation of financial statements, especially by management, especially by owners, especially by promoters, I mean, the average ticket size would start in the tens of crores and these go up to hundreds of crores. I mean, some of these matters even go and become high profile cases in public domain. Karan, maybe you would like to share some of your experiences investigating some of these matters and how we have addressed them.
I think the flavor of the period right now has been more on valuation. And typically when you look at the startup valuations, while it's fair to say, it's about financial statements, but things have changed now. It's not only financial statements, but it is financial information as well, right? A lot of these valuations are not only dependent on what your net profit number or was, kind of doing a discounted cash flow. They are depending on your revenue multiples. They are at times on your gross merchandise value, right? If you look at some of the recent cases and what we've been seeing, it's all about more about manipulation of the revenue number. Now, if you look at revenue numbers, I mean, the old scheme was, you have inflated invoices, you set up customers which are fictitious, you have round tripping of your receivables coming in. But these days, we see a lot of that happening around revenue recognition, particularly when revenue is getting recognized much earlier as compared to when it's supposed to be getting recognized. You invoice in early, the goods are not dispatched, the risk and reward is actually not passed on. Now, this is largely done to push up the valuation numbers, right? Because the only thing an investor is typically looking at is this number. Secondly, again, from an investor point, when we look at the financial statements, what they typically say is that we are at a seeding stage, when numbers are not frozen. So we're looking at whatever information that is available. Then there are, of course, I mean, the common ones, which have again been pretty much there in terms of related party transactions. Now, related party transactions, what happens is a lot of people take a very technical view, the way it is defined in the accounting standards, or to that extent on some Companies Act also. But it is equally important on how deep you kind of go into this area to understand what a related party could be. There could be scenarios where a related party, perhaps not from a legal standpoint, but from other aspects, it could be a friend or it could be a brother of an individual. Are you looking at those ventures? Are you looking specifically at those transactions? Also, when you're looking at those transactions, are you just looking at it from arm's length, but are you trying to understand what the objective was? There's a recent case where there's a loan been advanced to a related party and it was advanced about 3 or 4 years back and then subsequently written off. I mean, are you trying to understand that what has happened here, right? And lastly, of course, I mean, you have your typical conflict of interest scenarios where, entities getting siphoned off services could be there or being sold at a higher value. So these are largely the last major three themes that we've been seeing over the past year or two. Revenue, of course, being the largest one.
And what has been your approach, especially in these revenue matters? Anything different that you have seen in terms of how to investigate them, or would you still depend on classic forensic accounting?
So first, you need to kind of understand the sector and the industry, because a lot of times, again, coming back to the topic on revenue recognition, right? So you need to understand on what has to actually happen. Secondly, we also, I mean, you have your normal ones where you kind of review the documents and try to understand, but there's a lot of focus that is coming in from electronic data review also, because there are a lot of exchanges that go, which kind of communicate that how revenue has to be pushed or how that has to be dealt with. Or more important, some resistance is shown, what is the resistance that is shown, how it's been tackled. So in addition, that's something what we have been doing to the normal procedures that we typically carry out.
Yeah. So actually, I remember something that our chairman, Mr. Murtaza Kachwala, spoke about in the morning, where he was saying that, one of the new things seen are these warehouses that are there outside Mumbai, where you can find large volumes of, dummy and fake goods. But the truth is, a lot of these warehouses are also being used, you would say, in the month of April, for example, or July, after every financial quarterly closing, where really goods which are supposed to move out of the official factory to a customer end up in some of these warehouses, and they're sitting there for 1 month, 2 months, 3 months till they actually end up going to a customer, if they ever go to a customer, else they just come back. Classic channel stuffing. And we have seen a lot of success in cracking these cases, but usually it's always been about market intelligence, about having feet on the ground. That's the only way we're able to crack some of these. Otherwise, if you look at the books, it's all perfect. The companies, and we've had some cases where companies have increased their valuation manifold, 7 times, 8 times, 12 times in a period of 2 to 3 years, simply by having these phenomenally high sales, actually, all just so that they can, sell their shares, sell huge stakes into global organizations. Hardik, any experiences that you had, especially in the range of, financial misrepresentation, management fraud, for example?
Came across a situation where goods were exported outside India, and a lot of inter-party connection, or like Karan spoke about, related parties and interconnected parties. A lot of interconnected party transactions happening outside India through various entities, and a lot of round tripping of goods, say, and turnovers. I think this is one of the tricky areas of in the forensic that we have come across, and also a lot of remittances outside India through the LRS mechanisms. We have been seeing on the management side some of them, especially that that is one of the ODIs in the LRS side. So that is one of the areas of frauds that we have encountered and come across. It becomes challenging to an extent that at some point of time where we are doing a mapping of the funds in the moment, it stops at a point where we are not able to go forward. I mean, this is where the challenge comes to an auditor, that was the data that somewhere, you don't have the access to the systems or the books of the opposite party to whom the goods and whom you believe to be an interconnected party, and you would like to see the more. So the reliance is then more placed on the information which is more available from public filings. And then outliers and red flags are, thrown out. So this is one area where we have seen regular challenges and, red flags coming out.
I'll admit the only scenario here where we have had any success is when you're doing this investigation on behalf of a regulator, because a regulator can then at least get you access to the opposite party's bank statements and financial records. But if you're working in a private capacity for a corporation, then yes, this becomes a black box. You don't know what's happening in the opposite side organization. So thanks, Karan, thanks, Hardik, about these insights into employee fraud, misrepresentation. Moving on to the final topic in terms of, building up and setting up a forensics practice. I think in the first session that we had today, CA Chetan did give us some interesting insights, quick snippets of what are the minimum expectations or requirements of a forensic accountant. But having said that, it would be good to get some practical experience, practical understanding of how, for example, Hardik, you all went about in your firm actually setting up a forensic practice, building up a practice from scratch.
Yes, setting up a forensic practice has its own dynamics and challenges. Of course, coming from the side of as a consultant, as an auditor, what we could do and start off was that, we started looking at clients and, looking at our own audit practices, post 2009-10, when some of these corporate frauds happened. We realized that at the board level, the expectations have been changing. And of course, it has changed drastically over the last few years. The expectations are that when you go with an internal audit report and the audit committee says, yes, okay, everything is fine. That was what was happening in 9, 10, 11. But later on, as things moved forward, with more regulatory oversight, especially and onus on audit committees, the directors started expecting more from your own audit, internal audit. So what we started doing was that, in every area of audit, we informed our teams to find out at least 2 areas. In normal audit, where there could be a red flag, and inform the management and the audit committee that, this area seems to be that there could be some larger where deep dives could be required. So more of a risk-based audit approach was undertaken. And, with that, taking 1 or 2 assignments, the management started giving us assignments. Okay, look, I think you are right, that there could be some more risks here. Let's do a deep dive. And that's how the forensic experience started developing within the organizations, rather than looking at clients outside the organization. Looking at your existing client base is what I could look at. That, for accounting mid-sized firms like us, it makes a lot of difference, because again, we are completely dependent on cash flows again, before we're doing reinvestment. And again, with every audit, with the practice growing, we started reinvesting in technologies. So we started buying, technology tools. We started doing, investing in the ecosystem, so back end. So those kind of activities were undertaken by the organization, and we started developing the practice, and of course getting empaneled as and when the opportunities started coming in. I think what makes a difference is the service that you one brings on the board. I think the clients recognize that. That's my experience. Maybe the first and second project always makes, it's a difficult task to get the first and second, but lately we have over the years, the clients recognize that value that you have given as a service provider. Again, we are competing with the best global firms across the world like you guys. So naturally for us, that challenge is always there, that we have to, as a Make in India firm, try to demonstrate, and like everybody out here, to try to give the best to the client for the service that they are expecting, because irrespective of the size of the fee, the level of services, the expectations is based out in the beginning of the audit itself. So that's one. What we also have seen many other Indian audit firms doing is that they've been doing both proactive and reactive services. Proactive from a point of view that start doing internal fraud risk assessments, start doing more deep dive in the internal financial controls reviews. Rather than just doing a transactional reviews of the operational controls, look at the designing of the system and try and give value to the audit committees. Reactive side, doing more market intelligence, more data analytics. Investigations are already there in place, so you're supporting the investigating agencies. I think that's the way that the practice has evolved, and I think that the opportunities are of the umpteen. I'll give you a very classic example. 3 weeks back, my office HR came to me that because we're looking for hirings, and that there are many openings for forensic auditors, through the website, on the website. And I said, how many are there? Oh, there are 2,000 openings currently in Mumbai itself. And we are wondering who are hiring so many people, forensic professionals. And, surprisingly, actually it's seen on the site. So, it was just not accounting firms hiring, but we also found a lot of government agencies hiring forensic professionals also, government entities especially. So I think the opportunities are there. And, I believe that the practice is now becoming more sector focused specialization. So again, if Because, again, within the Indian accounting firms, what we have seen is that, we are very much sector focused specialists also, handling, let's say, a gems and jewelry sector, or trading businesses. So again, trying to becoming more sector focused specialist also makes a difference, in my views. And I think one should try to identify within the strengths, do a SWOT, right, where we stand, and keep investing and reinvesting in technologies, bring out some solution issues and red flags to the management from time to time, and keep on developing a team within, rather than just trying to look at outside every time, and try to bring in and create new leaders on the ground. I think that's what I could say, sir, from my end.
Thank you, Hardik. No, I think that is what we were looking to understand. And in your opinion, what was the overall turnaround time? How long did this take from inception until you've been able to build the practice where it is today?
Well, it's taken almost 7 to 8 years, uh, but it's just not, luck needs to be there. I could put it that way, because it's just not being at the right place at the right time, but doing the right thing at the right time also. I think that's how I would put it that way.
Thanks, Hardik. So it's not something that so yes, it's a journey, but it's an interesting and good journey, isn't it? And I think, while one perspective is, okay, setting up a practice, I think, Karan, we would like to get some insights from you in once a practice is established, like what would be the challenges in sustaining the practice or scaling it up to grow it? What would be some of the challenges a company can face, and how would you overcome them effectively?
So, I mean, it's like, grass always seems greener on the other side. Everyone feels that there's an infrastructure in place, so it's easy to kind of grow the business. But the fact remains same, and something what perhaps Shashank had covered on his first slide, right? You knock on the door of any client and you tell him, I'm a forensic investigator. He says, sorry, no, there's no fraud happening here. Your next is bribery and corruption. We don't pay bribes. So, everyone's good, everyone's clean. It kind of takes some amount of time, because number one is you need to kind of develop your brand and create this credibility, which does take time, because you need to kind of put your skin in the game, understand the sector, like Hardik clearly mentioned. You need to become not an expert, but you need to have a great understanding of that sector, because over the years, forensic has kind of moved from being reactive to being more proactive. About 6-7 years back, there was a lot of reactive work, where 80% was reactive and 20% was proactive. But that dynamics has changed. Now it's almost 60-40, and the way it's going, it's kind of going to go change the other way, where it will be more proactive. So in this, one is of course on how well you understand a sector, or how well you understand an industry, and more importantly is how well do you understand your consumer or the market that you're trying to target. It's a huge market, you cannot be in all places, so you need to have a focus in place on who is going to be your consumer, and how will you cater to that demand or the need that kind of arises from that consumer. That's one. Second is, over the years, we've realized that it's not necessary that each time there'll be a requirement from a forensic aspect. So how good you are as a trusted advisor to that client, because there could be different requirements that arise. You do an investigation, there are a lot of loopholes in place. You may need to set up an internal control framework. You may need to have policies in place. There could be tax implications. So how are you able to kind of address that problem, not as a firm, but as an individual consultant to the client? And that is where the brand and the trust kind of develops. And lastly, technology. I mean, now it's an age where we can't live under the rock. So it is very necessary that we need to have technology, not only technical knowledge, but also what is the technology that you have in place. And the thing about technology is it keeps on changing every 1 month. One of our experiences was we went to image a mobile device of an individual. It was an iPhone. And just a day before, iOS launched an update. Okay, now this is when the technology that we had was not equipped to kind of go with that update, and we were not able to get the WhatsApp data. So it took us almost 2 or 3 days by when we could make calls, get our software updated, so we are able to kind of tackle this issue. So it's very important how we keep ourselves updated in this matter. And there are, I mean, in terms of technology, there are so many APIs, so many tools that are coming. I mean, there are tools for, fund trailing. There's a tool which Chetan kind of mentioned about today on how photographs and how you identify similarities. So how do you identify these, and how do you kind of implement those in the engagements? So largely, these are 3 pillars that we've kind of gone about by. And perhaps just to kind of challenges, I think that's with all of us. The pricing remains a challenge for all of us. There's enough competition. So that's going to be a challenge always. So what is the value that we're going to bring about? That will be a differentiator totally.
Thanks so much, Karan. And I completely agree with what you said about technology. So as we mentioned, computer forensics is one of the key areas that we all, always come back to in an investigation. And there's a strong reason for that, because at the end of the day, you can do an accounting review, you can do forensic accounting, but often in forensics, that is what's going to give you leads. But evidence is going to come from a computer. Anything that's going to be credible enough to stand the test in a court will always usually be driven by computer forensics from a computer or mobile device. And every now and then I have this tussle with my own technology team, because they have a very easy time doing forensics of computers, but they cry quite a lot when they have to do forensics of mobile device. And I ask them why, and their answer is, look, computers is easy. You've got two, you've got Windows and you've got Mac. Mobile, I don't know how many there are. Right? Every day something new comes out. You've got your Nokias, you've got your Androids, you've got your Apples. Within Android, you've got your Real, your Xiaomi, your Samsung. Everyone is different. So frankly, from a mobile forensics, I don't have to do two. I've got to do 200 sometimes different types of software which I need to keep updated. So it's always challenging to me to got all this right tech in place. So yes, I admit it is quite the investment that a forensic firm would have to make into some of these areas. So thanks so much, Hardik. Thanks so much, Karan, for giving some of these insights and some of these challenges effectively. I'm sure this has been pretty interesting food for thought for our audience. So we will try to conclude this over here. We won't keep you all waiting any longer. So thank you once more to the Institute for organizing this, and to all of you all for giving us your time. Sure, please. Would you like me to answer that? Okay.
And this is a question that typically comes to me every time I do an interview with anyone. What is forensic? Forensic is basically about gathering evidence. That's the dictionary meaning of it, right? And when it comes to forensic, it's all about common sense. The toughest part is whether you can apply it or not. So that's the only challenge. Doesn't mean matter which background you have come from, as long as you're able to kind of understand the case and gather evidence, that pretty much solves the problem. Yes, certain times you have to equip yourself technically, like Mr. Chetan mentioned, right? You need to research about a subject, but that is not a hindrance to anyone, whether you're a chartered accountant, you're a lawyer, or you're an engineer, as long as you're able to kind of dedicate that time to understand that subject. But from a qualification perspective, that will never be a challenge. Absolutely. In fact, I mean, if you look at, something what Ankoosh also mentioned, right? I mean, and Shashank also covered, a lot of these investigations are with law firms, right? And particularly in that, you need like a person who's got both the views, kind of able to understand what they are saying and even able to kind of present our case. Okay, that's one of it. And second, with the advent of technology, a lot of reviews are happening over electronic data and over e-discovery and having a legal hold in place. So this is where typically law is actually come into play to look at those data sets and data points.
If I had to give from our practical example, in fact, our team has a very good number of lawyers already. In fact, the director who's in charge of some of our bribery and corruption investigations in Bombay is actually a lawyer herself. So the fact is, it's not that any single individual needs to be an expert on every single field, including law, including accounting, including technology. I mean, honestly, there's so many different diverse skill sets required in forensic accounting, though one person can have it. We have demand for every single type of expert. In fact, recently we've been hiring engineers, we've been hiring people from construction background, because they have certain technical skill sets which can be useful in these kind of investigations or studies or disputes in these matters. So frankly, it's a bit of an open landscape and there's quite a bit of ample demand.
Laptop to a mobile phone. So, and we don't have a lot of privacy laws in India, whereas in Europe, they have this whole GDP which came out about 3 years ago. Now, do you face any challenges if it's a personal mobile of an employee to sort of requisition that asset and then sort of scrutinize what's on it? Because it's going to have largely personal data on the phone and maybe some company data, I mean, but if it's a personal asset, how do you get around those issues?
So came across a similar experience on this matter that the employee was having two phones, with him, which is very normal in today's time. And this was a regulatory driven investigation. Uh, Again, privacy laws were there in place, are there in place. So what was decided at that point of time, that a declaration is taken from the employee that this number has been used for a private purpose and the other number has been used for a business purpose. And in case a phone has been used for both the purposes, private and business, that also needs to be brought out through way of a declaration. And then the investigation moved forward by taking only those mobile phones which were being used for business purposes or a mix of business and personal purposes. That's how an approach was undertaken by this specific regulator in an investigation. See, I mean, when the matter goes to an investigating agency, naturally these things don't matter. But at least, to some extent, there are certain precedences where we have handled these situations in this manner.
Sure, please.
So, I mean, I think Hardik has covered it all, and this is a scenario that comes to us typically. One is, of course, you need to have a consent form in place, which is pretty detailed, saying that this is with the consent of the employee. And not only that, ma'am, just to kind of add, now there are two devices. One is an Apple and the other is an Android. Now in Apple, it's fairly simple because the only thing that is required from an employee is their Apple Store credentials, which everyone is okay giving. Now, the challenge with Android is you need the Google credentials, which nobody is okay giving because that gives automatic access to someone's Gmail. But then, of course, this is consent driven. Now, this is basically a decision-making point where either if the employee wants to cooperate, does cooperate. Otherwise, you kind of document and close that he's not handed over his personal device. Now, the second aspect is where he's handed over. Our search is focused. And when I say our search, it's with everyone when we're looking at it, right? We want to look only at the allegations. We are not going to be looking at the different aspects. So what we do is run filters in a way where we're looking only at the specific data sets which are related to an allegation. So it's a keyword search that happens. Or we are looking at conversation between, say, individual A and vendor B. We are not going to be looking at individual A and say individual C or X whom we are not concerned about. So that's how it's going to be focused. And of course, there'll be a limitation to that aspect that we have not looked at the whole data, but we've only looked at certain aspects of it.
Yeah. So I have a question regarding corruption. So many cases we happen to find out the evidences for the corruption or some red flags about the corruption or bribery. But we end up not getting evidences for the kickbacks. What I mean to say is someone may not be transferring the cash to someone's wife's account. Of course, the white collar criminals are smart enough now to they won't transfer to someone's wife's account. They won't get the money transferred to their wife's account, but friend's account or someone else's account. So my question is, in the absence of evidence regarding the kickbacks, how to conclude that fraud investigation? Of course, in a corporate environment, as Hardik mentioned earlier, you are supposed to trust the employees. We are supposed to trust the employees. We cannot just go and harass the employees. It amounts to harassment many a times.
I'll be happy to take that. So, okay, if you like. So, see, in a case of corruption, I agree. Sometimes you can't take it to the last mile. Last mile means that, oh, I have got evidence that individual A picked up money at a certain restaurant from a particular vendor. You may not get that unless you're so lucky that that restaurant on that day at that time had a camera, CCTV footage, and you were able to get that CCTV footage. But that's severe luck. You can't bank on luck. Fact stands, even if you can't get a last mile evidence, you will have enough evidence to at least indicate that yes, there has been preference, that there has been circumvention of control, circumvention of authorities, that a certain individual has been given the opportunity to make this money. You won't be able to quantify how much. Now, if it is a regulatory investigation, then yes, a regulator has certain additional rights. But if it's a private corporation as doing this investigation, then a corporation usually with this much information alone that yes, there are more than a sufficient number of red flags is usually at least comfortable to take a decision to at least request the employee to exit. This is something that's typically called loss of confidence or loss of faith. And it's not unusual. These do happen because the fact is at the end of the day, if there is too much, there's a dearth of information that indicates that something has gone wrong. If the company is going to wait for that perfect smoking gun, that perfect evidence of money transferring hands, that's not going to happen. We have to remember that, as you said, it's not just about trust. There are certain laws also. Outright surveillance with the intent of trying to get this information is also in a way prohibited. You can't go and send people just to take cameras and videos of these kind of incidents. So there are some restrictions on a forensic auditor also. So yes, sometimes you don't reach the last mile, but you have enough on the way. That is what you need to look at. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else would like to add, Karan?
I think there's one other question.
Okay.
I just thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
You spoke about the privacy issue about the employee and taking permission from the employee to go through his code. Now, how easy or difficult is it for the company if they suspect somebody for fraud to register a FIR? Because if SEBI or anybody is there, so it becomes easy. But for a private company, the challenges that you face in registering a FIR to get access, because the employee will not give you access to his laptop or his phone. So what are the challenges that you face there? And then of course, getting the CDR data and thing, if you suspect him communicating with somebody, so that has to go through the police itself. So getting this information, what are the challenges that you need, that you are facing?
The challenges are of the multiple, sir, always. Because if you have a situation where the employee is not cooperating, that itself becomes the first level of red flag for any kind of a forensic auditor or the company in this regard. So filing an FIR is something very tricky at this point of time, because you need to have some substantial reason that there has been a theft of data, or there has been some kind of wrong action which has been undertaken by the employee. So without any evidences, it may not be directly easy to file an FIR in my personal view. However, at times, there are indications, let's say data has moved from X to Y, and the Y has complained that, see, Mr. X is giving the data to me. Now that becomes a kind of a reason that, why an FIR should be filed. So these are challenges on the ground. Every company, we have not come across situations where companies have gone and filed an FIR against the employees for various multiple reasons. The best thing that most of them have done is to let go the employee, and because probably they did not want to go through the FIR route, or probably they felt that it was not that kind of a risk that would be there if the employee is not there with the organization or any kind of a data has been taken. So at least I have not come across situations where the company has gone ahead and filed the FIR for employee related matters. These reasons, I mean, for other reasons, of course, where they have been able to identify.
At least in my typical experience, companies usually only go for an FIR when they at least have more than just strong suspicion. So there is at least prima facie evidence, then they will typically go for an FIR, because the fact is it is a long process. This is something Ankoosh could have, of course, covered in far more detail. Fact is, especially when it comes to mobile forensics, if you have already reached a stage where you ask the employee, he has rejected to give you the mobile, and then you decide to go for an FIR, you're already going to lose quite a bit of time and groundwork. Plus, you have already made it very clear to the employee that you are planning to take his mobile, if not yourself, then to a law regulatory authority. So that is where we recommend to clients that, you all have to plan your investigation stages in advance. if the expectation is that at some stage we may have to go for mobile forensics, then are you in a position to do this independently yourself? And if you need to go for law enforcement, then again plan out how you would like to approach law enforcement, what investigation you do before that to build prima facie documentation to take to the law enforcement agency. So this cannot always be decided on the fly. It usually requires a degree of planning in advance before you decide to proceed with it. Having said that, in the end of the day, the court, that's not just about courts, the law permits anyone to file an FIR if they choose to. You have the right to file a police complaint. Any further questions?
After insolvency and bankruptcy code, if there are any changes specifically brought into this particular forensic audit practice as far as this particular aspect is concerned, if you can just throw some light on this.
Okay. So, as far as the insolvency and bankruptcy code is concerned, as far as I know at this point of time, it is focused more on corporates rather than individuals at this stage. So it would of course be a corporation that's going bankrupt, effectively speaking. Forensics would not have an immediate play over there. The only expectation of forensics at that point of time would be to examine if this bankruptcy has occurred because the employees or the management or the promoters have done something to effectively bankrupt the organization. They have siphoned funds from it. This is something that the RP, who is in charge of the entire insolvency process, will decide whether or not to involve a forensic expert to look into this aspect if there are indications of it. Beyond that, if there is scope at this stage, personally, I am not aware of that.
Thank you. Because most of the time what happens, like once this company got into insolvency, after that, definitely, I mean, because of personal guarantees, the personal insolvency would also be started by the banks or the financial institutions against the guarantors also. And then after their insolvency will also start. But in the meantime, what normally tend to happen that they will again, restructure their own personal assets and things like that. And that also, I personally think that this particular thing would be having a wide role to play in investigating more as far as the personal insolvency is concerned. I think so.
At least, as I said, right now the IBC is focused on corporates. It will be the RP's judgment call to look at these aspects. If the RP feels advisable to bring an investigator in, then yes, there's ample scope over there. An individual in his personal capacity going bankrupt is a separate matter at this stage as per law.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, listen until, of course, it is happening when only when there are personal guarantees given for the debts of the corporates, basically. That's just, Thank you.
In the interest of time, we can take further questions with the panel offline. So I would like to request CA Neha Fatke to propose a vote of thanks.
So I would like to take this opportunity to thank our panelists for providing us such wonderful insights regarding employee related frauds and financial misstatement of financial. And I think this is a topic which is more to be integrated in the normal audits also than the specific forensic audit. So thank you, all of you. And specifically, I want to thank our moderator and the audience because panelists can be as good as the questions asked. So thank you, all of you. And by this, I propose a formal vote of thanks on behalf of WIRC and all of us. Thank you.
We break for lunch. Lunch has been arranged on the first floor, and we reassemble in half an hour, and we wish to latest start the session by 2 o'clock. Thank you. Very interesting because of the topic, which is always a dilemma in terms of internal control versus forensic reviews. So for this session, we have with us CA Suvir Khanna, who is a partner with KPMG in India. He leads the risk advisory financial services team for KPMG in India. He has over 2 decades of experience of working in the UK, Middle East, and Indian subcontinents. He's a chartered accountant, accredited counter fraud specialist UK, member of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners USA, and is a member of ASSOCHAM National Council for Capital Markets and ex-member of the CII Committee on Integrity and Transparency in Governance. With this introduction, I would now like to request CA Kavita Pai to welcome sir on the stage and also help us with a memento. Yeah.
So I know I've got a very interesting slot. I would say, a slot just after the lunch, not this one, after this. But the speaker had some urgent commitment. So he requested, can I take this? So I said, okay, this is going to be more difficult because just after lunch, people have gone into, in the auditorium, possibly in the last possible row as well, away from the mic. So I thought, okay, why not start with an icebreaker, because you have been hearing so much about fraud since the morning. Maybe we'll talk about food, closer to the heart. That's why we exist. Everything which you do, ultimately you need to eat food to live. So start with that. Everybody has a smartphone possibly in your hand. You will be swiping that possibly during the session as well. Everybody says, keep away your mobile phone. I'll start with the other way around. Please pick up your mobile phones. Go to a website called mentimeter.com, www.menti.com. You can't see, I don't know why it's so hazy. So just go to a website called menti.com. I hope you can read the code here, 6887024. It will ask you a code. This is not for your bank account, no OTP, just to log into this. Okay, menti.com and the code 6887024. Sorry. If you are already in, yes, only one word. Okay, it was very nice will not help. One word. Okay. Okay, so the organizers get instant feedback. Some are saying okay, but all on vegetarian. Okay. Yeah, no, got it. Yeah, no, I think good feedback. Chatkas, I like it. Very nice. Okay. Now that I have your attention, I'll move to the next. What comes first? Internal audit or forensic? Very basic question. Just click on one of those, we'll see bar chart. Again, I'm not surprised by this. So I'll move to the next question. What does the market demand? More. So So more or less, it's not 50-50. And what came first was an internal audit, possibly 90%. Because of these two themes, the only thing which I will say is that we are in business and we'll continue to be in business while we are in forensic, because it comes later. So everyone from internal audit can easily move here. Reverse is not possible because once you get taste of blood, you don't want veg food. I think that was just confirmed, right? So with that, I'll come to the last point. What do you expect to achieve today? Again, one word, please. And if you're writing okay, write okay, not okay, because I get confused. So I'm curious about rock. I know the diamond boards is just round the corner, but I'm sure ICI is not going to give you rocks. But okay, in essence, we get a drift. Again, it was just to get your attention. Post lunch, it gets difficult. But there are messages in these slides, and especially around Windows plus E plus space. I'm not used to this computer, so stop share. Okay. Got it. So what I have 30 minutes, I'll try to finish in 30 minutes. Some slide I'll breeze through and I'll focus all my attention on two slides, which are the differences between internal audit and forensic. Understanding fraud, I'm sure you have got a lot of this in the slide. It was also given you want to get Gyan today. I'm sure that Gyan would have been imparted in the first half. Essentially, I'm starting with the definition and fraud. Possibly this is the only country which has a definition for fraud, which was not there for many years. It was interpreted, but it's out there. And I'm linking it to the topic, which is asset misappropriation and corruption, which is the topic given to me. To see what fraud is, there is a definition of undue advantage, injure the interest, wrongful gain, wrongful loss. So if you flip a stapler from office, there is a loss to the office. It is misappropriation as well. I mean, that's a very small example. But if somebody takes a loan and misuses it, and again, that's misappropriation in a way. It could be for assets as well. Using ACFE, which is Accredited Counter Fraud Examiner's report, there are two key things which are coming out, which is 86% of the cases which are reported, asset misappropriation is a major fraud risk. And it is just not hard assets, it could be intangibles as well. It could be the balance in the bank. So anything which goes on the asset side of the balance sheet, starting from goodwill to the bank and to the money in the bank. And corruption tends to be another, and now corruption could be, which is kickbacks, corruption could be doing things in a wrong way, etc., etc. But again, these are pertinent themes for people who are looking at this to focus on. Again, when we look at fraud, there's a wider definition which kind of comes in to say what is fraud. Fraud is a sub-part of financial crime, you have money laundering, you have so many other things. But today we are going to focus on embezzlement, forgery, counterfeiting, and those kind of issues which lead to asset misappropriation. I think that's probably would be the tone. And again, from that standpoint, when we look at asset misappropriation, it's act of stealing where you have been entrusted with taking care of it. It is theft of entities' assets, and again, using misleading information to get to it. And again, at three levels: before recording, during purchase, and while you hold it in custody. At each of these stages, there could be asset misappropriation which could happen. Okay. Moving to bribery and corruption, three key topics. Now, corruption, when we talk about corruption, it is dishonesty, criminal offense, using your position to acquire benefit, And it could be in the form of bribery to officials. It could be private entity to private entity as well. So that's where corruption comes in. While in a private sector environment, you have bribery or corruption. One organization is buying something at a higher price point, and hence there is a asset misappropriation you can think about. There are authorities which look at bribery and corruption in the country. Of course, public sector is very, covered in very extensive details, but private sector is equally under the cover. We see less action in this space, but there are actions happening in this space as well. Now, with that, I will come to the key point of the slide, and I will be happy to take questions as we go along. I have two slides which are essentially to differentiate between internal audit and forensic review. And the brief which was given to me was, can you demystify these space? So I think the first answer you have yourself given, that internal audit comes first and then comes forensic. And in forensic also there could be various elements, but broadly understood forensic is investigation. But there could be other things. So I think I'll start with the factors which are on the slide. First is objective. Now, when we look at internal audit, typically it is an assurance function. You're trying to do a health checkup. More or less everything is fine in the organization. There are some areas of improvement, go fix it. So if I look at in a different context, it's more like a medical checkup. You go, you check yourself, blood test, etc. Some outliers, you're fine. But let's say the cholesterol level is really, really high. Then possibly medicine could be required, which is the detective part of it, or maybe an operation is required, which is the reactive part of it, which is where forensic comes into play. So the objective of forensic is to deep dive into issues. So if I look at a T, so maybe internal audit is the T, but forensic is the perpendicular in that T. It's not the width, it's the depth. But the depth could be in any of the areas, right? So it could be an inverted L. Either way, it could be in the middle, it could be sideways, but that's how forensic operates. So the objective is to get an answer, yes or no. Internal audit will give you a broad indication. So that's the first difference as we start with the objective. When we look at techniques, so internal audit would be typically you'll do sample testing, you will do discussions, you will do some kind of maybe field visits to certain extent. And broadly, that's where you will stop. But wherever internal audit stops is where forensic starts, is how I look at it. So all of these things will be done in a forensic review, but possibly basis the information which you will get, you may end up doing interviews of people, which can also extend to interrogation, right? So that is where authorities step in. It could be looking at field visits, which could possibly be part of internal audit, but getting into mystery shopping and those kind of elements, which even RBI asks banks to do, is a common technique used in various investigation. Then you look at other elements around technology, forensic technology usage. So there is an evidence sitting on this laptop, probably internal audit will not be able to fetch it. So you will do imaging of this laptop, you will look at what is the evidence sitting into this machine related to your case, and then use that as an evidence while you pursue a matter. So the techniques are slightly different. I would say internal audit is a sub part from a technique standpoint for forensic when you're looking at forensic. Approach to data collection. So again, internal audit would start with broad premise that what the client is giving is more or less correct. And then you will validate it, you will question it, you will have your skepticism in place. All of that will be there. But when forensic engagements will start, you will pretty much assume everything which is being given is manipulated. And you will start with that theory to say, okay, now you have to prove it right. Or indeed prove it wrong. But you will not assume this is correct. And that is where the skepticism levels go very high. And at the same time, whatever you are doing, you will presume it will go to court. And hence the evidential value of that information becomes very critical. So maybe in an internal audit, you will discuss with the person, you will summarize 2 minutes, but maybe in forensic, you will go a step forward. You may end up getting a statement signed by the person. So again, the approach of data collection is different. I gave you example of data collection from digital evidences, which may not be done in internal audit. When we look at sampling methodology, again, in internal audit also things are becoming sophisticated. You're extending random sampling to stratified sampling and many other things. But when you look at forensic review, you'll do again all of those samplings, but then you will focus on the negative samples coming out of the sampling methodology. So let's say you're reviewing all the sales, 100,000 transactions. Now those 100,000 transactions give you maybe 500 transactions which are outliers. So maybe in an internal audit, you will end up giving something and reporting it back to the management. But what will happen in a forensic review, you will actually take that 500 as an intermediate stage, and then we'll go into say, okay, in these 500, which are the problem cases, and possibly 50 of them will come up, which are maybe revenue overstatement. Okay. And then you will link it up to other evidences, which could be in the form of employee statement. If you're doing digital evidence review, email reviews, imaging of evidence, or actually market visits as well, right? So a lot of this information would be then looked at in a forensic review, but the sampling methodology, in principle, the bedrock is same, but then you top it up with few other procedures. Periodicity, again, internal audit, there are CARO requirements, there would be calendar of activities, you will do that in a regular fashion, probably predictable as well. Once in a while, you will do a thematic review. But forensic is more like an ambulance, right? You don't know while you're driving when you will hear the alarms, the sirens go on the road and you'll park your car on the side, let the ambulance go. That's how forensic operates. It's more when you're looking at investigative activities, you cannot predict when fraud will happen. So it's event-based, not recurring. But if I take the example of the blood test, which I gave you earlier, so it's more like the surgery, which you don't want, which you cannot predict, but you can predict the health checkup has to happen every year. And that's where the difference is. The health checkup can take you down the surgery route, but after surgery, you will become more conscious that once in a year will become once in a quarter. And that's where the focus of internal audit after some events becomes very rigorous on things which have gone wrong, remains stable for 2-3 years, and then again things go wrong. Okay, that's the habit, because the more the recency factor comes in, no other reasons. When we look at adverse findings, of course, internal audit will give caveats, will give issues, will give negative opinion, qualified opinion, etc. But it's not opinion the way statutory audit opinion is, but there could be those opinions coming from a language standpoint. But when you look at a forensic report, you have to look at that report from a standpoint that it may be admissible, has to be admissible in the court if required, and hence all the work is done with that in mind. Now, I have seen engagements where we work very closely with authorities that because of, let's say, price point issues or budget issues of kind, they have engaged anyone, they have done some jobs, the reports are there, reports are submitted to authorities, and then the authority says this is not answering the question, there is no evidential value, so please engage someone else to do another review. What that does is actually good for us, because that's where we step in, but bad for the clients, because you have actually gone through a surgery which was botched up, and now you again need to open your heart for another surgery, which means you will face disruption, because again an auditor is going to come, another firm is going to come, will be asking you questions. So again, you're repeating the process. So whenever somebody is doing it, has to be appropriately qualified, and ICI has rightfully got accounting standards or forensic standards around it now, which is another differentiator between internal audit and forensic. So while you are doing an engagement, which is forensic in nature, because negligence of duty, even starting from ICA standpoint, kicks in because you're not following the accounting standards which have been laid out, or the forensic standards, so as to say. Again, governing law, internal audit has governing laws, forensic again, section 210 is there, 143 is there, fraud reporting is there, identified by the company, identified by the auditor, and then the whole ball gets rolling. So those things are there. I talked about the standards, forensic accounting standards, very relevant if somebody wants to pursue this field, to have full control of what it is and understand what it can entail, going to the court and giving evidence and standing in the courtroom and giving witness as well. So if you're not cut out for that, be sure that that kind of job you're not doing, because until you are ready for that, you can end up messing up with the matter. When does it kick in? When is it required? Internal audit versus forensic. Again, I spoke about this earlier. Internal audit is more periodicity defined, requirement defined. Forensic investigative work is case-based. More often than not, starts with a whistleblower complaint. With the vigil related requirement in Companies Act, now more and more companies are seeing this, and that's why you say when demand more, you see forensic being more or less, if not 50-50, 60-40 as compared to internal audit. Last but not the least is management representation. So in internal audit, you will broadly, I mean, of course, there will be skepticism, but you will trust the management, you will believe what they're saying. So if they tell you 3 things, the first, you may ask another question. Second, you may ask another question. But if they're saying 3 stories tying up, you will reasonably believe. However, in a forensic matter, you would never believe unless there is an evidential value this way or that way. So those are the elements which I believe are important. Some I have not intentionally put here, and that's where I will now ask the audience to actually challenge me, and I'll challenge you as well, to say what's not covered, and that's where possibly we can have an interaction for 5-7 minutes. I'm just looking at my watch, it's 2:35. I started at 2:05-ish, so I'm more or less done with the session, 30 minutes, but maybe 5 minutes is the liberty I can take given the mic is in my hand. So what is not covered here? And there is a surprise which ICI will give you if you ask good questions. Jyot, right? There is a surprise gift, right? See. Yes, sir. Sorry? That's broadly right, sir. So internal audit, you will not assume that there is something wrong. It's a business as usual. However, when you are starting a forensic engagement, you have to give a clear answer that there is something which is wrong or not wrong. You may have a suspicion. So we'll start with that suspicion to say there is a suspicion and we need to say, is it black or white? That's the difference. That's correct. Yes. So is internal audit. Liberty here also you can have. So I would flip it the other way around. Internal audit, of course, you have to do it in a defined time period. However, in forensic, the time pressure could possibly be more, and you're looking at that response faster. So that is correct, but possibly it could be paucity of time versus time bound, if I can re-articulate the same point.
So reporting?
Right. not necessarily in all the matters. You're a private company, you have done an investigation, you identified issues, you want to take action, fire your CEO, fire your procurement guy, do nothing, let him continue, recover money. That could be one part. However, Companies Act has done something. So if for the same company, there is a diligent auditor, he will come and ask, were there some issues? What did you do? Comment in Karo. Or alternatively, he may himself identify, then the central government reporting kicks in. So it depends on the situation. 6 out of 10 times, possibly companies may not do something if they have identified themselves. 4 out of 10 times they may do. If you are a listed company, then while you start forensic review, you have to disclose it, SEBI requirement, and then of course, reporting to SEBI and other authorities will kick in. Anything else? Yes, please.
Reporting. So internal auditor, the client for internal auditor is different. And if I do forensic audit, so my client would not necessarily my MD, CEO or the CFO or the particular section head.
Yes and no. Okay. Yes and no. Why? Because ultimately somebody will sign that engagement contract. Now the reporting could be someone to someone else. So maybe audit committee or let's say the issue is in procurement. So you're reporting to the legal head. Issue is in legal, you're reporting to the HR. Issue is all over, you're reporting to the CEO. Issue is with the CEO, you report to the audit committee. So it depends on where you report. But the engaging entity remains the same client, right? So I think that's the differentiation I would say. And this reporting is also not enshrined in a law. It is how you will agree with the client or the entity, because you don't want a conflict of interest to say, okay, you did wrong and you're under investigation. And by the way, you only appointed me. So we need to manage those situations. Yeah. Sorry, there was a hand at the back.
Go forward with what she said. In case of internal audit, it will always be a requirement of the management. And in case of forensic audit, there may be external agencies whose requirement is there for forensic audit.
Yes, so it's a and, it's not a or. So management may also initiate forensic review and authorities may also initiate. So it's a and situation, right? Last two questions, I'm just conscious of the time, right? I don't want to shortchange the next speaker. First, ma'am, and then here last. That's right. That's right. We would love to, but it's not there, so it's okay. Yes. So the way I look at forensic again, the blood test example, that's the most simple because it hits you right there, right? Blood tests, open heart, very vivid. So prevention, detection, response. So prevention is the blood test, detection is taking that report, going to the doctor, and response is on the table. So that's how, so what we encourage clients, and you should also encourage clients to is focus more on the prevention, right? And focus more on the morning walk, even before the blood test, right? So if you do the morning walk, you don't need the blood test, right? But then, so sorry, last point, and then where? No, it can be defined. Beg to disagree, but you may have a view. It is good because our idea is to get the elephant out of the hole by catching the tail. But unless you get the elephant, your job is not done. Right? So I think one point which I intentionally have not put on the slide is skills. Okay. Right. So if you see here, there is nothing called skills on both the slides. I'm a chartered accountant. Many people who have spoken before me or after me would be possibly chartered accountants. Many of you are chartered accountants. But when we look at internal audit, 90% of the time it would be chartered accountants doing it. But when you look at forensic, maybe only 40–50% of the chartered accountants are doing it because of the need So when I talk about imaging of your laptop, it's not an accountant who's doing it, it's the techie who's doing it. When we're looking at email review and using that as an evidence for submission as the court is not a chartered accountant. He may be standing in the box giving evidence, but there is someone else who's doing that work. When I talk about going on the field and doing mystery shopping or gathering intelligence from far-fetched corners, possibly it could be a chartered accountant, but 9 out of the 10 times, it's not a chartered accountant who's doing. It's somebody who is a field intelligence gathering capability and tends to be, again, 9 out of 10 times, a former police officer. It could be a beat constable, it could be a, IPS officer also. It depends on the need of the case, right? When we are doing interviews, 6 out of the 10 times, it will not be a chartered accountant. You could be, but it may not be. So again, that is where trained professionals come into play, who know which button to press to get response, how you be the best friend, but at the enemy at the same time, sitting on a table and getting people to talk. So there are skills required. Again, I'm also a chartered accountant, with no disrespect. Sometimes we don't have those skills, and hence those skills are also required from a forensic standpoint. I can go and, depending on case. So when you're doing a cyber investigation, again, very common, more so techies are required, but maybe accountants can guide. But I see limited role of accountants in a cyber investigation from a forensic standpoint. So again, multiple examples, but I'll like to take a pause here because I think I'm nearly 40 minutes now. But if there is anything, last point, maybe I can take, otherwise I'm done. And so thank you for that. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Vaibhav Shah to please propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Suvir, for the insightful session. Obviously, post-lunch sessions are heavy, but you made it lighter. Like we got a good difference between what is the internal audit report and what is forensic report. Like our first Mentimeter question, how was a lunch? A vegetarian was a fact. That's how forensic reports are. And delicious or spicy, that's an opinion that everyone has. But thank you, Suvir, for giving such a insightful session. And now we understand how skill sets are really important for doing forensic. Thank you.
So moving on to the next session, we have the next session on practical aspects of conducting interviews and closing the engagement investigations, challenges with regard to termination and points to be taken care of. And for this, we have with us CA Rashesh Thakur. And I'll quickly introduce sir before we hand over the charge of the session. He's a chartered accountant and a certified fraud examiner with more than 14 years of work experience. An all India rank holder in the CA exams. He's a frequent speaker on this topic. He was a director in the forensic practice at EVA India for almost 9 years. He took the entrepreneurial plunge in August 2017 and launched his own firm focusing on forensic and business advisory. With these words, I would like to welcome sir and would request CA Neha Phadke to please welcome sir on the dais and greet with the memento.
You can hear me? Is the screen legible? Your ends? So as we have 30 minutes, we'll cover key slides of the session. Is it audible now? So in the entire investigation journey, sorry, loud. Is this clear? No? Okay, I'll just stand here. That's better. In the entire investigation journey, this topic that we are now going to discuss or maybe deliberate is the piece that has a human aspect to it. Agree? The rest involves documentation, as Suvir mentioned, forensic imaging, market intelligence, everything. But this is the aspect that is a human touch or where you tend to engage into a discussion with a potential whistleblower or a potential suspect. So this also makes and breaks your case. Correct? People at the back? You're there? Okay, thanks. So I would like to start with, how do we define interview? Interview is an art of Googling a person. You basically Google a person, try to extract information and assess the information that you receive. Correct? In Google, what you write decides what you get. Correct? So similar premise also applies when you interview a person. The kind of questions you ask lays down the foundation for the successive steps in investigation. Now, I have listed certain statements which an interviewer should or should not make. I would request you to just say yes or no if these statements make sense from an interviewer perspective. Okay. The first one is, I think you're a fraudster and you know you are. Clear? Admit it or we'll call your family, kids, bacha, wife. So the fundamentals are clear. We should not engage into a threatening, coercive, intimidating approach while we interview, be it a suspect or be it anybody for that matter in the course of investigation. I heard you colluded with the vendor for a 10% commission. Why no? I would request if people can come here, it would be more interesting for us to have a dialogue, if possible. Because I mean, it's easier for us to participate. I agree. We are ourselves giving the evidence or fact from our end. At the same time, we are linking it up with the approach saying, I heard you colluded. Colluded is again a statement or a conclusion that you are making while you are still in the process of interviews. Your future is in my hand. Wow, I can try helping you if you help reveal the truth. This makes sense, right? This makes sense. So you're trying to engage, seek cooperation, develop a rapport. Just take the name of your boss and I'll save you. Again, you are directing or leading the interviewee to a particular direction. I hate your smile. I love your smile. Which one is a no? Both. You don't waste my time. Just say yes and no and khatam karo. You have to give sufficient time for an interviewee to understand what position he or she is in. Is there anything you want to share with me or the management so that we can try helping you out? Correct. interview, so ये जो topic है, this is something that I cannot teach you, or we cannot learn it by reading a book. It is a blend of skill, experience, practice, and techniques. So we all learn from each other. It is not that I'm going to imbibe something upon you कि बाहर जाके you will start interviewing people. But it is only that we are going to share practices, certain do's and don'ts, so that we become better at interviewing people, identifying people whom to interview. More than interviewing people, the skill is identifying people whom to interview. Agree? Wow, that's quite a low yes. Okay, tell me your sequence of conducting interviews. आपने investigation कर लिया, disk imaging कर ली, सब कर लिया, जो सुवीर ने बोला सब कर लिया. अभी interview करना है हमें. We have to interview. Whom? How will you? What is the sequence of scheduling the interview? Sorry. First, whistleblower. Okay. Then except the first and the last, कोई right wrong नहीं है. So you can maybe try your luck. Reporting employees, possible. At what stage would you engage a third party or a vendor is very important for you, because you might be exposing the company's reputation outside. At the same time, you might get a clinching evidence from the third party. So this is a double-edged sword, right? So you definitely interviewing vendors is important, but at what time to interview, at what stage to interview, really decides the direction of the case. Family of this aspect? Ex-employees? Possible, you can. Suspect? कोई बोला नहीं suspect, so I'm wondering whether we need to interview suspect or not. Right? But at the last, in some cases, always remember, in some cases, you may have to interview the suspect at the first and then at the last. So there is no strict framework that suspect has to be interviewed at the last. You might start at the first, collate information, and during your investigation, validate what you get, and then again have a second round of meeting with him. Agree? When you question, your questions have to be straightforward. No sarcasm, just observe and connect the responses that you obtain from these people, these interviews, to join the dots. So the orange rectangle at the top is like a quick tip that you can make a note of. So it will be there on each slide. Sorry. So what went wrong? Can somebody tell me, in the first case study, an Indian company uncovered suspected fraudulent activity by an employee in Dubai. As soon as the company was made aware of the allegations, the management immediately dismissed the employee and then conducted an investigation. They were able to determine the true extent of fraud at around AED 100,000. This is the first case. Is the sequence of event making sense? Have you understood the sequence of event, people in the back? Is this okay? Making sense or not making sense? Yes, please. Is this making sense? An Indian company uncovered suspected fraudulent activity. As soon as the company was made aware, the management immediately dismissed the employee. This is not the way it should be. A due process of inquiry has to be followed. A due process of investigation has to be followed. You cannot just terminate or ask an employee to not come from tomorrow without conducting a fair investigation. Why is this important? We have worked on matters why companies have terminated employees The matter went to the court and the same employee had to be reinstated with compensation because the due process of inquiry, due process of investigation, principles of natural justice were not followed. So we have to be careful. Second, on the basis of oral confirmation obtained during interviews by the investigator and an inconclusive investigation report, an employee was terminated. Is this fine? This is straightforward. This is not the way it should be. But management many times tend to hurry up when they realize कि from somebody they hear कि उसने admit किया है कि उसने fraud किया है, they just tend to call HR, suspend the employee. No, it doesn't work that way. There has to be a certain methodology which has to be followed. Do you know what is upjohn warning? Okay, I leave for you at the last. Maybe you can do a Google and let me know what is upjohn warning. You know what is leak hypothesis? Okay, so 2 homework for you. Okay. If an interviewee shows these signs during an interview, what would you feel? Rise in volume? क्या लगेगा आपको? Sudden rise in volume? He is getting fluttered. He is getting a bit concerned about your approach. Correct? Rough body language, doing like this, tapping on the table, shaking legs. Is it a sign of concern? Correct? So these are certain indicators because body language is the only thing. Always remember, body language is the only thing apart from your own evidence that will help you evolve your questions to the interviewee, that you will realize this guy is uncomfortable in this particular question. So let me probe further. But वो uncomfortable हमें कैसे मालूम पड़ेगा? Based on the gestures, based on the body language. Honestly, sir, मैंने कुछ नहीं किया है. God swearing, family swearing, all this indicates discomfort. Tears in eye, perspiration, भूख लगी है, hunger pangs. In a critical interview, when this guy says, I want to have some snacks, some tea, you need some time to think to respond to your questions. It's not wrong to feed a guy, but at the same time, you have to see which circumstances you are in. Constant drinks on cell phone. We are working on this matter where the interviewee, who was the suspect, and we were trying to investigate her link. So it was female, her link with a third party vendor. And coincidentally, that vendor was calling her during the time of interview, not once, not twice, 5 times. And we never ask interviewees to shut off their phones. Never. Why? One, they can claim that they were forced into a particular situation. Because if you give them access, they have free access. You have to make them sit to a door entrance. So don't make them sit to a corner. You have to give them a free entry exit in the room. Okay? Give them free access to tea, coffee, whatever break required. Free access to the cell phones, because sometimes, like in this case, we got a crucial sudden question we could pop up about the vendor because the vendor called up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Right? I agree, but at the same time, ma'am, the technology has moved so fast, even without cell phone, you can be recorded. One. Second is, you should give them all the comfort that if he's or she's okay, that's a good practice.
Yeah.
If he or she is, for example, if it's a female interviewee, he may not be comfortable keeping the cell phone away from a security point of view. So we don't insist, but if they agree, it's a good practice. If they don't, we kind of let them keep with them.
There's also another issue is that if you are interviewing 2 people simultaneously in separate rooms, they should not be able to communicate with each other on the cell phone. Therefore, by keeping it on the table, you are preventing, that information going across, because people do all sorts of crazy
We
things.
would think otherwise. It is better if they do. You know what happened? I'll tell you. Same matter. There were 3 simultaneous interviews going on. Very good question. 3 simultaneous interviews. They sent a message to their assistant or the person reporting to them that, kindly delete that particular file. So while we were questioning, this message went out. Okay? We asked for that file in the course of interview. They said, nahi hai. We asked the second person. We asked the third person. Okay? This guy started perspiring. The third guy started perspiring. So he left a message. So we grilled him that what happened? Where is the file? You were the owner of the file. He gave up. He said, we just deleted it 3 minutes back while you questioned the person. Sometimes it may help, but as I always tell, there is no set practice to interview. In the entire investigation chain, interview is the only thing where you have to evolve your approach right there and then, depending on the feedback or the response that you get from the interviewee. These points are very important. You may make a note of it. Before conducting interview, what you have to be aware of? 1, company's anti-fraud policy, code of conduct, service rules, incident reporting mechanism, anti-retaliation policy. ये सब हमें पता होना चाहिए. Very important. You cannot ignore this. You cannot kind of say, okay, ये तो होता है, but we have to kind of take this decision. No. If the code of conduct says that an employee will be given 30 days notice, you have to give 30 days notice. If it says that an employee is allowed for a particular time period to respond, you have to give that time period to respond. You have to give a comfort to the interview that there will be no retaliation, especially in the case of whistleblower. There are chances of retaliation. So how do you give that comfort? Before that, you have to be aware if there is such policy in place or not. You have to know the facts fully. What do you mean by facts? For example, there are various streams. There is a vendor fraud which has happened. There is a management fraud which has happened in the same company. Okay. Knowing the facts of your case is primary. वो तो होना ही है. But you should know what is going on in the company. Know the facts of the case, know the organization, know the facts of the entire case. Not only we have done document review, so we have 5 vouchers which are forged. That won't help. You have to link it to each and every stage of the journey of the investigation. Only then a story can be formed, the questions can be formed. Know what you don't have. But in the heat of the moment, we tend to say something that we have this evidence, we have this evidence. You should know what is an evidence, and you should know whether the evidence that you have is sufficient or not, whether it can be quoted or not. Be uncolored. Before the interview, don't think ye chor hai, ye suspect isne fraud kiya hai. It won't work like that. I'll give you an example. We are working on a matter in the Northwest where a certain element of the gift card was compromised. Okay, a certain element of the gift card is compromised. We did a robust data analysis, pivot, BI, this, that, and we came to know that there are 5 individuals who have done that. Security guard, valet, accountant, IT manager, junior accountant. Fair? Wow, security guy. Okay, let's meet him. We went to straight away meet him. We know the uska hi naam hai, ID hai. He is compromised. We met him. He had no clue of gift card. He had no clue of gift card. We met the IT manager. He had no clue of gift card. So never go into an interview irrespective of any evidence that you have with a colored mind, because then you will not be able to conduct an objective, free and fair interview process. Agree? Have time, give time. Make sure you, for example, if we have 5 candidates to interview, don't do 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, ek din mein kar lenge. Never do that. You cannot put an end time to an interview, correct? So not more than, sorry, sir, yes. I can hear you.
That case, how do you plan in a way that nothing goes out? It's
You know,
very practical one.
we used to play that game Kacha Limbu. Correct? So in the five that you mentioned, okay, for example, if you have five witnesses, or you mean the five suspects or five whistleblowers?
Any see, this is only for suspects, or by the way for
It's both.
Oh, so for both.
Okay, so for example, this question is that if we have five people to interview, how do we prevent person A from speaking to person B? Is that a question?
Yeah, practical issue.
Correct. Practical issue, and it will happen. It happens. One is, if you recollect at the first, I asked you what is upjohn warning. A part of the upjohn warning is you emphasize that whatever discussion is taking place is confidential. If it goes outside, he or she may be held responsible for compromising uh, the contents of the interview. But at the end, you can never control that. If they are connected, even if they are not connected, in the same case that I mentioned, the security IT manager, by the time we reach the main accountant, it was known that what is happening. So it is part of the gossip mechanism which is built in the system. At the same time, I would say to some extent it is good, because it also spreads the fear factor where it matters. There is a risk of destruction of evidence which exists in that case that happened, which is also possible. To stop it, you can make an attempt to prevent it, but to be very honest, stopping it completely is difficult. When to interview? You can interview. When you can interview? Morning, evening, night, Sunday, Saturday, business hours. Okay. And what if the person is ill on that day? If any connected person in your interview process is not available, as a good practice, you should also not skip that interview and go ahead, because you should wait for that person to be made available. So prolonging the process is fine. At the same time, resequencing your interviews just for any exceptional purposes may not help your case. Correct? Never call, for example, there was a complaint which we had worked on. There was a whistleblower complaint against the interviewer. Was the management in that case, the chief compliance officer, that this guy called at 10 p.m., asked the person to come at the office at 10:30 p.m., made to wait till 1:30 p.m., and the interview went till the morning. Is that a good practice? You are spoiling the case. At the same time, you are giving the other person an opportunity to have an upper edge over you. Where to interview? But if it is a interview which is a confidential, where you don't want, like he mentioned, A speaking to B, speaking to C. Who all can interview? Just the fraud investigator and the interview? You want somebody else to be there, not there? What are your thoughts on that? Two people? Yeah, true. Part of the same team. If it is a female interviewee, you would insist on a HR representative or a female representative to be made available, correct? If the interviewee speaks a different language, तब क्या करेंगे? हमें समझ में नहीं आता. तब क्या करेंगे? Sorry, translator. Now, if there is somebody in your team who knows that language, then if there is somebody in your team, for example, she said 2 people, one of the person knows the language, then yes, no answer. You got my question? You will still insist on a translator for the purpose of independence. And the translator should not be from, ideally not from this company, can be a third party, because that gives the transparency to the process. At the same time, after the interview is completed, you give a transcript to the interviewee to make sure that what we have understood is what he spoke, and vice versa. What we speak is what we understood. Right? So don't think that हमारे पास 2 लोग हैं, he knows this language, she knows this language, we can manage. No, it will backfire. It can backfire. Before the interview, these are very important features where we miss out. हम इसको छोड़ देते हैं. First 2 we have covered: gender, language, ethnicity. The local ethnic culture that the interview belongs to is very important for us to know. That will give you a lot of insights into how he or she will react. हमें कौन सा, which some words are derogatory in a particular region, while it may be acceptable in a particular region. So we have to be mindful of which culture we are entering to. For example, we did an investigation in the Gulf. Now there, this guy says, okay, I'll give you the money back. Goes to the bank ATM, withdraws 5 million and give it to you. But is that what you want? Not sure. But that's a local culture. But will the same thing happen here? Will somebody go to the bank and draw 5 million and give it to you in cash? Won't happen like that. So ethnicity is very important for you to know whether he has a family, doesn't have a family, he lives alone, she lives alone. All those things are very important. Level role, like I mentioned, the security guard, the IT manager, very strange. But when you meet, you realize that this guy has not done it. Especially academics. We had this CA plus ICWA, or 3-4 degrees this guy, this particular person had. And he was kind of indulging in fabrication of bills. So when we asked him that you are highly educated, what is the need? Correct? So before we met him, we couldn't believe that a person having 4-5 qualification academic degrees is indulging into something very, very academic petty fraud. But it happens. Income, wealth, like I mentioned, if a CFO of the company comes in Uber, Ola, and a junior accountant comes in a Ertiga, there is something that you need to look into, right? If a CFO of a SME company comes Uber, Ola, doesn't own a car, and a junior accountant who is 3 levels below comes in his own car every day with a chauffeur-driven car, there is something that you need to look into. These are indicators. This may or may not be fraud as a conclusion, but these are indicators for you to definitely evaluate. So before you interview anybody, my request is kindly make a checklist or kindly make a list of points that gives you a background of the interviewee. Flow of interview. Interview structure कैसे करना है? You don't start, we have heard this is what you have done. No. You start by developing a repo. Seek cooperation, develop a repo. Get as many basic details as possible, like what is your normal day like. You start at 10 o'clock, okay, then what you do. Understand each and every minute detail so that he kinds of becomes cooperative and starts sharing information with you and is comfortable to talk with you. So first step is to make the person comfortable to talk with you. Second is recheck. Certain things you may want to recheck your understanding Can you explain to me the role of XYZ? Is my understanding correct? So try and be iterative so that you kind of validate what you understand. Then comes the validation part. Certain parts that you have as part of your evidence, or that you know, you want to validate. For example, if you got a whistleblower complaint, you want to validate certain aspects of it. So start validating using broad-ended questions. Never ask yes or no questions. Ask funneling questions so that you get more information from the interviewee. Is there anything of concern to you? So now, from your understanding, you have jumped onto concern. कुछ सता रहा है आपको? Is there any problem? Are all controls followed? Procedures followed? What do you think of the company? Is the company doing well? Any concern to you? Start on those. What is the biggest risk you feel? It is not the fraud. We are still not talking about fraud. Okay? इसलिए मैंने बोला कि end time fix नहीं करना interview का. Start time fix करो. Give some time, and then you start about the case. Use plain language, no jargons, no sarcasm, taunt nahi marna hai, no pulling of leg or no kind of hinting that you know through a wicked smile. Don't do that. You are an objective, independent interviewer. Stay that. Thank both at the, yes sir. So, yes and no, both. One is, before the interview is called, you would not call him directly. You would go via the CHRO or CCO of the company. So that's the protocol that we generally follow. So they set a context to it. In case if that is not there, you can give a context that we are looking for answers to certain transactions in a engagement of vendor, for example. So you can give broad certain transactions in procurement, certain transactions in sales, or we want to understand how particular vendors were engaged, what was your role. So without compromising or diluting your evidence, you can give broad indications so that he understands that which way it may lead to. But never ever point finger at the interview saying you are the guy. Doesn't work like that. Lot many times मैंने देखा है that people tend to carry box files, checklists, questions, interviews. Only first two questions may help, but depending on how he or she reacts, you have to evolve. So instead of questionnaire, have talking points. Talking points will help you. If the questions draft करके जाएंगे ना, you might get lost in the letter part of it and you might lose out on the spirit part of it. Got it? See, cooperation, jump the boat. For example, you can give a hint that if the boat is sinking, why don't you jump over? If a smart person is there, he'll understand. But very subtly you have to say this, not in a very harsh manner. We have one more example I'll give you on the third bullet. Suddenly this guy gets a chest pain. We don't know if it is frivolous or reality, but the objective you have to stop. Call HR, call security, call anybody, but don't say, नहीं मुझे पता है झूठ, you're lying, you're doing this. Please don't become a James Bond. We are not a James Bond. Avoid concluding, अच्छा तो अब पता चल गया मैंने किसने fraud किया है. Never ever conclude during the interview. Please don't. Give a fair opportunity of being heard. ये मैं बार बार बोल रहा हूँ, fair क्यों बोल रहा हूँ? इंटरव्यू होने के बाद भी आपको पूछना है, do you want to share something? फिर भी उसको बोलना है कि अगर आपको कुछ याद आता है कल परसों, please get back to it. Keep the window and door open. Most common mistakes. How much time do I have? I'll just wrap up. Interview is like a sporting game. Outcome is known only at the end, how much you prepare. Okay? And it need not have a winner. Please remember, we are not there to win a battle of Panipat or something. Most common mistakes, rushing to conclude. Somebody mentioned the prior session, we have 1 week to complete investigation, 7 day पे पता होना चाहिए किसने fraud किया है. There is no machine to do that. lose talk on the case. We have heard of cases where the investigating team was loose talking in the canteen while having tea that compromised the matter at the end. So please be careful. Do not take names. Do not take third party names. Do not name any value. Sir, आपको क्या लगता है कितने का fraud होगा? मुझे लगता है 5 करोड़ का होगा. Please don't do that. हमें कुछ नहीं लगता है. Please don't do that. It is not professionalism. We have to be very careful because your one word can spoil somebody's life. Correct? So please be careful. Not involving a legal counsel is a big, big mistake. Always involve a legal counsel, be it internal or external. Invading personal life, we have no business telling this guy that his wife's maternal sister is doing this, that. Please stick to your business. Ill treatment meted out to the suspect. We have heard of cases. I have even seen one where this guy was not even offered a glass of water. Please. That's not what we should be doing. Failing to maintain a document trail. What happens? We saw in ERP that this guy was the last modified person. There was a reversal of retention, vendor retention amount was reversed basically to an employee amount, and we saw the last modified user was this guy. Without trailing it further, the interviewer tells the interviewee that we have seen your name as last modified. But you know what had happened? Can you guess what had happened? The IT had admin access, correct? All companies, in that companies you have the IT department who has the admin access. Yes or no? This guy's admin access was not working on that day. So in interest of time, he used the ID of the interviewee. And we have not even verified. Not validating facts, preconceived approach, we have discussed, lack of independence, you should be careful. Almost all of these points we have discussed. Just make sure confession statement, kaise lena, kya karna, we should be aware. You know, in the heat of the moment, we have seen cases where it's funny, but it's real, where a confession statement was obtained on the letterhead of the company and documented. Nobody thought, why, how come a confession statement, a letterhead of the company? So that's why being aware of the legal norms, legal requirements, applicability of the act, and involving legal counsel at each stage is important. If your interview is specially abled, your responsibility triples. Please be mindful. Almost all of this we have discussed. A single misstep can backfire. We have to be aware of state-wise laws. Each state has a Shops and Establishment Act, according to which there are various applicable service rules, applicable do's and don'ts, notice period. It varies from the state of Maharashtra, Gujarat. You have to be aware of each law. No, there is no thumb rule when it comes to termination. It's a very, very soft aspect. Due process has to be followed. Recovery mechanism, you just can't take cash. Why don't you put the money back into the bank account of the CFO? There are a lot of implications. Before accepting any recovery of funds, please think, plan out, take a legal consultation, and make sure all norms are followed. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for being patient.
Thank you so much, Rashish sir. It was very insightful, especially how we understand that the topic interviewing is subjective in a way, but what are the key pointers that we need to drive home, and especially those pointers on the top right of your slides. Those will help us take insights from this session. Thank you so much once again. Moving on to the next topic that we have, that is role of internal audit function in undertaking investigations or forensic reviews, proactive measures, and aligning the audit calendar with the forensic requirements. So, for this session, we have with us CA Ashish Jain, sir. He is a Chief Internal Audit Officer at Naira Energy Limited. He's a chartered accountant and carries over 21 years of experience with large Indian and multinational organizations in leadership role in internal audit, risk management, governance, forensics, assurance, and internal controls. This short introduction, I would like to request CA Ambuj Tripathi to welcome sir on the dais and also greet him with a memento.
So good afternoon to all. I hope I am audible to everybody. So on a Saturday, afternoon, you guys have to, bear with me. So I am completely mindful of that. So let's keep this session bit light and also bit interactive so that, you guys are back to your weekend, programs. So, as the title suggests, before in fact I start this session, let me first, check how many of you are chartered accountants in the room by a show of hands. Oh my God. Okay, well, fair enough. So that's a good number. And can I ask how many of you all are either, performing internal audits or had any history of any assurance reviews? Okay, so almost 50% of you all are coming from the internal audit background. So I think we are having some issues with the slides. So let me just try to fix it here. You'll have to bear with me for 2 minutes.
Okay, so back in action. So this is like, very apt for the topic today. Risk can happen anytime and you need to have ability to manage it. So, given that almost 50% of the crowd over here has some context of internal audit, I think, it's important to, understand how internal audit interfaces when it comes to fraud risks or fraud mitigation or fraud investigations. And, why this topic is important. Why should we be talking about? Because as such, there is, very little sort of connection between what internal audit does and what really happens in relation to the business of fraud. So let me kind of give a hypothetical example, and I think people from internal audit experience would perhaps resonate with that. So let's assume that you do audit of a particular business area, and job well done. You complete your assignment on time. You discuss the report with the management, and you get good feedback from the audit committee. All well done. And then 3 weeks or 4 weeks down the line, something pops up, and they notice a fraud in that business area. What do you think happens in a typical setup in an organization? So the first thing the management starts saying is that, look, we just had audit 3 weeks back. They did so much of work. They couldn't find and give us anything. So how the hell in the world we would have managed this, or we would have known? We would have, done if they had given us some heads up, but, we were completely blindsided. So this is typically, I'm not saying that that is, how it plays out in every organization, but it does happen. Yeah. And there's a time when most of the time internal audit goes on a back foot and then tries to kind of raise arguments like the scope was not covering that, or we did not get access to information, blah, blah, blah. But then honestly speaking, the damage is almost done on the audit's reputation, because then usually audit is seen as ineffective or not able to really protect the organization. So I think this is the context why I think these discussions are important. Apart from the fact that there are so many levers that needs to be exploited between internal audit and the business of fraud. So therefore, let's take a step back and then understand first what is internal audit. So I'll take around 10 minutes to talk a bit about internal audit so that we get the context right, and then we understand, okay, fine, what exactly internal audit does in any organization. And from that perspective, how does the fraud, reviews fit into the overall scheme of things? Yeah, sounds okay? All right. So look at the definition of fraud. And I think there are definition of internal audit, my bad. So there are 2-3 places where you find what is internal audit. Yeah. And nowhere it says that internal audit is responsible for identification of fraud or mitigation of fraud. Obviously so, because the mandate of internal audit is far wider. It talks about looking at the performance of an organization to achieve its business goals, and then obviously working in partnership with the organization to review how the risks are mitigated. Yeah. So that's a broad spectrum of internal audit. And what does fraud typically mean? It's a deliberate attempt. It's a deliberate deception. So therefore, it is an intentional activity. So if you add these pieces together, obviously, no internal audit, no matter how effective it is, how proactive it is, will be able to protect any organization from the incidents of fraud. Yeah. So that is the most important piece that needs to be understood. But that by itself is not a complete fact. So there are many things that internal audit can do, should do, in order to reduce the incidence of fraud. And that is where I think the balance lies somewhere in between. And most of the time you find that there are extreme ends where either the internal audit function believes that they can save the organization from all kinds of risks, or the management has such unrealistic expectations to the point where internal audit says that we are third line, so we will not get involved into any kind of risk assessment, because that is the first line's job. So I think somewhere the truth lies in between. So that takes us to the next slide. So most of you all must be aware of the 3 lines because if most of you all do have audit exposure. If not, I'll just very briefly cover. And for the people who have not heard about it before, I would strongly encourage, please get some some literature into what is three lines. So it's not a very complicated or a very sophisticated concept. It's a very simple depiction of the accountability framework in any organization to manage risks. So it's as simple as that. Yeah, so you have the three lines here, and then the framework says that what is it that each line is supposed to be doing for two major things. One, to basically, identify or to understand the risk environment, and then B, to deploy the relevant controls which are fit for purpose in order to deal with those risks. Yeah? So therefore, with these two objectives, the roles and responsibilities are made clear in these three lines. So the first line, as you can understand, is the line management, which is responsible, and that's something which is a universally accepted, a position. So if any organization holds a different view, then I think there is some need for more internal communications or introspections about how can the line management there take a position that it is not their responsibility. So the line management is responsible for understanding the risk universe and then taking, definitive steps to deploy the required mitigations. Yeah. Now, in large organizations, when you have multiple locations and different products and thousands and thousands of products to manage, so and so forth, it is practically not possible for the line management because then there are multiple arms and legs of the line management. So in those organizations, then you have a need of second line. And therefore, the second line actually gets involved in the designing of the controls or in proposing what would be the best position for the company to sort of, deal with the risks. So that's how then the second line comes up. But essentially, it is an offshoot of the first line. So it reports into the first line. It is an extension of what the first line is supposed to be doing. So therefore, the first line and the second line work in an integrated manner in order to achieve the core objective of the first line. Now, coming to the third line, now you may ask, okay, fine, if already everything is done, the risks have been identified, controls have been defined, it's been operated, so what is the third line doing? So that's precisely where the third line is supposed to be checking that what exactly first line has achieved, what exactly second line has achieved, and ultimately whether all these things put together are really delivering to what they're supposed to be delivering. Yeah. So that is where then internal audit, or for that matter, the stat auditors and the regulators come into the third box or the third line box. So that's the concept. Now, why am I talking about all this? Because we are talking about frauds and fraud incidents, which are basically risks to the organization. And therefore, we are talking about the whole business of fraud investigations and fraud reviews and fraud assessments. Yeah. So with that context, the three-line context, it is important to understand how then the fraud risk gets managed, how the fraud incident gets investigated, what happens in terms of consequence management, and so forth. Yeah. If anybody has any question over here, please feel free to ask me, because based on this concept, we will build the future presentation. Yeah. Any questions? Anything to add? Okay. So we talked about risk, we talked about controls. What does this mean actually, in the context of an organization? What does it mean? So this is how usually, if you see the leftmost side of the slide, the top left, this is how risk management looks like typically, at least theoretically speaking. Yeah. So basically what you have here are the dots which signify the risk, and where the dots are placed signifies their importance. And then obviously they are treated. They are treated risks. Essentially, what does that mean is that they have already been quantified after the expected controls or mitigations that, or the risk response that an organization can bring into the ecosystem. So therefore, what you have over here is an assessment done by the management, supported by the second line, that what risks the company is exposed to, and then how those risks are moving. So the upward or the downward arrows or whatever they may mean actually signify that whether the risk is moving on the higher side or on the lower side. So which basically signifies whether the mitigations are working or not working. All right. So that's basically the business of risk. Now, therefore, comes the concept of control, because without application of control, risk by itself doesn't make any sense, because organizations are supposed to, assume risks in order to achieve their objectives and make money. So nothing wrong with that.
So the deployment of control is basically done to mitigate the risk which the organization doesn't want to assume. And therefore, it is important that those controls are aligned, those controls are designed to achieve the objective. Yeah. So if you see the right side, the top right, so that is where you understand the concept of design and concept of operation of controls. So what does the term design means? So we talked about the second line, yeah? Second line trying to, figure out what exactly is needed in order to build. Okay, excuse me. Can you please have some silence over there? Thank you. Yeah, sorry for the interruption. So we talked about, let's take an example, just so that, I think it's becoming a little heavy on theory. So let's assume that the task is that you have to drive to office. Yeah. Most of you all know how to drive. So therefore, if that is the activity, yeah, so you're supposed to then take so many precautions. The vehicle has to be, has to have certifications. You have to have a driving license. You have to follow the rules. There are hundreds of things that, because you drive, you do not realize, but there are hundreds of things that you have to take care. Now let's assume that you feel that, okay, fine, I can drive. But then what if you are told that, but at the same time, first you have to put up a manual, which explains when do you take right, when do you take left, when you put a brake, when do you not. So then you say that, listen, it is too much for me. I can definitely drive, but then if you're asking me to do all of this, then it is beyond my remit. So then you say, okay, fine, I'll give you support. So that is your second line. So your second line will give you all the manuals, will tell you what you need to do when. All you need to do is that make sure that you follow those instructions. So you say, okay, fine, I can manage that. Now, the fact that whether there is a manual or not, the fact that you've been given instructions or not, that is your design. Yeah. So therefore, you basically decide at what level you will be driving, whether you'll be driving at, above limits, whether you are allowed to do that, because sometimes you will be allowed to do that. So therefore, you may be told that under these circumstances, you can do that, so to speak. So therefore, the control mechanism under which you are allowed to operate is called as design. Now, when it comes to implementation and execution, it's a different matter, because then let's expand the example. Let's assume that you are an organization where you have to, reach your products pan-India, and you have thousands of outlets. So you will have to deploy, obviously, all transportation and logistics modes, whether it's road, rail. So therefore, then you will have to get involved in terms of, okay, fine, how each of these transport vehicles or the transportation modes are managed. Yeah. So then obviously you will have to have a monitoring mechanism, because not everybody will be following the manual, or not everybody will be doing exactly what is expected for them to do. So that is where the operating effectiveness of the controls comes into play. So you may have state-of-the-art controls, but then on the road or on the ground, so to speak, if they are not being implemented, then they are as good as piece of paper. So therefore, when you talk of third line and we talk of internal audit as a function, what internal audit has to do is to evaluate first, at a design level, whether it makes sense or not, whether those controls are effective in order to mitigate the risk theoretically. And then what happens at the ground level? Does that really resonate? Is that as expected, or it's not as per expectations? Yeah? So that's the understanding in relation to control. So now you look at the risk, you look at the controls, and then when you as internal auditor draw your plans or draw your assessments, you then make an opinion. Okay, I find that the risks maybe are not even known to the organization, or they are, far more than what the organization or the management says they are. Or for that matter, the design is not fit for purpose. So I have a big problem with there is no manual only, or there is no mechanism to sort of deal with this risk. Or everything is in place, but then look, your guys are not doing, what they're supposed to be doing. So we have a big problem with implementation. So an internal auditor is supposed to bring all these pieces together, yeah, and then make an evaluation, both at the planning stage and of course at an assessment stage. So this is usually how the control matrix looks like. So this is one of the ways in which an internal auditor can prioritize or make more assurances based on what level of control maturity the organization is at. So the more automated controls you have, obviously you can place a better reliance compared to the manual ones. The more preventive controls you have, better possibility to manage the risks compared to what we do. So that is usually how an internal auditor then comes to the stage of on the drawing board. How does it actually start preparing its plan? So this is how usually typically you start your planning process. process. So you put in place all the business risks, you evaluate the maturity of the controls, and then you say, okay, fine, these are the critical areas where I will have to put my resources into for the whole year or for the whole planning period, whatever it may be. So just for the sake of simplicity, these are the categories, and there can be as many categories as you like. So these are the main categories where you can box your risks: financial controls. So these are your reporting controls, credit risk, interest rate risk, forex hedging, depending upon the exposure of your organization. All those controls that actually can have a big impact on the organization's sustainability or reputation. And then you have the business controls or the operational controls, which are the core risks that set into your business. So this is, everything that actually can an organization get exposed to. And then, since we are on the topic of risk, then you have the bucket of the fraud risk. And this is where obviously an internal auditor has to deploy all the nice things that we talked in the previous slide in terms of the risk exposure, in terms of the controls, in terms of, what is a sort of ecosystem or the industry in which the company is working. Because even in the Indian context, different industries will have a different risk exposure when it comes to that. So getting the sensitivities of the business, and how do you then make your audit plan, just to make sure that you have a good sense of risk, controls, and then what fraud risk ultimately then the company are residing in the company. So typically the controls that you see, and obviously we will go into it with more detail at a later date, at a later time, sorry, are your ethical conduct policies. Every organization these days encourages to have a code of conduct for not just its employees, but for its stakeholders, that is your vendors, your customers, your contract partners, and so on and so forth. So that actually sets the context of what are the basic do's and don'ts, what is acceptable, what is not acceptable. So that is something which definitely helps. Then you have the due diligence process. So before you onboard, say for instance, a vendor partner, or before you onboard even an employee, then there are verifications or due diligence performed, so that those risks are then not assumed in the company. They are actually mitigated before we begin the engagement. And then obviously you have the UK Bribery Act, you have the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act of US, and then most of the companies now have a very clear sense of the anti-bribery, corruption, or anti-money laundering rules. So they then try to build the frameworks and then apply them to their contractual arrangements and to all the other activities that they do across the organization. Then you have conflicts of interest declarations. So there is a very clear sense that what is conflict and how it needs to be mitigated, what needs to be declared, and then gifts and hospitality. So what cannot be considered as gift or hospitality, which needs to be reported, which needs to be not accepted or not given for that matter. So those nice things which organizations build, they all help in developing a control framework or a response strategy. So where does an internal auditor come into all of this? So obviously, when an internal auditor is driving his plan, he has to take into account in which stage of maturity the organization is, what level of policies and controls the organization has in relation to these risks. And then obviously the auditor will have to decide, okay, fine, which areas they have to get into. So say for instance, if you do not have any of these, then your appointment of agents or people that work with you for supporting you with your government relations becomes your key focus. So obviously you have to cover that in an audit plan. So based on then how you see the organization's overall policy structure, you then decide what exactly you need to cover in an audit plan. Yeah. So this is how your typical audit process looks like in an internal audit. Yeah. So you begin with the planning, and then you go into engagements with your process owners or auditees. Then you get into the scope. You then develop your scope. You start executing your audit. In that, you obviously go back and forth in relation to what you find, and then you validate. Then you once again go deep, or you feel that you have to broaden your scope, so you do that. And then obviously you come up with your initial findings. You sense check that. You again go back, and then you come up with your final list of findings. You bring that into a report, you issue it, you get the final responses, you develop your actions, and then you release the report. So that's a typical cycle of every internal audit. Now give and take, up and down, but that's how usually internal audit is run across the organization. Now the fact of the matter over here is that usually what is seen for the stakeholders is a report. What is not seen is the methodology or the approach that you use to come to that stage. Yeah. So the question over here is that, how we started this session, that if, after the conclusion of an audit, if an internal auditor is asked why they were not able to identify a fraud or why they were not able to give a heads up, then obviously your reports are not going to be, indicating that. But the process or the approach that you deploy in order to review a particular area, the level of documentation that you keep, the clarity on the scope, yeah, the transcripts that you keep of the interviews. So all of that really makes a big difference in order to make sure that you can display that you have deployed best in class practices in order to perform that audit methodology or perform that audit assignment. Yeah. So that is where, the process becomes important. Usually I am not a subscriber that, process is more important than the outcome. Of course, outcomes matter. So please not misunderstand me. But at the same time, when it comes to the outcomes which you may have checked certain things, but then you may not have found the gaps. So therefore, it will not reflect in your report if it is an exceptions report. So therefore, the only way you can display the depth of your review is through the process. So therefore, it is really important for an internal auditor, especially in today's context, to be very clear of what the methodology is. How do they perform the assessments? How do they review facts? Yeah, what is considered as an exception, what is not considered as an exception, how do you even categorize your exceptions. So all those things become so important, because otherwise it is very difficult to keep arguing that, we were not supported by the business and so we could not identify the frauds. It is a defeating argument. It will not actually help. Yeah. So this is a more drill down of what I just talked about. So, if you see, there are layers and layers that actually go in relation to performing an audit process. And then at the end of each milestone, you have some deliverables. So whether it is your audit plan, whether it is your engagement plan, whether it is your draft report, whether it is your initial query audit program, whatever. So it depends upon what your methodology requires. So each of those towers or each of those, lines of processes have to be then well connected with the outcome that you then actually, bring into your organization. So coming to the most important point that, if you see the process, now it's not very different from how an investigation is done. Yeah. And that is where then it becomes very difficult to differentiate between, but then it was not an investigation. So I had certain limitations. Now it becomes very difficult to explain, okay, what were your limitations? Because as an auditor, especially in internal audit, you have access to all information, you are independent, reporting to the audit committee and board, you're not even reporting to the management. So is this a, real limitation, or is it, a limitation that has been self-imposed? So this again comes to the point where, how your methodology is developed and what are your audit objectives. So unless that is clear and well communicated, this becomes a problem. And therefore, it is really important to understand how an internal audit activity is different from an investigation activity, and how you are able to then communicate these differences or the big sort of objective differences, yeah, to your organization. And apart from that, it becomes very important also to ensure that your internal audits are effective and they are not actually investigations, because then you will not be able to achieve your audit objectives. So many times you see that audits are run as investigation pieces and they are not able to achieve the results. Likewise, sometimes the risk is that investigations are run as audit exercises, because again, people do not realize that these are investigations and it has to be done, taking care of certain approaches which perhaps, people may not be sensitive about. So I'm just trying to build certain illustrations. This is obviously not a complete list, but just so that people understand how an internal audit activity is really different in relation to an investigation piece. So if you see, the first and major difference comes from the scope and of the objective. So we looked at, how we started the whole audit process, what was the landscape in an organization. So the mandate of an audit, internal audit function is far large. Yeah. It is looking at the objectives of the whole organization. It is looking at the performance of the whole organization. Whereas if you look at an investigation piece, it is so specific for a particular, area. that it is not connected with the larger piece. It has no reference or no relevance with how the other pieces of the organizations are working. So that by itself is such a huge difference, because when you're looking at a larger piece, you will be looking at it from a different lens. And when you're looking at a very specific area where there is a potential of something going wrong or something already gone wrong, so your focus will be very different. So the scope and dimension of the areas are very, very different. And that has to be very clearly articulated in your communications, on your audit plan, on your scope document, on your other communications. So usually if you're releasing an audit report, it is important to also attach your scope or your audit objectives so that it is very clear that the context of your findings are seen from that aspect. Yeah. And when you're actually doing an investigation, again, obviously it is always marked as an investigation, but there again, it becomes important to say the scope restrictions or the scope limitations that you are going to investigate a particular area. So you really do not have the ability then to talk about the larger pieces, yeah, of that particular business. So therefore, the scope, restrictions or limitations, and then according to then your approach has to be very clearly articulated. Then comes the most important piece on execution, and I think this is really the key, because an execution, when you do an internal audit, you do not question every piece of evidence that come, and then you review. You do not see that with suspicion. Of course, that doesn't mean that it's blindfolded. You obviously have to get a sense check whether those pieces of evidence can be relied upon or not. But by and large, you will assume that whatever that you are seeing are reasonably, reliable. Likewise, when you are meeting people or when you are interacting with them or when you're collecting information, unless you have something suspicious, you will go on the basis of the information that is being provided to you. Because you are then looking at so many different elements that you will not be able to, go to that depth of validation. So you will be assuming that this is the level at which you will have to rely upon. Whereas when you're doing an investigation, you cannot rely on anything. So therefore, everything that you see has to be corroborated, has to be checked for authenticity, has to be, validated. And as an investigator, you cannot say I relied upon ABC, because then that is the whole purpose of investigation. So the moment you say that, oh, I relied, so I couldn't complete my investigation or I couldn't achieve my results because ABC did not provide me the right information. Well, that's, that's basically saying that I'm not capable of doing my investigation. So that is where the core difference comes, that your execution approach is very different when you're doing an internal audit and obviously when you're doing an investigation. Likewise, interviews. Interviews in an investigation context is very, very important. The interview setting has to be pre-planned. You have to prepare maybe for days as to what questions you're going to ask, how you will develop your questions, what context you will bring, yeah, how are you going to ask leading questions and then close-ended questions. Whereas in the case of internal audit, those are exploratory discussions. You're trying to evaluate together, with the business, how they see the risk or what is your view on, where they are, managing their operations. So those are exploratory discussions. So those are not targeted or focused in order to, validate certain gaps. So that's where then the dimension of the interviews are very, very different. Yeah? The third element is in relation to the market interface. Now, usually in a internal audit exercise, you use certain market information, but that is usually in the public domain. So for instance, you may try to benchmark, or you may see some industry statistics, or you may see some financials of your competitors and so on and so forth. So those are things that you just use for the purpose of getting a sense check of how your organization is performing vis-a-vis the market. So those are very general, statistics. Whereas in the case of investigation, you actually develop your primary sources to collect market information. So you decide where do you want to, take your sources. I mean, where do you need to find your sources, what level of information you need from them, and then how and what you're going to be actually, using that information for. So that is a major difference between how do you then interface with your ecosystem and collect information. So therefore, the scope of investigation, information collection is again very restricted, very targeted, and essentially to validate or disprove something that you're trying to investigate. And the last piece is on the engagement. Yeah, as a very activity internal audit is an engagement exercise. So you engage, right from the planning, pre-planning, to execution, to your finalization, you engage with the business. The more you engage, the more clarity and more maturity you will get in your findings. And at the same time, the business will be able to better understand what the gaps are and then how they can then go ahead to mitigate them or to, provide a risk response for that. In the case of investigation, unfortunately, you cannot do that. So your audience is maybe just 2 or 3 senior management or the integrity committee or the ethics committee. So you do not have the ability then to go and talk of your findings or to sort of sense check or validate your facts. So your engagements are very restricted. They are on need basis, and of course, the consequence management has to be always kept in mind. So when you're creating a record, when you are preparing a transcript of an interview, when you are actually even recording something, either audio or video, you always have to keep in mind that how that will play out subsequently when you are going to take further actions. It could be either in the court of law, it could be in terms of a legal dispute with your counterparty, so and so forth. So therefore, one has to always keep in mind, how do you share that information? Sometimes companies prefer to keep all of this legally privileged, so an external counsel comes in, and then all this information then becomes legally privileged, so that the company is not obliged to share that information, sometimes even to the regulators, because then it's a question of attorney-client privileges. So there are multiple strategies how you can then engage with this targeted set of stakeholders in order to achieve the required objectives of the investigation. Now, there are multiple other areas, but these are the main pieces where you will find that the approach is very different, and therefore, and that is driven by the objectives and the purpose of these reviews. But what exactly is common? And what are the skill sets of internal audit which are so relevant to perform an investigation? So let us just look at one example so that we all can understand how important the skill set of internal audit is in order to do a successful investigation. So let's assume that there is, a risk event, and the risk event is that the monument of Taj Mahal has, to go through large cost or significant cost of cleaning because of, being damaged with a lot of bird, what can I say, with a lot of yeah, I mean, basically, it's like, if it is a national monument and an international sort of, pride for India, and if you do not have ability to keep it shining and clean, you obviously lose a reputation. But on the other hand, there is a huge cost associated with that. And at the same time, you are actually, diminishing the value of that heritage. Yeah. So it is like a conflicting thing to do. So if this is the problem, and what happens when an internal auditor reviews this problem and tries to find a solution, and how would an investigator would like to resolve that issue? Yeah, this is just an example just to explain the depth and the scope of an audit and an investigation. So usually, obviously, it's the pigeons and the birds which, dirty the monument. So, what would an investigator do? He would take a photograph, he would record, he will prove that, okay, fine, I can confirm that this monument is impacted because of this, and therefore I have proved. Now let's do the consequence management, and it could be, whatever, it could be, putting the bird nest, or the bird protections, or it could be even, killing the birds, or whatever it may be as needed to protect the heritage site. So that is where then the investigation gets completed and mission accomplished. Yeah. But the role of internal audit obviously is very different. So an internal auditor is not essentially responsible for, identifying where and how the problem can be immediately stopped. So for an internal auditor, the most important piece is to understand what is the root cause. If this is the issue, what is it that is causing it? And usually, more often than not, there will be, causing analysis. And when the causing analysis happens, usually in internal audit exercise, you will find that the pigeons are coming. Why? So the pigeons are coming in order to, eat the worms. And why the worms are coming? The worms are coming because there are flies and mosquitoes. And why the flies and mosquitoes are coming? Because then, the monument is kept open in the night, and there are, significant, lights. And we all know that mosquitoes come because, you have a lot of light in the night. So the purpose of this example is that, the dimension of an internal audit is very different compared to the dimension of an investigation. It's not that the findings of an investigations are wrong or they are not, meeting the requirements, but at the same time, the scope is so restricted and the objectives are limited to, solve the problem for that particular issue. Whereas the scope of internal audit is far more wider, it is far more interconnected with the company's objectives, and that's how then the chances of an internal auditor helping or supporting the organization on a more sustainable basis are relatively on the higher side. But at the same time, the skill sets of internal auditors are so important to perform investigations because unless, there is a causing analysis or there is an ability to see how and which dots to join, it's not possible then sometimes to even conclude an investigation successfully. So that's how then one can differentiate or one can actually deploy the skills of an internal audit function in an investigation. So this is usually, so this was the theoretical example, but then let's come to the live example. I'll not deep dive into this, but this is just one example of how you can do a causing analysis. And I do not know how many of you all are aware of a bow tie approach, but this is essentially a very powerful tool to analyze a risk event. And this comprises of 4 parts. The first is, of course, the cause analysis, which we saw. Then obviously comes the part of preventive controls. So what preventive controls are equipping the organization to not let those causes, achieve or result into risk for the organization. But then obviously the risk can still transpire, the risk can still happen. So what happens after that? Are we just going to then decide at that point in time as an organization, or we already have certain plan B or certain plan C in place? So then what are those containment controls or risk response which an organization has? Are they again fit for purpose? And then ultimately, the organization will still have to, bear the impact of that risk incident. So do we at least know what is the threshold? If a particular risk event happens, then to what extent the organization then has to take the impact? So this is how the bow tie approach helps in terms of risk assessment. And the 2 examples that I have over here are essentially relevant for the purpose of fraud risks. So when you have a fraud risks, this is something which definitely helps to understand what could be the impact of those fraud risks and how equipped the organization is to deal with those fraud risks. And that is essentially the contribution, or that is the scope of internal audit function. And as you can see, it is a much larger scope. It is a much larger piece to look at. So you will be then evaluating whether the organization has the right level of resources or the right level of processes in order to mitigate those risks. Yeah. So I think the slides will be shared with all of you all, so I will not get into specific details. But as you all can read, the investigation is essentially one of the containment controls. And if you see the entire slide, that is the scope of internal audit. Yeah. So this is how you can build the relationship between what is the scope of an internal audit function and where the piece of investigation comes. Yeah. Likewise, this is the second risk. And if you see over here, it's the same approach, but here, there is a more emphasis on the risk assessments. So here again, internal auditor or an internal audit function can play a significant role in terms of performing those risk assessments. Though we saw the 3 lines, we saw that this is not the primary responsibility of internal audit, but given the fact that internal audit has the skill set, has a competency, that's where the expectation comes from to do the risk assessments. But that is one where, an internal auditor himself has to develop his own scope. And ultimately, this is the only basis on which the scope can be developed. Yeah. So ultimately, at the end of the day, this, this approach is very, very significant and very relevant for every internal function to develop a scope which then addresses the fraud risks and can help the company in having a more robust approach for mitigating the fraud risks. Yeah. So then where does it take you all to? I mean, as an internal audit function, you have done so much of assessments and so much of reviews, then what do you do with that? Yeah, you may not be able to audit each and every of those because then you will have a huge risk of frauds. So that is how then you go to developing a fraud library or a fraud risk library, sorry. And this library then becomes your focal point to look at, or it becomes your lens to look at the organization when you look at fraud risk. Yeah. And I have just bucketed these risks, but then depending upon, the circumstances of the organization and depending upon, how the organization is resourced, the dimensions of these risks would change. But typically in a fraud risk register, you will find areas related to finance, HR, production, legal risks, procurement, supply chain, IT, of course, marketing. So these are the elements where an internal auditor has to have a view, yeah, as to where the organization is exposed to and to what extent, the organization has the ability to protect itself from the fraud risks. Yeah. So connecting to the example which I said, even if you complete an assignment where you're not able to, identify the existence or the commitment of a fraud, that doesn't mean that you do not need to have a lens or you do not need to have an understanding of the core fraud risks or the, ethical risks that an organization has. And at a broad level, whether you think that those are rightly being managed or not. Yeah. So this is one of the tools that can be used to achieve that. I will not go too much into this, but this just helps to understand that even if you have, good controls, even if you have, a lot of mechanisms to either pre-alert or to stop or to contain, still, ultimately what matters is how the organization at the top responds to these risks, what is the messages it gives, to what extent exception management is an exception and not the rule. Yeah, so ultimately, that context is so important. And for internal audit, again, understanding that context becomes very, very important. Yeah. So it is so important to understand and have those discussions, open discussions with the board, with the audit committee, with the senior management. What are the thresholds? Yeah. Because unless you know those thresholds, you will not be aligned with your own audit processes. So to understand where, it is okay for, exceptions to happen, where it is not okay, that's where then you build the sensitivities in your plan and in your audits. Yeah. In terms of risk assessment, of course, you will need to develop risk criteria, and this risk criteria can be very different from what the management is using. So it all depends upon the past experience and then what is your assessment of the thresholds based on your own ground reviews and what you've seen in relation to that organization. Yeah. But it is again important to have certain criteria in place so that it becomes not a subjective exercise, but it is processed on the basis of your universal criteria that you apply, in all the modules or in all the businesses that we saw in the previous slide. So it is based on thresholds, it is based on likelihood, and it is again based on the triangle of the existing controls. So this is how you then perform your risk assessments in relation to fraud, and then you come up with your own conclusions, whether that's a high risk, low risk. And this is how typically your fraud risk register can look like. So it will have the risks, it will have your likelihood and the potential impact. And then that's where you will come to your conclusions that, okay, fine, these are the 4 areas or the 5 areas which are topmost priority. And then those are the ones that I'm building in my plan, or those are the ones that I'm going to then, get assurance providers to look at, which could be line 2. And then I will then look at if I'm okay with that or not. So that's the way you ultimately bring all these pieces together and take some, positive or proactive measures based on this assessment. And this is just a dashboard, but again, it's very powerful. And these risks obviously keeps changing. So maybe you would like to refresh it every quarter, every 6 months, every year. So this basically lists down the risks that you evaluated, the controls that you, assessed. And then ultimately, it also helps you to look at a relative scale, which are the businesses which have a larger incidence of fraud. So what can you do more apart from your risk assessments? Because those are leading and those obviously will result into an audit which will happen after 3 months or 6 months. It may be too late because then again, sometimes it's too late or too less to address it. So this is an area where I think a lot can be done by every internal audit function, and which is continuous review. So you don't need to actually have a entire suite of audit processes in order to review or have a lens on a particular area. You can actually deploy mostly automated tools or even, manual processes, but which can be periodically done, where you can have a good sort of a dipstick of the core processes or the core controls of your company. And then you can build that into statistics in terms of how much exceptions you noted. And then you can then compare it over a period of time so that you can come to know if there is any unusual variations that you note, or something which definitely needs further review or investigation. So this is the typical build-up of the continuous audit. So usually then you decide which are the significant areas or the exposure areas of your organization. Then you decide your approach, whether it will be through a system or an automated tool, or you would do it manually. You set up the frequencies, then obviously you get the results. You keep sense checking your results, because there will be a lot of false alarms over there. So you do not need that to be flashed to the organization. So you will obviously revalidate your data. And then of course you will pull it together to form an information which then can be a periodic deck to the management. Now here, again, depending upon, it's a judgment call, whether you need to immediately act, whether you need to wait for the management response and then act, or whether you want to build it into a plan. So that depends upon what you find out of it, but definitely it's a very good tool for internal audit to be more proactive and more on the ground, rather than going once or, once in annually or once in 2 years. So that's, I think, broadly covers now what we have seen from the planning stage to the execution stage, to more proactive measures, and also to get a sense of whether the organization on a whole has the right level of inputs to manage progress. Yeah. So this just helps to explain how automation can be used or data analytics can be used, because huge data out there. If you try to do it manually for a long duration, the chances are that you will lose the momentum. So the more you automate, the better chances are that it becomes sustainable. So I'll just end presentation with this food for thought. So you have internal auditors who are considered to be generalists, and then you have the forensic experts or the fraud investigators who are supposed to be specialists. Now the problem is that the generalists become too generalists and the specialists become too specialists to hold any relevance. Yeah. So my message, or my advice to all of you all would be that please be in the middle. So remain relevant. So you need to have an overview, because then it's important that the advice that you give to the company or the views that you hold are in the context of how it impacts the organization. So you need to be very clear of that. But at the same time, you cannot be so general, or you can be so vague that the organization at the end of the day feels that, okay, but then what am I supposed to do with this piece of information? So therefore, you also need to have some more, more on the ground, more specific inputs, so that you can then bring more value to the organization. So ultimately, at the end of the day, I feel that as professionals, it's not relevant to box yourself as an auditor or an investigator. What you need to do is have the right level of lenses and the right level of capabilities and skills, so that you can do both the roles effectively. Yeah? So that is how I would like to end this. Happy to take any questions or any comments. All right, then. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, sir. It was very insightful in terms of how internal audit would integrate with forensic and investigations, as well as how it is distinct in its own way. Thank you so much once again for sparing your valuable time and being here with us. Moving on to the next topic that we have, that is data analytics and its role with respect to forensic investigations. So we have with us CA Nikunj Shah as the speaker for this session. He is a qualified chartered accountant in the year 2002, holds a post-qualification diploma in information systems audit, cleared with distinction, institute certificate course on forensic accounting, fraud detection, certified internal auditor, member of Association of Certified Fraud Examiners, He is a partner with Shashank J. Shah and Company Chartered Accountants currently. Selected as a co-opted member of the Digital Accounting and Assurance Board (DAB) of the ICAI, and serving as a co-convener of the Technology Initiatives Committee of the BCAS. With this introduction, I would like to request CA Neha Phadke to please welcome Nikun sir on the dais and also present sir with a memento.
Hello, hello. Mic testing 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Right, good. Yeah. ये बाद में लगाएंगे. Yeah. Huh? So, namaskar and good evening, friends, seniors in the profession and colleagues. I must, at the very outset, I must express my very deep and sincere gratitude to DAAB, Digital Accounting and Assurance Board in general, and WRC in particular, for having me here, for giving me this opportunity to share thoughts with participants on using data analytics for forensic accounting. My sincere thanks to Jyot, my friend Jyot as well, for kind words of introduction. He read almost everything that I had only written. Right, that's right. That I had only written in the resume. But at the same time, I must express my slight grudge with Jyot also. He forgot to read a very important aspect about me. Yes, he forgot to tell this August gathering that I was also the captain of my kabaddi team in class 7. Okay, so this may please be noted. This may please be noted. Data analytics for forensic accounting. Okay, so here we are, and time-wise, we're quite okay, 30-35 minutes. Jyot gives me a new number to wrap up. I'm sure you're feeling happy about this. Okay. Friends, data analytics is a very generic term, and when applied to our fraternity, it can be applied in at least 3 distinct areas. Data analytics for business decision making, data analytics for internal audit, and data analytics for fraud investigations and I'm talking about financial fraud investigations and forensic accounting. Okay. When data analytics is applied for business decision making, in that the main objective is to analyze chunks of data and make business sense out of it. It is to support the business decision making process. With analysis of data, can we really increase the top line, the bottom line, the market share, so on and so forth, are the questions that are generally sought to be answered. But when the same data is analyzed from a controls perspective, and I'm slowly and gradually coming to the point, I would request your undivided attention. When the same data in the database is analyzed from a controls perspective, then a completely new faculty emerges, and that is data analytics for assurance, जिसे प्यार से assurance analytics भी कहते हैं. Everybody is comfortable with a little bit of Hindi as well. Excellent. No foreign participants. नहीं, अब मजा आएगा because English मेरा थोड़ा ऐसा okay. Right. So assurance analytics. Sir, controls को evaluate क्या data analytics से किया जा सकता है? बिल्कुल किया जा सकता है. Sir, उदाहरण के तौर पे, the other day I enter a bank branch for concurrent audit. And I asked the branch manager that how do you people ensure that there are no revenue leakages in your branch? The branch manager looks at me and says, sir, don't worry. Because we have implemented what is called as a bank-wide system, and everything is system-based. So if a customer comes in and wants to get a demand draft issue, then we simply enter his customer number, and basis his customer number, the system identifies whether he's a home branch customer or a non-home branch customer. And basis that status, demand draft charges at the appropriate rate are levied. सब कुछ system based. इसलिए इसमें सर revenue leakage का तो कोई सवाल ही नहीं. I would like to take a pause over here and would like to ask this gathering over here that whether you are able to relate to a situation that I just narrated. At most of the places that we go and we ask questions like this, that revenue leakage हो रहा है कि नहीं, तो हमें एक ही उत्तर मिलता है कि सब कुछ सिस्टम बेस्ड है सर. इसमें कहाँ कुछ प्रॉब्लम हो ही सकता है. मेरा पहला क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे ये होगा कि are we okay with this answer that yes सब कुछ सिस्टम बेस्ड है, इसलिए हम लोग टिक करके आगे चले जाते हैं कि no revenue leakage? Of course not. Of course. If there is one single word around which life of an internal auditor revolves, then that word is internal control. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt. At the same time, we know that internal control is not the baby of the auditor. It's the baby of management. Our audit report very clearly says this, that to implement a system, to design and implement a system of internal controls commensurate with the size and nature of the business is the responsibility of the management. Auditor's responsibility is to evaluate it and express an independent opinion thereon. Sir, auditor का धर्म है internal controls को evaluate किया जाए. Just because management is saying कि सब कुछ system based है, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि हम टिक करके आगे चले. सवाल ये है कि इस सिचुएशन में सिस्टम बेस्ड कंट्रोल्स को कैसे इवैल्यूएट किया जाए. सर कुछ रास्ते हैं सिंपल से, एक काम करते हैं, अपने एक आर्टिकल ट्रेनी को उधर जो भी डिमांड ड्राफ्ट इशू करता है ना वो क्लर्क के बाजू में बिठा देते हैं। नेक्स्ट टाइम कोई भी कस्टमर आता है उसका अकाउंट नंबर डालेगा, ये क्लर्क देखे और जाके देखेगा कि क्या उसके अकाउंट में उतना डेबिट गया कि नहीं। एवरीबडी इज विथ मी? 100%? यस सर, ये हो सकता है, लेकिन इसमें एक इनहेरेंट लिमिटेशन। सर वो इनहेरेंट लिमिटेशन क्या? हम ऑडिट कर रहे हैं जनवरी मंथ का, आप ये चीज फरवरी में कर रहे हैं, फरवरी में इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स ठीक चल रहे हैं, इसका अर्थ ये नहीं कि जनवरी में भी ठीक चल रहे थे। सर इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स को इवैल्यूएट करना है, इसका मतलब एक्चुअली मुझे 3 महीने में इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स को इवैल्यूएट करना है। नंबर 1, वेदर द सिस्टम इज अप्रोप्रिएटली डिजाइन्ड, A. B, whether it is implemented, and C, if implemented, whether it is in operation throughout the audit period. Yes or no? तीनों, design, implementation, and if implemented, whether it is in operation throughout the audit period. ये 3 महीनों में जब मुझे इंटरनल कंट्रोल्स को इवैल्यूएट करना है, तो मैंने अभी जो सिस्टम सजेस्ट की कि एक आर्टिकल ट्रेनी को बिठा दीजिए और देखिए कि ये सिस्टम ठीक चल रही है कि नहीं, उसका एक इनहेरेंट लिमिटेशन है। सर एक और रास्ता है, एक काम करते हैं, जनवरी में जितने भी डिमांड ड्राफ्ट इशू हुए थे उसमें से 5, 15, 25 पकड़ते हैं और वो 5, 15, 25 में जाके देखते हैं कि कस्टमर अकाउंट हैज बीन अप्रोप्रिएटली चार्ज फॉर डिमांड ड्राफ्ट चार्जेस। एवरीबडी इज विथ मी? I would like to take a pause over here. Everybody is comfortable with my language, both English and Hindi? 100%? Whatever I am saying, is it making sense to you? Are we able to connect? Excellent. Excellent. Thank you for your response. Thank you for your response. सर एक काम करते हैं, 5, 15, 25 डिमांड ड्राफ्ट्स जो इस ब्रांच से इश्यू हुए हैं वो पकड़ते हैं और उसमें जाके देखते हैं कि अप्रोप्रिएट डिमांड ड्राफ्ट चार्जेस हैव बीन डेबिटेड टू कस्टमर अकाउंट और नॉट। इसे सैंपलिंग कहा जाता है। सैंपलिंग एज एन ऑडिट technique is acceptable, no problem, but sampling has an inherent limitation. Sir, what is that inherent limitation? The inherent limitation with sampling is sometimes the auditor is plainly unlucky. Auditor unlucky कब होता है? नहीं, जब मिस्टेक मिलती है तब या जब मिस्टेक नहीं मिलती है तब? जब मिस्टेक मिलती है तब या जब मिस्टेक नहीं मिलती है तब? नहीं मिलती है तब। हम लोग बड़े ही विचित्र से प्रोफेशन में, जब मिस्टेक्स नहीं मिलती है तो कुछ मिला ही नहीं, ये अनलक है ना, क्या देना। इनफैक्ट आर्टिकल्स आपके पास रिपोर्ट लेके आते हैं, कुछ नहीं मिला, कुछ नहीं मिला, कुछ नहीं मिला, सब कुछ दोबारा करो। अरे यस और नो? डू यू रिमेंबर आवर ओन आर्टिकलशिप डेज? अरे यस और नो? आई कैन सी सो मेनी यंग पीपल ओवर हियर एंड आई एम श्योर विद माय सीनियर फ्रेंड्स आल्सो, किस्सा तो सेम है। अगर कुछ नहीं मिलता है तो डाउट होता है कि मिला क्यों नहीं। सो सैंपलिंग में इनहेरेंट लिमिटेशन ये है कि समटाइम्स ऑडिटर्स आर प्लेनली अनलकी। अगर 5, 15, 25 सैंपल्स में से मिस्टेक नहीं मिली, इसका मतलब अर्थ ये नहीं है कि पूरे पॉपुलेशन में मिस्टेक नहीं हो सकती है, हो सकती। सर ये सैंपलिंग का इनहेरेंट लिमिटेशन, वर्ड इनहेरेंट लिमिटेशन इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। What do you mean by inherent limitation? Sir, it is a part and parcel of the technique itself. मतलब हम टेक्निक को और ये लिमिटेशन को जुदा कर ही नहीं सकते। This risk cannot be mitigated. The only way to mitigate this risk is to increase sample size. सर कितना करते, काम करते 250 का सैंपल साइज पर। सर कितने डिमांड ड्राफ्ट इशू हुए थे? 25,000। सर तो भी रिस्क है, 250 में भी हम अनलकी। We laugh because we understand. Yes, 250 में भी हम हो सकता है। सर 2,500 का हो सकता है, हम अंदर अनलकी। सर 25,000 कर लेते हैं तो सैंपलिंग नहीं कर रहे तो पॉपुलेशन टेस्टिंग कर रहे। सर इसका मतलब सैंपलिंग साइज इंक्रीज करे तो यू कैन वर्क अराउंड दैट इनहेरेंट रिस्क, बट इट विल स्टिल रिमेन until you extend the sample size to an extent that it becomes as large as the population itself. 2 टेक्निक्स मैंने बताई, एक लाइव परफॉर्मेंस, इनहेरेंट लिमिटेशन ये है कि ये फरवरी में ठीक चले। सर दूसरा सैम्पलिंग इनहेरेंट लिमिटेशन ये कि यू मे बी प्लेनली सर, ये दोनों ट्रेडिशनल कन्वेंशनल मेथड्स है. Yes, both of them are traditional or conventional methods of auditing. सर एक और टेक्निक, अब मैं थोड़ी मॉडर्न टेक्निक्स की बात करता हूँ. एक और टेक्निक, एक काम करते हैं, जितने भी डिमांड ड्राफ्ट इशू हुए ना, उसका लिस्टिंग ले लेते हैं. हाँ सर, कौन से फॉर्मेट में? ऐसे ही CSV फॉर्मेट एक है, हाँ सॉफ्ट कॉपी CSV फॉर्मेट में लिस्टिंग ले लेते हैं, जिसमें लिखा है डेट, ओके, किस पे इशू किया डिमांड, ओके, कौन से अकाउंट नंबर से इशू हो, राइट, अमाउंट क्या. सर ये लिस्ट पूरा मिल जाएगा, पूरा. हाँ एक ये लिस्ट. सर दूसरा all transactions with transaction code 052. सर 052, हाँ 052 याद रखिए. बैंक मैनेजर ने क्या कहा था, जैसे ही आप अकाउंट नंबर डालते हैं ना, सिस्टम अपने आप डिमांड ड्राफ्ट चार्ज डेबिट करता है. जब सिस्टम अपने आप डिमांड ड्राफ्ट चार्ज डेबिट करता है, तब ट्रांजैक्शन कोड इस सिस्टम में 052. तो काम करते हैं, जितने भी 052 वाले ना, सारे के सारे पकड़ते. सर जिसमें अकाउंट नंबर होगा, एवरीबडी इज विथ मी सर, डेट होगी और चार्ज होगा कि कितना चार्ज डेबिट किया हुआ. सुपर. सर अब मेरे पास 2 सेट्स ऑफ डेटा है. मेरे यंग फ्रेंड्स जो यहाँ बैठे हैं, उनके दिमाग में ऑलरेडी चल रहा है क्या, VLOOKUP. एक्सेलेंट. सर एक काम करते हैं, ये 2 सेट्स ऑफ डेटा एक्सेल में इंपोर्ट करते हैं और ये दोनों में VLOOKUP मारते हैं. सर VLOOKUP मारने से मुझे एग्जैक्ट पता चल जाए कि क्या कहीं पे रेवेन्यू लीकेज है या नहीं. सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं, अगर है तो कितना है. I will be able to stand tall and give an audit report saying, hello, forget about sampling. I've done 100% audit. I've done 100% audit saying exact revenue leakage 7,949.53 नया पैसे का है. सर इसमें लिमिटेशन नहीं दिखाई. सर मैंने 100% किया. सर कौन से मंथ का? जनवरी मंथ का. वेदर द सिस्टम इज अप्रोप्रिएटली डिजाइन्ड, इम्प्लीमेंटेड एंड इन ऑपरेशन. नहीं इन ऑपरेशन नहीं, थ्रू आउट द ऑडिट पीरियड. सर अगर मैं इस टाइप के एनालिटिक्स से कंट्रोल्स को इवैल्यूएट कर रहा हूं, तो जन्म होता है सर किसका, एक पूरी की पूरी नई फैकल्टी का, जिसे अश्योरेंस एनालिटिक्स या प्यार से AA कहा जाता है. सर मेरे कुछ मित्र हैं जो बिग 4 में काम करते हैं, उनके विजिटिंग कार्ड पे लिखा है मैनेजर अश्योरेंस एनालिटिक्स. अब हम जानते हैं वो क्या करते हैं, VLOOKUP मारते हैं. Friends, and I'm saying things lightly, but I'm not saying light things. Data in your database is the evidence in itself whether the internal controls that the management says have been implemented are actually implemented, and if yes, whether they were in operation throughout the audit period. लेकिन सर इसमें तो आपको मिस्टेक मिल ही नहीं सकती, लेकिन मिली है. कैसे? ये प्रश्न मुझसे मत पूछो, प्रश्न यहाँ हम पूछेंगे, उत्तर आप लोग देंगे. We are very clear that we raise issues for management to investigate and identify the causes. If you want me to identify causes, yes, we can do this. You want me to suggest solutions? Of course, we can do that as well. But hey, hello, that is a separate engagement to be charged separately. Are yes or no? Excellent. I don't know what type of impression I'm creating here for myself. सर assurance analytics समझ रहे हैं कि हमारा ध्येय ये है कि हम डेटा को एनालाइज करें from a controls perspective. Sir एक काम करते हैं, जब यही डेटा को एनालाइज किया जा सकता है फ्रॉम अ पर्सपेक्टिव, एकदम ध्यान से सुन रहे हो, मैं मुद्दे पे आ रहा हूं, जब यही डेटा को एनालाइज किया जाना है फ्रॉम अ पर्सपेक्टिव that whether the controls are intentionally overridden or manipulated, क्या whether there is an intentional override of controls or whether the controls are manipulated using data analytics. जब ये इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया जाता है तो जो फैकल्टी का जन्म होता है उसे कहते हैं डेटा एनालिटिक्स फॉर फोरेंसिक अकाउंटिंग और फ्रॉड इन्वेस्टिगेशंस, या इसे प्यार से फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स भी कहते हैं। फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स सर, फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स में किया वही जाता है सर, क्या डेटा की समीक्षा, डेटा एनालिसिस। एवरीबॉडी इज कंफर्टेबल विद हिंदी, किया वही जाता है, डेटा की समीक्षा। लेकिन पर्सपेक्टिव चेंज होगा। सर मेरा पर्सपेक्टिव जब ये है कि मुझे डेटा एनालाइज करना है फ्रॉम अ पर्सपेक्टिव दैट whether there are intentional overrides of controls, whether there is किसी ने जानबूझ के सोच समझ के एक साजिश के तहत कंट्रोल्स को ओवरराइड किया है, तो सर जो फैकल्टी का जन्म होता है उसे फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स कहते हैं। फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स ब्रॉडली would be either data analytics for fraud investigation or data analytics for forensic। क्या यहाँ तक सभी मेरे साथ 100%? सर क्या अंतर है अश्योरेंस एनालिटिक्स और फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स? जमीन आसमान का, हाथी घोड़े का। जब मैं अश्योरेंस एनालिटिक्स कर रहा हूं तो मैं ये प्रिजम्पशन से नहीं कर रहा हूं कि किसी ने कुछ इंटेंशनली किया, शायद कंट्रोल्स ना चले, कंट्रोल्स हैव सिंपली फेल्ड। लेकिन जब मैं फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स कर रहा हूं तो मैं एक प्रिजम्पशन लेके कर रहा हूं, क्या कि कहीं पे इंटेंशनली कंट्रोल्स को ओवरराइड करने का प्रयास किया। यहां तक मेरे 100% सभी लोग। सर फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ी दुनिया है जिसके एटलीस्ट कुछ पहलू आज हम यहाँ पे डिस्कस करें। फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स में कई सारी स्टैटिस्टिकल टेक्निक्स अप्लाई की जाती है। जब फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स में स्टैटिस्टिकल टेक्निक्स अप्लाई की जाती है तो उसे डिजिटल एनालिसिस भी कहा जाता है। सर कौन सी है ये स्टैटिस्टिकल एनालिटिक्स टेक्निक्स जो फ्रॉड एनालिटिक्स में अप्लाई की जाती है? कई सारी, जैसे नंबर 1 बेनफोर्ड्स लॉ, नंबर 2 RSF या रिलेटिव साइज फैक्टर थियरी, number 3 using standard deviations or betas to identify out of place transactions। तीनों टेक्निक्स अपने आप में एटलीस्ट 1 से 1.5 घंटे का डिस्कशन ये रिक्वायर करती है। यहाँ शॉर्ट में मैं एटलीस्ट एक टेक्निक जिसे पॉपुलरली बेनफोर्ड्स लॉ कहा जाता है, इसका डिस्कशन करते हैं। बिफोर आई स्टार्ट द डिस्कशन, हाउ मेनी ऑफ अस आर ऑलरेडी अवेयर ऑफ बेनफोर्ड्स लॉ? प्लीज रेज हैंड्स। 1 2 3 4। नहीं, मैं कोई प्रश्न नहीं पूछूंगा, आप बिंदास हाथ। 1 2 3 4 5 6। Okay. So good audience. So I'll discuss Benford's, no problem. I thought that if like all of us or majority of us are already aware, then I'll skip to RSF or the relative size factor theory. This was the only thing in my mind, looking at the time that we had. Okay. वो क्या है कि सपोज मैं यहाँ पे कोई एक नंबर लिखता हूँ, मुझे कब की ये लोग पूछ रहे थे पावर पॉइंट, मेरे पास कोई पावर पॉइंट नहीं। राइट आई डोंट हैव एनी पावर, क्योंकि वो पावर पॉइंट से एनीवे आई एम नॉट गोइंग। So, Benford's law. Actually क्या है कि अगर मैं यहाँ पे व्हाइट बोर्ड पे कोई एक नंबर लिखता हूँ, कोई भी एक नंबर, my question to this August gathering in the month of February is, August gathering in the month of February. जो नहीं हंस रहे उनको भी जोक समझेगा, लेकिन घर पे जाने के बाद. Right. Where was I? So if I write any number on this board, okay, what is the probability that that number shall begin with the digit 1? एक से शुरू होने की संभावना क्या है? 1/10 or maybe 1/9. अगर वो अमाउंट है तो शायद 0 से शुरू नहीं होगी. Everybody is with me? 100%? Pakka, pakka, pakka. Okay. What is the probability that that number will start with digit 6? Same probability. 1/9 again. And with number 9, same probability. ऐसा आपका और मेरा मानना है, मान्यता है, यानी assumptions. Dangerous. Dangerous. Actually, क्या है कि इंग्लैंड में यूनिवर्सिटी में प्रोफेसर ने बच्चों को असाइनमेंट दिया, एक काम करते हैं, प्लीज टॉस द कॉइन 100 times in air and write in serial order whether it is heads or tails. Coin toss करने का और लिख लेने का, heads है या tails, heads है या tails. Your assignment gets over next Wednesday. नेक्स्ट वेडनेसडे सब बच्चे लोग आते हैं, पेपर सबमिट करते हैं, प्रोफेसर ऐसे ग्लैंस करते हैं वो 20-25 पेपर से और 2 पेपर निकालते हैं. रोल नंबर 9 एंड रोल नंबर 13 प्लीज स्टैंड अप. बच्चे खड़े हो जाते हैं. यू टू हैव फेक द रिजल्ट्स. सर बट नो, फर्स्ट कन्फेस वेदर यू हैव फेक द रिजल्ट्स. नो सर बट दिस दैट. नो बट्स एंड इफ्स. First, confess that you have faked the results. Both the students confessed. The $1,000,000 question is, Professor को पता कैसे चला कि ये 2 स्टूडेंट्स ने रिजल्ट्स फेक किए? इस धारावाहिक को मैं इधर ब्रेक करता हूं और दूसरे धारावाहिक की ये वादा करते हुए कि मैं वापस लौटूंगा, इसको कंटिन्यू करते हैं, इसे लॉजिकल एंड पे. अगर मैं कोई नंबर यहां पे लिखता हूं तो वो नंबर 1, 6 या 9 से शुरू हो, उसकी संभावना 1/9 है. ये आपका और मेरा मानना है, ये हमारी मान्यता है. सर बेनफोर्ड फिजिक्स थे बेल लैब्स में, और एक बार वो अपनी लॉग बुक देख रहे थे तो उन्होंने नोटिस किया that certain pages of his logbook were more damaged than certain others, which led him to infer that this because some pages he's referring more, that's why they are more depreciated and more damaged than certain others, which means certain numbers are occurring in nature more than certain others. उन्होंने देखा कि कुछ पेजेस ज्यादा डेप्रिशिएटेड. सर हमारे इनकम टैक्स एक्ट जो हम ऑफिस में यूज करते हैं, सेक्शन 32 डेप्रिसिएशन, बहुत सारा नोटिंग है, अंडरलाइन है. सर क्यों? क्योंकि हम लोग बार बार रेफर करते हैं, वो थोड़ा ज्यादा डेप्रिशिएट. सेक्शन 80P डिडक्शन टू कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी, फ्रेश हुक मार के खोलना पड़ता क्योंकि ज्यादा रेफर नहीं. Are certain numbers occurring in this cosmic universe more than certain others? And he embarks on an experiment that takes up 7 years of his life. इन 7 सालों में उन्होंने varied data study किया, the number of drainage systems in a city, distribution of trees across forests, distribution of population across countries, accounts receivable का data. Chartered accountants के कान खड़े हो गए. Accounts receivable का data. And he concluded that in case of naturally occurring numbers, the probability that a naturally occurring number will start with digit 1 is not 1 by 9, but as high as 30%. While the probability that a number will start with digit 9 is not 1 by 9, but a meager 4%. Or in other words, in a set of 1000 naturally occurring numbers, about 30 numbers shall begin with digit 1, while just 4.5% of numbers will begin with digit 9. Not only this, the probability that a number will start with a higher digit decreases as the value of digit increases. Most numbers will start with 1, lesser 2, still lesser 3, still lesser 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 की संख्या सबसे कम होगी, 1 की संख्या सबसे अधिक. ऐसा बेनफोर्ड के चले गए. प्रश्न ये है कि प्रोफेसर साहब को पता कैसे चला कि वो दो बच्चों ने रिजल्ट्स फेक किए. मैं पहले धारावाहिक पे आ गया. You know what? Because there is a cosmic law that when a coin is tossed 100 times in air, at least you will get one run of 7 continuous heads or 7 continuous tails. 100 बार उछाल, एटलीस्ट 1 रन मिलेगा. सर 2 रन मिल सकते हैं, मिल सकते हैं. सर 7 continuous heads या 7 continuous tails. सर ये पक्का मिलेगा 100%. सर ये कॉस्मिक लॉ. जो बच्चे ये नहीं जानते थे उन्होंने रिजल्ट फेक किए. हेड्स टेल्स टेल्स हेड्स हेड्स टेल्स 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 हेड्स टेल्स हेड्स टेल्स. 7 बार रिपीटेशन था ही नहीं. पकड़े. I'd like to take a pause over here. Friends, tell me honestly, candidly, मुझे बताइए. How many of us, today is Friday, 11th February. No, I was only checking how many of us are awake. Saturday, 11th February. Tell me, friends, how many of us are like, sir, we are skeptical. We have our own doubts. आप भले ही कहें, लेकिन हम skeptical है कि 7 continuous बार heads आएगा या नहीं आएगा. हाथ ऊपर कर. नहीं, बिंदास हाथ ऊपर. इतने सारे लोग, मतलब क्या? नहीं, मेरा ईगो हर्ट हो गया. एक काम करते, ये जितने हाथ मैंने सबके चेहरे देखे हैं, सबके लिए होमवर्क. आपको सीपी क्रेडिट तभी मिलेगी जब आप 200 बार कॉइन उछालेंगे और सीरियल नंबर में. नहीं, मेरा ईगो हर्ट हो गया. सो नाउ आई एम लाइक, जोत भाई इधर आप ध्यान रखें. ये लोग सब पेपर सबमिट करें, उसके बाद ही उनको सीपी क्रेडिट्स मिलेगी. No friends, I'm saying things lightly. I'm not saying light things. पक्का होगा, ये कॉस्मिक लॉ. अगर मेरे पे यकीन नहीं है तो I stand corrected. It's not 100 times, it's 200 times. गूगल अब भी कर सकते हैं हम. टॉस अ वेल बैलेंस्ड फेयर कॉइन 200 टाइम्स. वेल बैलेंस्ड फेयर कॉइन, सर शोले वाला कॉइन नहीं चलेगा. वेल बैलेंस्ड फेयर कॉइन 200 टाइम्स. और इसके पीछे का स्टैटिस्टिकल एक्सप्लेनेशन भी दिया है कि क्यों एटलीस्ट 7 कंटिन्यूअस हेड्स या टेल्स के रन आते हैं. पक्का कुछ लोग चेक कर रहे हैं देखिए, वो सही मायने में ऑडिटर्स है. क्यों? क्योंकि ऑडिट का प्रिंसिपल क्या? सुपर ट्रस्ट बट वेरीफाई. और इन अदर वर्ड्स, बेटा नेवर ट्रस्ट. नहीं नहीं, वेरीफाई कर रहे हो तो ट्रस्ट क्या कर रहे हो? सिंपल सी चीज है ना. बोलने पोवेरा है नो दोवेरा है. ये रशियन, जिसका इंग्लिश ट्रांसलेशन ट्रस्ट बट वेरीफाई. उस धारावाहिक को मैं वहां पे कंक्लूड कर रहा हूं. और यहां पे 1 से शुरू होने वाले नंबर्स 30% होंगे. 9 से शुरू होने वाले सिर्फ 4.5%. ऐसा मैंने आज से करीब करीब 20 साल पहले सबसे पहले पढ़ा था. मैं वो पेपर लाया हूं थोड़ी देर में. मैं यहाँ पे जर्नल ऑफ फोरेंसिक अकाउंटिंग में पेपर था, तभी मैं आर्टिकल शिप कर रहा था. सो 2001 की बात है. मैं आर्टिकल शिप कर, आप लोग मेरी एज यू नो व्हाट, आप सीए कौन से साल में बने उससे एज नहीं जांची जा सकती. अरे ये सुनो, आए थे कुछ बच्चे ऐसे प्लेकार्ड लेके इधर इधर ही आए, ऐसे छोटे 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 बच्चे. आई सी आई प्लीज मेक माय पापा सीए. ऐसे कहता है काम आ गया, हम क्या करें, एग्जाम दो. यस और नो? ऐसा मैंने पढ़ा था जब मैं 3rd ईयर ऑफ आर्टिकलशिप में था. एंड आई हैड माय ओन डाउट्स whether this is true or not. Whether this is true. So just like you, I raised hand when I read this article in the Journal of Forensic Accounting. थोड़ी देर में मैं वो आर्टिकल. How do you really test whether this is true or not? So एक काम करते हैं, अप्लाई करते हैं. Right. The proof of pudding is in eating. Is in eating. अप्लाई करते. तभी मैं ऑडिट पे था और करीब करीब 300 करोड़ कंपनी का टर्नओवर था. और मैं उस कंपनी के ऑडिट में 300 करोड़ कंपनी के ऑडिट में एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट ऑडिट एरिया कर रहा था. वो ऑडिट एरिया है पेटी कैश वाउचिंग. यस दैट्स दैट. मैंने 3 साल पेटी कैश वाउचिंग किया हुआ है. राइट राइट दैट्स. सो मैं अकाउंटेंट के पास गया और मैंने कहा अकाउंटेंट साहब एक काम करो, आपका पूरे साल का पेटी कैश का डेटा मुझे एक्सेल फॉर्मेट में एक्सपोर्ट करके सिस्टम में. मेरे सामने देख, निकुंज पूरे साल का पेटी कैश का डेटा आपको एक्सेल फॉर्मेट में क्यों चाहिए? मैंने क्या उत्तर नहीं, मैंने क्या उत्तर मैंने उनको पूछा, ऑडिटर हम है कि आप? और यहाँ प्रश्न सिर्फ हम पूछे, नो एक्सप्लेनिंग आंसर्स. अरे यस और नो? एरोगेंस, कंप्लीट एरोगेंस. तो मुझे डेटा मिल गया. एक्सेल में कमांड है इज इक्वल टू लेफ्ट कॉमा 1, राइट? इज इक्वल टू लेफ्ट ऑफ दैट नंबर कॉमा 1. सो सारे लेफ्ट मोस्ट डिजिट स्लाइस हो गए. करीब करीब 40,000 रोज का डेटा. 40,000. सो सारे फर्स्ट डिजिट्स स्लाइस हो गए. एक्सेल में एक और फंक्शन है इज इक्वल टू काउंटिफ. यस, so COUNTIF 1, COUNTIF 2, COUNTIF 3, COUNTIF 4. सो मुझे 1 के काउंट मिल गए, 2 के काउंट मिल गए, 3 के काउंट्स मिल गए. परसेंटेज टोटल 40,000 में से 1 के कितने हैं, 2 के कितने हैं, 3 के कितने हैं. जब मैंने परसेंटेज लगाया, आई वॉज प्लेजेंटली सरप्राइज्ड बिकॉज द पैटर्न ऑफ द रियल लाइफ डेटा डैश मैच या डिड नॉट मैच विथ बेनफोर्ड्स पैटर्न. क्या होगा? मैच या डिड नॉट मैच? मैच या डिड नॉट मैच? डिड नॉट मैच. प्लेजेंटली सरप्राइज. ऑडिटर खुश कब होता? अरे यस और नो? अभी थोड़ी देर पहले मैंने बात की. अगर कुछ मिलता है तो ऑडिटर खुश हो. मैच हो गया तो खुश होने की क्या बात? वो तो बेनफोर्ड ने कहा ही था ना. अब मुझे पता चला डिड नॉट मैच. सुपर. मतलब कुछ मिला. क्या मिला? क्या? पता नहीं, क्योंकि बेनफोर्ड तो खाली इतना कह के चले गए कि मैच होना चाहिए. नहीं हुआ तो क्या? वो उन्होंने नहीं कहा. Saying things lightly, but I'm not saying like things. Super. Who was that? Derek. You know what? In a set of naturally occurring numbers. अच्छा. कब होता है? जब वो numbers naturally occurring numbers. You know what? मैंने डेटा देखा, इधर उधर हर जगह देखा, कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है, कुछ नहीं मिल रहा है. मैं दमन में था, वहां उनकी फैक्ट्री कंपनी. आई जस्ट मैं 2 दिन उसमें था. मेरे सर ने पूछा क्या चल रहा है, मैंने बोला पेटी कैश वाउचर. जिसका रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड माइंड होता है ना, उनको ऐसे एरियाज दिए जाते हैं. करो. ऐसे एरिया. So petty cash. I came back to Mumbai and I was like completely intrigued. चल क्या रहा है? चल क्या रहा है? Finally, I had to conclude every law has an exception. ये मेरी तकदीर है. क्या? कि first time Benford law apply किया और exception मिली. But the audit mind does not rest. I was at Mumbai, company's HO. I was going through SOPs. SOPs, standard operating procedure. जिसके petty cash area में मैंने एक पर petty cash voucher expenses exceeding rupees 1,000 must be authorized by 2 accountants. Wow. Petty cash voucher expenses exceeding rupees 1,000 must be authorized by 2 accountants. I went back to the data. It struck like lightning. एक काम करते हैं. Same day, same vendor के कितने records? Sir, 1800 का expense था. 1800 का जब expense था ना, तो first digit 1 था. Sir, अभी 2 accountants की आवश्यकता है. एक काम करो, break into 900. Sir, एक घट गए, 9 बढ़ गए. सर 1400 था. एक काम करो, ब्रेक 700. आप लोग हो मेरे साथ? सेम डे, सेम वेंडर, कितने एक्सपेंसेस है ये सारे ब्रोकन पेमेंट्स लाइकली. आप लोग हो मेरे साथ? सुपर. सी फ्रेंड्स, Benford's law से मैच नहीं होता तो क्या मतलब? This is not an audit finding. You can write in your audit report. Petty cash data does not match with Benford's. Because we understand. Because you can't write that. But it compels you to think what we have is an audit mind. ये naturally occurring नहीं है data set. ये manipulated है. अब ये चीज कंपनी के इंटरनल ऑडिट रिपोर्ट में एग्जीक्यूटिव समरी में जाती है. पेटी केस एरिया का फाइंडिंग एग्जीक्यूटिव समरी में बिल्कुल. क्यों? क्योंकि हम वर्ड ऐसा करते हैं. देयर इज सिस्टमैटिक मैनिपुलेशंस ऑफ कंपनीज पॉलिसीज इन एन इंपॉर्टेंट ऑडिट एरिया. फॉर डिटेल्स रेफर पेज 37. कोई पचाता ही नहीं होगा. 37 पेज तक कौन जाएगा? ना, मैंने सही लिखा है. Isn't there a systematic manipulation of company's policy in an important audit area. Of course, this audit area is important because I was doing it. Broken payments. Yes. So friends, I'm only saying that several statistical techniques can be applied to identify whether there is intentional overriding of controls. Sir, ये कोई गलती से intentionally overriding of controls, ये fraud analytics है, ऐसी दूसरी कई RSF है ये, मुझे जितना समझ दे उसमें मैं इतना बता सका and हम लोग सब all of us friends are at such stage in life where there can neither be teacher nor be taught. It's no principal-student relationship. All of us are chartered accountants. So many people who are so senior. आज की शाम मेरा एक ही endeavor था, मेरी एक ही ख्वाहिश थी to share my experience. And if in sharing my experience, this August gathering has benefited even to the extent of 20% of their existing knowledge, then I will consider all my efforts a grand success. I do look forward to meet, interact with each one of you soon. कहीं भी आप एनालिटिक्स में, whether it is business, internal audit या fraud, कहीं भी आप अटकते हैं, I'll be happy to be of help. The best way to reach out to me is so drop me an email. मेरा email ID आप नोट कर सकते हैं. Shah Nikunj CA. Shah SHAH. Nikunj NIKUNJ. NIKUNJ. Shah Nikunj CA @gmail.com. It's the best way to reach out to me. And as I said, I do look forward to interacting with each one of you sometime in future, sometime soon. तब तक के लिए खुश रहें, अपना ख्याल रखें. Do have a very pleasant evening ahead. Thank you and Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much once again, Nikunj sir. I think apart from, I mean, we all understood, and given the time we understood the value of data analysis, but we also learned the art of storytelling probably along with that. Having said that, moving to the last but not the least, the most awaited and looking forward to this panel discussion on investigations and its expectations from the audit committee and integration of entities, internal audit team with the external consulting firms, practical aspects of dealing with the regulatory agencies. For this panel discussion, we have with us moderator CA Mazhar Lokhandwala, who is an associate director at Protivity and is involved in managed business services, accounting and reporting, internal audits and process reviews. He's a chartered accountant by qualification and has done his graduation in commerce from Mumbai University. He has over 10 plus years of experience. With these words, I would like to request Secretary WIRC CS Shweta Jain ma'am and Regional Council member Rudesh Pankhania sir to please welcome Mazhar Lokhandwala on the dais and greet him with a moment. We have two very distinguished panelists for this discussion, and first one being Robin Banerjee sir. Sir is a chartered accountant, cost accountant, company secretary. He's a president and CEO of Caprians India Limited. Earlier, he served in Hindustan Unilever, ArcelorMittal Germany, Thomas Cook, SR Steel, Suzlon Energy. He has authored 3 best-selling business non-fiction books titled Corporate Frauds Now Bigger, Broader, Bolder, Who Cheats and How, and Who Blunders and How. Most importantly, he is a sought-after speaker, columnist, and a social activist, and a gym enthusiast. We welcome, sir. And the second panelist that we have with us is Anjani Kumar Agrawal, sir. He's a chartered accountant, CIA. He's done courses, Advanced Business Strategy from INSEAD and Business Sustainability Management from Cambridge. He has 40 plus years of professional experience, 26 years as partner at Ernst & Young EY, worked across most industry verticals. He holds current position in various capacity on the boards of Aditya Birla Sun Life Trustee Company Private Limited, Hindustan Zinc Limited, Vodafone Idea Limited, First Source Solutions Limited, Imami Limited, and a few others. He's a founder of VFP Advisors, a board advisory and mentoring firm. He's an investor in foreign and Indian startups. Sir, we welcome you. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you. What's to it? No, I'll sit on the side. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, we can get started. We can
Can start. So I think we have to cover the last session of the day. So I think a lot of speakers have already spoken a lot about forensics and parts of data analytics. I think the last session was really, very interesting. Around the whole Bedford law, and I will definitely flip a coin 100 times. I'll probably tell my daughter to do it today. So, this brings us to the last session, and we would typically, let's set the context for the last one, right? What is it that the audit committee typically looks at, or the board looks at from a forensic point of view? So, that is what we will try to cover. I think I'm quite humbled by the gentleman on stage, a lot of experience, eons and eons of years of work, and I'm sure they will probably share some of their insights and, as they say, pearls of wisdom around this area. So, Anjani, any few thoughts when you set the context?
Thanks for having me here. It's a great feeling to come back to CA Institute after many years. Fortunate to have you here. Yes, I think just to as a context setting, the intensity, the frequency, the nature, breadth of matters that come up in the area of investigation will be a function of at least two things. One is what is really the internal infrastructure, the soft infrastructure that management would have created within the organization, and also as an interface to the external world. And we'll talk a little more about that later. And the second part is the audit committee's depth of understanding of the business. What are those drivers? What stage of evolution the business in? Is it a startup? Is it a growth phase, or is it a plateau, decline? What's happening in the industry around? So be mindful of what's going on in the external world, which will have an impact or a driver to do certain things which otherwise
may not have been triggered. So these are two aspects that I think I'll put on table first to say this is what largely drives the occurrence, nature, and what happens thereafter. So with that, maybe we kick off the discussion.
Anything from your side?
Good evening, all of you. The last panel means everyone has left. But बचे हुए जो भी हैं आप लोग. The topic of the discussion is how does audit committee handle forensic or a fraud? And I want to tell you a story. After this brilliant storytelling, it just happened. I think it's only appropriate that I tell you another story as to how audit committees, boards handles or could have handled a fraud. The biggest fraud which has changed, or the fraud which has changed the world of corporate frauds in India is a Kingfisher fraud and Vijay Mallya fraud. Everyone knows that fraud has taken place. And if you go back, it's about 2008, 2009, those periods, this man has run away with thousands of crores borrowed from the several banks, telling them stories that I'm going to invest and make these Kingfisher Airlines fly. They need repairs, and he money laundered the money elsewhere in the world. And if you were in the board, how would you have handled it? I was thinking, and let me go back and think, who were in the board? Who were the board members? Would you know who were the board members? Mr. Vijay Amritraj, the finest tennis player India's ever been, given board member. Second board member was the finest surgeon in India, Dr. Naresh Trehan. He was in the board of Kingfisher. I will say doctor, doctor doesn't know anything. Okay. Player, tennis player doesn't know anything. Third board member, Mr. G.N. Vajpayee, SEBI chairman, LIC chairman. Now, how do you think? What happened to the audit committee? What happened to the board? Did it at all function? I know, ladies and gentlemen, all of you have left, almost everyone has left, which is unfortunate, that it would have been nice to paint a picture that when a fraud like this takes place, how does an audit committee handle the situation? How does the board handle the situation? And the experience and stories of the huge frauds which have taken place, hopefully we can discuss a few as we go along, brings back to the thought and thinking, audit committee बोल के कुछ है नहीं कुछ company, board बोल के कुछ होता ही नहीं कुछ company. This is all rubber stamps. And ladies and gentlemen, if you happen to be the auditor of that, God help you. To my mind, this is the heart of this panel discussion.
Great. I think that is very well said. So let us start, right from the beginnings, in case, am I audible? Great. The last row? Super. So Anjani ji, I would start off with you. So typically, what are the triggers that in a company that, you would want to start off with a forensic investigation or a fraud investigation or a forensic audit, as we say? Is it something that the audit committee typically thinks, okay, I think this area is a very high value area or a very high revenue area? So I'm just trying to correlate, being from the IA background, that, we typically look at the size of a particular area and think, oh, I think we need to audit this one. Or is it some event that typically takes place in a company or an organization, internal or external, where the audit committee or the management would typically think, I think we should pick this? Yes, I mean,
a lot would depend on, as I said earlier, what is really the infrastructure, soft infrastructure built inside, and what kind of signals the internal infrastructure is throwing. For example, whistleblower mechanism, how is it working well? And it will throw some triggers. If a very modern, forward-looking organization in terms of corporate governance would have built data analytics, in the previous section, we heard about what is analytics. So if you're built in the system processes, fraud analytics, fraud-oriented analytics, or control-oriented analytics, they are more likely than not to reflect and throw indicators of potential matters or issues. Third could be lack of really, the audit committee should also be mindful of things like what's the code of conduct violations happening, what's the churn happening in the organization at several levels, how is the delegation of authority, are there conflicts of interest that are being indicated by the internal auditors and stuff like that. So there are a lot of internally originated triggers that the audit committee should be mindful of. But there are several outside the organization. In some industries, we have seen that the regulators also do certain things. And the signal that you get from the regulators' reports and findings are good enough signal at times for the audit committee. At times when there is a change of management, for example, there is a lot of noise. Suddenly you find a lot of noise to say there are suddenly some write-offs happening, this, that, another. Good time to say, okay, is there something happening inside that in the normal course have not come to the audit committee, and hence there is a need to go out and investigate. Quite often, not say quite often, we have seen that the internal audit coverage, it's supposed to be linked to risk assessment and stuff like that. However, smartly, sweetly, swiftly, you may be finding that the internal audit coverage areas for no good reason. They probably are important areas, but they don't find their place in the internal audit coverage plan. So, this is a good enough trigger for the audit committee also to say, hey, what's happening? Why is not this area, which is high risk, high impact, is never coming up in the internal audit scope of it? Is there a management override? I think the toughest area is where there is a management override. All these stuff that we discuss is are where the management also is a stakeholder. They are also interested in knowing or unearthing the truth. But there could be situations where there could be a management override. Now that's a tough part for an audit committee. So for that, the audit committee has to have a good understanding of what's the tone at the top, what's the ethics bent of mind for people at the management level, and are there really drivers for management to act in certain manner, be it the situation the business is in, or the industry competitiveness, or the pull and push to demonstrate certain financial results, or some such thing happening, some stress in the atmosphere, etc. I think this is the tough part, and the good audit committee members who understand the business, who are open to have their thinking process and the antennas up, would be able to pick those signals. The signals may always be there, but audit committee members should be able to pick those signals to say, hey, this looks like a trigger, and let's see how do we deal with it. So I'll take a pause there.
So, Mr. Robin, I'll come to you with that. Now, we spoke about certain triggers that the audit committee is, reacting to. But does the management, the audit committee, take a proactive approach towards probably structuring a fraud risk management program that let us not be reactive, like something happens and then we will do an investigation? Can we have a preventive measure here, like a fraud risk management program?
So I think the question is on risk management and whether that can prevent fraud from happening. I can't just tell you another story. Just to wake things up, evening, Saturday, all of you are there. Here, just a kilometer away from here, not even that, I think 500 meters away, there is a huge building called the ILFS building. And ILFS balance sheet size was 95,000 crores. 2018, July, AAA rated company. 2018, August, company becomes bankrupt. What happened to the board, audit committee, risk management? And as you know, maybe you're aware that the board of ILFS had representative from Central Bank of India, independent director from State Bank of India. There were two bankers. There were two from Japanese investors, one from French investors. So there were investment communities, 5 of them representing the lenders. And what did ILFS do? We are talking about risk management. ILFS was managed by perhaps by one of the most expensive executive directors, full-time directors. Salaries were running into crores. It's all in the public domain now. ILFS never had a risk management meeting for 2 years. Never had a meeting. They had a risk management committee, but the committee did not meet. Same story as Kingfisher. Kingfisher had a board, never bothered to run the board. ILFS had a board, had a risk management committee, never bothered to have a risk management meeting. What is ILFS story? What happened? What was the risk? And what you as an auditor and me as an auditor could have done? Simple. ILFS actually fraud is secondary. The primary is risk. What ILFS is to do is to borrow short and lend long. They were infrastructure lender for lending, let's say, in road. Road obviously takes 10 years to repay. They used to borrow for 6 months from NBFCs. So that NBFCs always gives a sharp rate for 6 months, thinking that I have lent for 10 years, I borrowed for 6 months. Every 6 months, I will keep on renewing. What if NBFC says I'm not going to renew next month? What will happen? Risk. A class 9 student of commerce would know, sir, if the lender does not renew your borrowing, what would you do for the lending? Because you are going to get the money after 10 years. Simple. It was a risk management matter in ILFS. The business structure were risky. Well, there is a huge one which is going on today in the country. The stocks are collapsing. I wouldn't even get into that right or wrong of that, because perhaps it's more political than anything else to even discuss that. But again, matter of risk management. So to answer the long question in short is that risk management does help to eliminate issues of frauds, because risk is one of the aspects of fraud, not that it entails everything, provided the board is serious of having a risk management. And as I told you, it was the largest NBFC of the country. NBFCs are known for risk management, never had a risk management meeting for 2 years. So then what do you do? So you as an auditor, or if you're a CFO or a finance person or whatever you are, because we are all chartered accountants sitting here, we need to ask a simple question. Is there a risk management committee, and do they meet? As per law, there has to be a meeting once a year, but please understand, if it's a finance company, it needs to meet more often. And you as an auditor do have the right to access the risk management minutes of the meeting. That will throw a lot of it. And let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, most listed companies, include the Bombay 30, BSE 30, does not even have a Dhanka risk management meeting. That's hakikat, that's reality. Thank God there is no television.
Let me just quickly supplement that, apart from the quantitative aspects of having a number of meetings, etc., I think it all boils down to 3 things at the top board level. One is the competence of people. You gave an example of world's one amongst the best tennis player. And people like that being on board, ornamentally very good, but what it brings to table in terms of competency on the matter, subject matter. Second is the willingness, the integrity, professional integrity. If you are you may be a most competent person in the world, but if there is a lack of integrity to be able to professionally evaluate it, then there is an issue. Third is ability to speak up. I think this is where many boards we see, they have the right people, maybe in terms of composition, but their willingness to put up their hands, speak, ask intelligent questions, either maybe because they don't know the subject enough, or the laxity, or that's the way it has been, so they don't want to be on the wrong side, or they are so dependent and things like that. So that kind of a breed of independent directors particularly, I think hopefully will get less and less board seats going forward. That's important. So professional competence, integrity, and willingness to do the job. Those are very, very critical to make things happen really.
So, Mr. Robin and Anjani sir, you brought out this story that talks about the infrastructure in place, right? That there was a committee that was formed but never met. So, are there regulations that typically, try to control this, or it's just, trying to put it in the investors' eyes, okay, there is something? Because in the past, there have been frauds like, Satyam fraud that went on. You already mentioned the Kingfisher fraud, and there is something that is already being unearthed, a couple of weeks back. We do not talk about it. But after the fraud has been, identified, everyone started saying, oh, no, we did see the signs, from an investor side also. We knew there was, incorrect borrowing. And then the auditors also started coming up with statements. So can this not be, is it that all this infrastructure that you're putting around preventing fraud works, or it doesn't work? It's a question to both of you. Okay. All right.
So the question is, in other words, there are signals, but what do you do with those? Are you reading them enough? Are you proactive to deal with them? Competence. Yeah, so that's the crux of this. So let's say if you get signals, what do you do? Obviously, okay, first infrastructure. So from provisions of the regulations, there are provisions which are adequately put responsibility on the independent directors and the board members to make sure that there is an environment which is robust in terms of internal control, fraud, ethics, etc., etc. You have to put the policies up, etc. So there are requirements by law. Now, the spirit might be missing in many cases. The law exists good enough. Even if the law does not exist, the right people will do the right things. So, one should touch their heart and say, okay, is this the right thing to do? Is this the right thing to do? Be silent? Or do I know enough? If I don't know enough, am I strong enough to ask questions which I maybe said, this guy doesn't know anything, but still ask questions, intelligent questions. So things like that. However, if the question is, okay, after the trigger, what happens? After the trigger, you take it to the logical conclusion. Take professional help. There is provision for taking professional outside help. The law provides for it. The SEBI regulations provide for it. There is a provision for independent directors to meet auditors independently. There is a provision for independent directors to meet independent of the management to see and express, discuss their feelings, their understanding, their gut feels. We do it regularly. That's a good forum for discussing triggers as to, what's the, you exchange informal notes to say, how is this company working? Do they need to do certain things differently? So there are forums available, legally or otherwise, to act on any triggers, provided you spot them and you have the desire to deal with them. So I'll stop here for a while.
You had a good question. Is the ecosystem in India or in the world helps to, helps auditors, for instance, let's put it this way. Unfortunately, I'm going to give you another story. Not a story, but perhaps a theory which we don't think about. There are two types of frauds, ladies and gentlemen. First type of fraud, which most of us are talking about, this so-called analytics, forensic, all these are one type of fraud, which is called a micro fraud, which means petty cash. We just heard there was fraud in petty cash. The purchase manager runs away, he takes bribes, buys goods at a higher price. The cashier runs away with the money. Debtors, the collection money, the debtors accountant, the stealing and lading. These are all can can be sorted through a proper internal control process. So it is no great shakes. You as an auditor, we can always check, is the 4 eyes principle working, internal control working, analytics forensic working? You will be able to find out. Even the fraudsters know that if somebody checks, I will be, it's called a micro fraud. But the problem is there is something called a macro fraud. The macro frauds are the one which is structured by the chairperson, structured by the board. 2 examples I gave you, 2 stories I told you. Kingfisher, Mr. Kingfisher ran away with 7,500 crores. Do you think it has anything to do with audit, internal control, forensic? Loans got Mr. Kingfisher, and he money laundered, took the money out, never invested in India, never utilized the money for rectification of his aircrafts. He didn't do it. What will you auditors do? What will the ecosystem do? ILFS fraud? Borrowing short, lending long. What the hell can an auditor do? The business was structured on fraud. The business was structured on God will come and help. What will you do as an auditor? That's why, please understand, we were always blaming the rating agency, saying that how can they give a AAA and suddenly downgrade in 1 day's time? Because the AAA was being given on business structures, which they could not question, or perhaps did not have the ability to question. So ladies and gentlemen, all those your auditors, the big problem on you and me, and especially with the NAFRA around us, and NAFRA is a pretty serious matter for your information. Let me tell you, I met the chairman myself 1 month back, one-on-one on behalf of CII. What NAFRA is saying, whether we like it or not, he's saying the true and fair view of accounts is a 100-year-old concept. Auditor is a watchdog and not a bloodhound. He's 110 years old. I don't care. When a fraud takes place, the society asks, auditor kahan the? Aap kahan the? Auditor kahan the? ये सवाल अब हमारा ऊपर उठते हैं आजकल, और हम बोले कि नहीं, हम तो ट्रू एंड व्यू करते हैं, ट्रू एंड फेयर व्यू करके निकल जाते हैं, हमारा ये सिग्नेचर का कोई वैल्यू नहीं रहेगा, कोई वैल्यू नहीं रहेगा जब तक हम we tell our heart it is true and correct signature हम करें, and that true and correct signature हम कर सकते हैं माइक्रो फ्रॉड में, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. There is enough to my mind, let's say armors we have, including forensic audit, to catch. But what will you do for the macro frauds? See and hear and learn the stories of macro frauds. Hopefully, we will be able to be a better auditor for tomorrow. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the society is looking at you and me now completely differently than what they were looking at us in the past. Whatever the ecosystem is, it is now for us to deliver that yes, we the chartered accountants are serious enough to prevent and identify frauds. Yes, we are not a watchdog, we are not a bloodhound, but we are German shepherds who are the best snippers. We can snip and identify dal mein kala hai.
I love that analogy of a German shepherd. So let's go on to the next stage. Now we have identified the triggers. We have started the forensic audit, and most of the companies typically have an internal audit program or an internal audit department. So while a forensic audit is going on, what is the role of the internal auditor? So do they cross in any paths, or do they run like like the train tracks? They never match each other. They have a completely different way of going about things.
Various practices, but I would rather sort of tweak your question, say what they should be doing, how it should be. Yeah. So my view is strictly professional view. My view is there are 2 sides of the coin. If the internal audit function is not under serious influence of the source of fraud, then it is a good partner to have, because then you get up to speed quickly, you understand the environment quickly. The investigators, external or internal, are hit the ground running. They can get a good opening briefing from the internal auditors, and the past issues they can share. However, there is a problem there. 2 types of problems. if the source of fraud is senior management for whom the internal audit function is working, and they are under their influence and control and everything else, it's very hard to work with them because they will be to some extent biased because of good reasons we know. Second, there could be situations when there is a degree of confidentiality to be maintained at the time of investigation. So there are practices to at times to keep the internal auditor away. And at times we have seen the internal auditors can potentially guide or misguide. We all know that familiarity breeds false confidence at times. Internal auditor might tell them, look, ये तो पता है हमको, ये सब ठीक है, you don't need to search here. Things like that. And there could be also personal bias towards the fraudster, personal or social connections. So there could be reasons why it's not all particularly in-house internal auditor because of certain reasons. Otherwise, there are advantages of involving internal audit in the investigation. But post the investigation, once the root causes are known, the action plans are carved out and everything else, then the internal auditor can swing back to say, okay, have these processes which needed change, have they been changed? There can be a follow-up review sometime later. But both yes and no for collaboration between investigation agency and internal audit.
So in fact, I had a personal experience around this. So I was actually conducting an internal audit, not in India, it was abroad. And as a part of the controls review, we typically, it was a very basic, we had to do an inventory verification as a part of the entire audit of logistics management. And that is when it was a basic thing where we found out the inventory was lesser than as per books. So we do a floor to books review. But that shortage was actually taken up by the forensic team of that company. And then we were told to stop the audit. They're like, no, now you don't go ahead with this. Now the forensic team will take over. So yes, we had to submit our reports at that point of time. And eventually the whole forensic team, and obviously they didn't keep us abreast with what were their findings. So I think that's just one thing I wanted to add here, that this is where probably I saw a little bit of internal audit trying to, the whole objective was just to do basic inventory verification, but then it eventually went into a whole full-blown forensic audit for that area.
At times, the internal auditors the in-house internal audit team can also be very defensive. अभी गलती निकला तो पूछेगा तुम लोग क्या कर रहे हो? So at times, we're all human beings, right? So depends on securities which have in mind and financially and where we report to, what's alignment. We could be defensive. And such a defensive person is better not to have on the investigation team, and you keep it separate.
Right. So Mr. Robin, while the forensic audit is going on or an investigation is going on, I am sure it goes across a period of time, maybe into weeks or months. So what is the role of the audit committee at that point of time? How does the board fit in? Do they do a regular check? Where have you all reached? Do you all need any support? How does that work?
My experience in forensic audit so far, because I run companies, have been that forensic audit is a very under the carpet issue. So while the forensic audit is going on, to my mind, the board is not kept informed. It's the senior management, CEO, CFO is aware of it. CFO, of course, is running with it. Keeping the board informed, legally not required. Definitely, audit committee is a subset of board. Again, not required. Normally, as you know, the audit committee chair is only a CA, others are not. So again, most of the companies, audit committees or boards, in any case, are rubber stamps. So while the forensic audit is going on, they all keep their fingers crossed, hope nothing comes wrong and nothing is found, hopefully. Otherwise, what was a CFO doing? As Anjali rightly saying, what internal auditor is always goes into a defensive, saying, what were the internal auditors doing so far? You have been auditing for last 3, 4, 5, 10 years. Why didn't you find out and why there is a forensic problem today? So I think by and large, organizations take forensic very defensively. And if not, why did Nirav Modi fraud happen? And I can see Kunj here, now he's a storyteller. 8 years, 14,000 crores. Simple thing of bank reconciliation not done. To cut the long story short, forensic had to come and figure out. And while the forensic audit was going on, the board was not aware that forensic audit was going on. 14,000 crore. ABG shipyard, 26,000 crore over 8 years, 22 banks, money stolen. And they had purchase orders. It's a project company, shipbuilding company, ABG Shipyard. They used to show contract purchase order from companies which did not even have ships to build. It's all in the public domain. Forensic Internal Audit Committee Board, ये बड़ा चक्कर है. To answer your question, while forensic is going on, most of the time board is kept aside. But ladies and gentlemen, things are really becoming tough. वही घूम घाम के macro fraud ध्यान रखो, micro fraud में ठीक है वो तो हो जाए. Macro fraud is better. All these big ones are called all macro frauds, structured by the chairperson, structured by the board, and everyone else down, including you and me, the auditors, were kept in silent, now kept in dark. That Satyam fraud. What is Satyam fraud? 50 crore था, 5,000 crore बैलेंस शीट में कैश बैलेंस लगा दिया. उसका टर्नओवर था 500 crore, 50,000 crore टर्नओवर लगा दिया. चेयरपर्सन ही किया और सीएफओ किया. Without 1 or 2% क्या हुआ? What is this? Macro fraud, audit, forensic. Nobody could even, of course, I don't want to get into it. Perhaps auditors could have found out. I think it could have, and this is a classical case where auditors could have found out. $1 million question, what has happened at that time and what was the ground reality? Lot has been written, lot have been spoken. I wouldn't get into it, but it is a structured fraud. So again, I'm saying, while forensic audit goes on, most of the time it is not disclosed even to the board members. They don't get to know. That is all. Once forensic audit funding comes, board no present ho jata hai. But while it is going on, no, nothing happens. Most of the cases. I would guess, if I have to put a number, 99 out of 100 cases, board wouldn't even know forensic audit is going.
So let's take it to the next step now. As Robin sir rightly mentioned, the report is submitted to the board. Then what happens? A lot.
A lot. I have little bit different views as to, I think the new professional, well-intentioned audit committee members now that have been coming on the board now, in many companies have the competency as well as professional ability to challenge. Now that healthy skepticism has to be there, which is important. Now, answering your question, so once the report is out, obviously it will come to the audit committee. Now, if I was an audit committee member, I would do 3, 4 things. Here are they. First, understand comprehensiveness of the review done. What was the scope? Has it touched base all the signals? Is it comprehensive enough? Or does it need to be extended in terms of scope, area, coverage, population, time, geographies, etc.? And let me tell you, we have done it. Given back, go back, do this, extend this, come back. That's one. Second, involve the ethics and HR function. If this is the source of the fraud or the problem is internal to the organization, you start involving HR and the ethics committee to see, do they have any reflections to add color to this? Third is understand really the motivation, because one thing to say, here is a report and here is what, and hang this person, do this, that, another. But what is the intention? What is driving this? and where the driver is coming from. If it is the higher the driver, source of driver, the trouble, and the more aware the audit committee should be, and more intelligent active action the audit committee has to do. Occasionally, I suspect the source of fraud could be more macro, as he mentioned. Or as audit committee members, it will be good to have a good conversation with the management. If you're strong enough as a board member, you have a professional pride, you believe in your competency, you're there for a right reason, and also you fear the law, then you would rather have a good heart-to-heart conversation and see what's the next step on that. So that's on the particularly in the investigation. But a little more at a macro level, you will do certain things. For example, good organizations, would like to open source. I'm not using the word crowdsource consciously here, but open source the source of triggers. To say, okay, I am open, my organization is open to whistleblowers emanating from outside the organization. Most organizations would have a decent whistleblower as far as employees are concerned. Not so much vendors, not so much customers, not so much bankers, other players in other stakeholders, not so much society. They may not have access to it. They don't know who to approach, how to approach, what to do, etc. So as far as open sourcing your people who can raise a trigger, right or wrong, you should try to do that. So all this happens only when you have a lot of fraud investigation or triggers coming up. So you will do wider this thing. Second is, of course, training and messaging. I think the strong action has its own sort of catalytic effect going across the organization. The tone at the top drives a lot of it. So bouts of training, bouts of messaging around, look, this is not done, this is not accepted, and we have challenge. Howsoever senior, maybe. We have seen CEOs exiting. And very, very powerful CEOs exiting within 24 hours. They've been given 24 hours notice. We have seen. They may not come in the public domain that the person had to leave because of this, but there are examples and people in the known, they know. So these are the few things that very responsible audit committee members would make sure it happens.
So Mr. Robin, I would come to you with this. What if the fraud actually points out to a very senior person in the leadership? Could be the CFO, CEO, even the managing director.
देखो माइक्रो फ्रॉड होगा तो it will not involve CEO, CFO. Macro fraud होगा तो it will. Then तो inshallah.
So especially if it's a listed company, then what do we do? There's a lot of pressure from every angle, right?
So most of the time, just now look at the examples which are available in the public domain.
Correct.
I have given 4 or 5 stories. Kingfisher, it was a fraud at the chairperson level. He ran under with money. That was a fraud. He did not utilize the money for which the money was meant for. The bank's loans were meant. Look at Satyam. Satyam I will not take because I think the auditors perhaps were knowing, but so we will not discuss that. ABG Shipyard, again, same thing, 26,000 crore over a period of 9 years, ran over with the money. And he got money for which projects never existed. Now, assuming for a moment, the forensic or internal audit finds it out. First, internal audit finds out. What will the internal auditor do? Usko daba dega. Unfortunately, if internal auditor is internal, if you're an employee, no chance. You will get to know, let you know that kuch chal raha hai, but you don't know what's happening. If you're an external internal auditor, yes, perhaps you can still make an audit presentation because internal auditor is supposed to make an audit committee presentation. And I know for sure there are some companies insist that internal auditor himself or herself comes and make the presentation. Some of the cases, the CFO himself makes the presentation on behalf of the internal auditor. What nonsense, and it happens. It happens. So if that is so, then what happens? CFO obviously is going to take those issues which are macro fraud. Dekho, I think we now as a professional chartered accountants must be aware that we are at a risk when there is a macro fraud. And if that happens, this needs to be handled with care. And if required, if nothing is happening, you have the NAFRA in front of you now, which we did not have earlier. And of course, you need to perhaps report to the central government. It's easy to say sitting here on a dais, very difficult to implement, very difficult to implement. It's a Hobson's choice. So yeah, it's a big question mark, which all of us have to put it together. I don't know what the answer is.
I think that's very well said. It was a difficult area to cover. So now I think let's move on to the last leg of our entire journey with the whole forensic audit. Where are there any systemic or process level changes that the audit committee drives, or is it driven by the board itself or the management that, okay, now this fraud has come? And I want to keep this a little lighter on this one. It's not a very macro fraud, okay? It is a micro fraud, and now we've identified, okay, I think something is going wrong with my purchase department, or something is going wrong at my inventory side. Is there some systemic or process level changes that triggers? Because typically internal audit is the one that typically comes up with all these recommendations. Yeah, controls are weak here or there or whatever.
Question to me?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, so internal audit, tell me, to be fair, a good internal auditor, good internal auditor's report will at best give signals. Hardly we see internal audit going to the next level of being investigative. Good internal auditors at times can be investigative, but that's not their brief, as we all understand. That's why we have investigations and fraud investigations, specialists and professionals in-house and externally. So if there are events like this, yes, the audit committee should believe that the environment is weak and hence a lot of things to be done. I talked about soft infrastructure. That has to be set right first. Second, I think there has to be a sort of continuous dialogue going within the board to say what we do, how strong messaging we can do to operating management. How do we put the messaging down there in the organization? Do you, at times, we have seen audit committee giving access to the KMPs, functional heads, and having a heart-to-heart discussion with them. I go, guys, this is not done. So what are you doing? What actions on ground you are going to do? How you're going to change? What you're going to change? What you're going to do, etc. etc. So very strong messaging at times does a lot of good to this environment. I mentioned about ID meeting. I mentioned about KMP meeting. Meet auditors separately. My question would be, how many times an audit committee has called an internal audit to have a one-to-one meeting without the management? Hardly ever. So that's a forum for the internal auditor to be able to also express. He or she may not be knowing everything, but they would have gut feels. There could be reflection, there could be signals coming from the internal audit reports. I mean, internal audit report typically, for example, will say, okay, single source buying is this. Good internal auditor will go one step further to say there is no churn in top 10 suppliers for last 10 years. Little better internal auditor will say, ki, okay, e-auction karta hai, but e-auction is being attended by thin number of suppliers. At best, internal audit can go this far, right? But these are good enough signals. You will find often, if he is more courageous, if at times audit committee might discover that related party procurements, the parties have not changed for last 20 years. As if the world has not changed, as if there is no other producer of the product globally anywhere or India, as if no technology development has taken place. So good questions to ask. There are enough and more signals that come from the system. You should have an antenna that works, open to receiving it, willingness to act on it, and the professional courage and integrity to take it forward. So systemic at an infrastructure level development on the soft side, and a lot of proactive, reactive, hard steps to be taken. Bad luck if it is at the macro level, at the promoters or at the key shareholders level, then at least you can resign, man. As a audit committee member. At least you do that. If you are a very well-known audit committee member, respected in the professional directors network, the fact that you have resigned gives a signal, believe me.
So the signal part, Robin, so
Right,
any
sir?
any last comments on this?
Because we are in audit committee, forensic audit, investigation, that domain in this panel discussion, and I know fellow chartered accountants are all sitting here. My only advice to you, all of you, is that the government expectations from you and me have now changed. The societal expectations have changed. And with the NAFRA around, we need to be now more careful and don't try to take cudgel that we only certify true and fair. The world has moved on, and you have now seen so many chartered accountant fellow colleagues of ours are getting arrested, harassed, right, wrong, good, bad, and ugly. We don't know the answer. Some may be correct, some may not be correct. But the only thing is, world is moving on. India is moving very fast. Expectations are changing for sure from the government and from the society. So be careful. Keep your eyes and ears open. Don't believe everything which is happening around. Lovely building, lovely story, lovely lunch, dinner doesn't tell much. There will be quite a things under the table and under the carpet. Be careful. And as Anjali rightly said, there are signals. There are always red flags. We sometimes choose to ignore the red flag. Oh, kuch nahi hai, theek hai. So therefore, keep a tab on the red flags. Hopefully, we will not only survive, but we shall flourish.
I think on that note, that's our time. Do we have time for a question or two from the audience?
It is 6 p.m. Saturday. How can you ask questions?
I know, right? But now,
And this was not as exciting as the session that we ran.
yeah, Benford Law.
First of all, I'd like to thank you, both the panelists, for being so upfront and covering the topic so well. I really liked it. The fact that Robin had such candid things to say, which is precisely very important. I don't have a question as such. Just have to add to the discussion that probably auditors will have to be. I think they will have to take a stand rather than being too attached to the assignment, and if need be, they rather resign from it rather than sticking to it. Try to manage ends across. Yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, I think let's just give a last. Yeah, please.
See, what is the reason for existence for professional assurance professionals like us? Why this structure ever came? Why auditors came into as a role in society or a business came? Anybody wants to quickly give one word? Yes, please.
The confidence we give to people.
Yeah.
The reason we are here is because people need someone separate to give them that confidence.
Right.
That information that is being presented can be relied on.
Absolutely. So there is a
need.
stakeholders. So fund providers, stakeholders, and the people that run business, they are, because of the corporate structure of large businesses, which came 400 years back maybe. And the value of this role is directly proportional to the trust that you build. So there is a big fiduciary, role responsibility put on this profession, and we have to do justice to it. So just keep that in mind. The more we dilute our own expectations of the trust that we want to keep, we will dilute our position itself as a profession. That's the last thing.
I think we can call it a day on that, and over to you, Ridesh.
Absolutely. I think, can we have a big round of applause for our panelists, the last session? I think it was a wonderful day I think this end session was, thank you so much, Robin sir, Anjani sir, and thank you for the excellent moderation, Mazhar sir. I think thank you to all the participants. We had an amazing time for this today. I hope you had a great time. On the next Saturday as well, we've got a one-day conference on the internal audit as well. And keep being there. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.